And here we are, the final day of the 2024 NFL Draft, rounds 4 through 7. Our coverage has been absolutely fantastic throughout the first 2 days for rounds 1 through 3. And now it all gets finalized here with the final day of the draft. Appreciate everybody for hopping on board and joining us. I'm Chase Senior. No matter where you are, how you're tuned in, we appreciate you for making our draft coverage a part of your weekend and your draft experience. You can certainly see it on my face. We are feeling it. We're a little bit tired. We're running on fumes, but this is where the men separate from the boys, and we're still going to break down all of the picks as we've done throughout our draft coverage. Round 4 getting started in a little less than a half hour here, and it's going to go a little bit quicker as compared to the previous 2 days. 5 minutes on the clock for all of these teams, and we're going to get started with the Carolina Panthers at pick 101. Seattle Seahawks on the clock after that at 102. New England Patriots, Arizona Cardinals falling in the draft order there at 103 and 104. Los Angeles Chargers under Jim Harbaugh for the first time at 105. Tennessee Titans doing a couple of solid things throughout the first 2 days of the draft, especially fortifying the trenches at 106. I like how the New York Giants have been able to really fortify that secondary in drafting Tyler Nubin as well as Drew Phillips after they lost a player who's really, really good and Xavier McKinney to the Green Bay Packers in free agency. The Minnesota Vikings on the clock at 108. Atlanta Falcons at 109. They have had a puzzling draft in my opinion. New England Patriots at 110. New York Jets at 111, Las Vegas Raiders at 112, the Baltimore Ravens at 113. And as you can see with the graphics that we're showing you, it's been a crazy first couple of days for all of the movement that we've seen, some of the surprises that have transpired, but all of the trades too. The Ravens via the Jets and the Broncos, teams moving up. Teams moving back, both San Francisco and Philadelphia, the two streams that we're live on here, a bevy of picks here in rounds 4 through 7. Jacksonville at 114, Cincinnati Bengals at 115, Jacksonville Jaguars once again via New Orleans at 116, the Indianapolis Colts at 117 overall, the Seattle Seahawks, Pittsburgh Steelers, Philadelphia Eagles by way of a couple of trades there. That's from the Kenny Pickett move, actually. The Denver Broncos at 121 via Miami. The Bears from Philadelphia at 122. The Eagles at 123 from Cleveland and Houston. The San Francisco 49ers on the clock there for the first time on day 3 at 124, if that holds true. Then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Green Bay Packers, the Houston Texans, and the Buffalo Bills. 129 through 132, the New York Jets, the Baltimore Ravens, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles, once again, that compensatory pick via San Francisco for one of the trades that happened yesterday. And I'm excited to see what some of these teams do here. There are still some really quality players available. In particular, there are some very good wide receivers who are going to go here on day 3 that I think can be impact players as rookies. You're talking about Brendan Rice and Tez Walker and Troy Franklin and Malik Washington. You have Johnny Wilson still out there who offers very intriguing size and length. I think that you can get some really quality centers, offensive linemen. And then you kind of take a gander at the defensive line pieces who have not gotten drafted in rounds 1 through 3 either. And as we always see, there are going to be players who were slept on in the pre-draft process, who a lot of people didn't really know about, who end up being really, really good players. Look no further than a Brock Purdy, who is the Mr. Irrelevant selection in the 2022 draft, and he's ended up being, after being the final pick in 2022, the best quarterback of that class. And this is what is so fantastic about the NFL draft. It's an inexact science. Scouting these prospects is really, really difficult, but you get to see some of these gems who can end up having long and successful NFL careers. And then some of the players who were doubted as UDFAs, they end up being high leverage players too. And you talk about wide receiver, you talk about offensive line, defensive line. There were no quarterbacks taken yesterday in round 2 or round 3. So where will Spencer Rattler go? Where will Michael Pratt go? Intriguing storylines here on this beautiful Saturday morning. Let's get the comment section going. Where are you watching from? We're emanating live from the Chat Sports Studios here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Chase Sr. Thank you so much for making our draft coverage a part of your draft experience, because here on YouTube, I don't think anybody is doing it as good as we've been doing it here on the program, with insightful information, scouting reports, a lot of entertainment, audience interaction, and a whole lot more. So we'll give you some shout outs here. We have Dragon tuned in from Serbia, Durham, North Carolina from John Wallace, Ken Dowsland, Tacoma, Washington, Jesse Sr. is in Delaware, Philly Baby from Go Birds 21, Kovev is in Los Angeles, Debo Prod in Mississippi, Gina G, Los Angeles, California for today. You have Lloyd also in the building. Brazil is here. And it's also pretty cool. Now that it's the weekend, it's not the work week, it's not a weeknight when people have to get ready for work the next day. We're seeing some people in the comment section who are joining us for the first time. I hope you continue to hang out with us all throughout the day, all throughout the afternoon. We'll do some deep dive analysis on all the selections that are made here today, and we'll do draft grades as well at the end of the draft as it all culminates with rounds 4 through 7 here on this Saturday, April 27th, 2024. Our draft coverage today is sponsored by Game Time, the only ticketing app that I use, and it's a no-brainer. Download it now for free, and if you use the code CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off your purchase. Best seats at the lowest price guaranteed, and prices drop as the event gets closer. I love the Game Time app for just so many reasons. I'm a very busy guy. Sometimes I don't know what my plans are going to be as I look ahead. And with the Game Time app, they specialize in last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed, and prices drop as the event gets closer. So you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. $20 off when you use the code ChatSports. Use the code ChatSports, and you get $20 off your purchase. Really appreciate Game Time for making today's show possible. We also have a brand new sponsor that we want to pass along here during our draft coverage, and that is Mando. You can control body odor anywhere with Mando and get $5 off your starter pack. There's over 40% off if you use the code CHAT at shopmando.com. So a brand new sponsor here on day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Use that code CHATSPORTS and you get $5 off the Mando starter pack. You don't want to go out on a date. You don't want to be hanging out with your friends or family members and have some stinky armpits. Mando takes care of that, and they have a bunch of different scents that you can go with: bourbon leather, pro sport, Mount Fuji, smooth, solid deodorant. Couple of different options there. 72-hour odor control, $5 off. Link is in the chat. Check out Mando today for $5 off when you use the code CHAT. Please make sure you continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video as we approach the start time for round 4. We did go through the draft order a little bit earlier, and a lot of teams still with a lot of needs. And it's pretty interesting as you shift to day 3, because a team like the Philadelphia Eagles and general manager Howie Roseman, known for being very aggressive, but a lot of these teams on the final day of the draft, after they've taken a lot of players who they really like, high on their draft boards, best player available, it starts to become an even more collaborative process. Now, in the lead up to the draft, it's always collaborative. You have your scouts, who are national scouts, regional scouts. You have members of your front office who have spent so much time grinding the tape, grinding on the road, putting in countless hours. And a team like Philadelphia and Howie Roseman, they have this collaborative approach today where they have this dream meeting where Howie allows scouts to make their final pitches for Philadelphia to take players who these scouts really, really love and they swear by. And here in rounds 4 through 7, you can take chances on players. And we're going to see some reaches here. We're going to see teams draft for positions of need. And again, some of these prospects who were slept on can end up being diamonds in the rough. And that's why sometimes day 3 of the draft is one of my favorites here, because you get to get really nerdy with some of these prospects who are still on the board. 22 likes on Eagles now, 49 likes here on the San Francisco 49ers report. We are 10 minutes away from the start of day 3. If you're pumped up, please make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. In speaking of some of the top players available, we can run through some of the best players available on our big board here. This according to our NFL draft expert here at Chat Sports in Tom Downey. Wide receiver is certainly a list in which it is a plenty as far as talent still on the board here. Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon, fast with a lot of speed. I think he needs to refine his route running and ball tracking skills, but my goodness, you can get a really good player who is the 43rd overall player on Tom Downey's big board here. With the draft getting underway here, day 3, round 4, Jayden Hicks, a safety out of Washington State, really good coverage ability. Jalen Wright, a running back out of Tennessee who has 4.3, 4.4 speed. I like TJ Tampa a lot as a player. Jatavion Sanders, the tight end class. You talk about him. You talk about a player like Jared Wiley. There are really good tight ends who you can find here on the final day of the draft. Brandon Dorlus, a defensive tackle out of Oregon. Malik Washington led college football in missed tackles forced after the catch last year. You want a player with short area quickness who can put you into a blender in a phone booth? That's Malik Washington. Braylon Allen, talented running back out of Wisconsin. Christian Mahogany, if you want to go offensive line from BC. Austin Booker, the edge rusher from Kansas. A burner who was a right-hand man for Drake Maye, who was selected number 3 by the New England Patriots. Devontae Walker, wide receiver out of UNC, who also has intriguing size. I'm a huge Javon Baker stan because he's big, he has speed that shows up on tape more so than the pre-draft testing numbers. I think that he can be a high-level player right from the jump. Huge fan of Jared Wiley, Mason McCormick, Tyrone Tracy, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., also players on the board here as far as our best available list. No Super Chats have come in yet, but it's all good because it is still early, and people on the West Coast especially watching here on the 49ers Report just waking up or haven't even woken up yet because we got started here at 11:30 Eastern. That is 8:30 a.m. out on the West Coast. So to everybody watching out there, good morning. And it's still technically the morning out on the Eastern Seaboard. We're so glad that you're spending your Saturday a.m. with us, hopefully drinking some coffee. And if you're getting after it, already drinking some alcohol, props to you. I hope you're doing it safely, but we're down to do the same. First time Super Chats today, you ring the draft bell. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. $10 Super Chat is a raffle ticket. We'll show you our raffle items for the final day of the draft coming up. $20, you can spin the roulette wheel. $50, make us drink. Every $1,000 that we get is a beer boot. And let's do this, a day 3 special. We're going to go 50% off the Super Chat menu until the countdown to the draft clock expires. So over the next 6.5 minutes, 50% off everything here. $5 is a raffle ticket. $10 for spinning the roulette wheel, and you can get 5 raffle tickets potentially there. $25 you can make us drink. And of course, if we get the $500 before the start of the draft, I will do a beer boot. I'm Chase Sr. in case you're just joining us. Producer Jake Chipper has been with me every step of the way on the ones and twos on the producer board. You've seen him. You've heard from him. We've been grinding. You can see it on my face. We're wearing it, but this is when the men separate from the boys. Who's been your favorite pick so far? Drop us some names. We'll start to give you some comments here.
It's been a couple days, man. I'll tell you that. It's been fun.
What do you got? Maybe I should get some coffee from Niner Dad. Muhammad saying, hey, Chase, keep rolling, bro. We're going to keep it rolling, rounds 4 through 7.
Dragon, Cooper DeJean. Great pick for the Birds. Chaos says Jayden Daniels for the Commanders. Gina G. What's up, Gina G? Michael Wright likes the Puny pick. My favorite pick of the third so far. And we get our first super chat.
Earl Ricker. He is a first time super chatter. We got to get the draft bell out for our guy Earl. Thank you so much for the first time donation. And we're going to spin the roulette wheel there for Earl. 200 people watching live on the Niners Report. Only 81 likes. Let's get to 100 likes as soon as possible. And then 200 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles now. 47 likes right now. Which channel can get to 100 likes sooner? 13 likes away now from that number on the Niners Report. 50 likes away on Eagles now. Rapid fire, hit that thumbs up icon. Please like the video. The more likes that we get, the more people who see this stream, and the more people who find out about us, even though we're pretty well known here out on these YouTube streets, but we always want more people to come in. 10 push-ups. All right, I'm going to do 10 push-ups, and I've done 100 push-ups per day every day since November 1. I did get my run in this morning. The running streak is at 359. I could only get a mile in. I had a crazy night's sleep, or lack thereof, last night. And here's the issue when you do a show like this, and there's just so much information, and you have so many thoughts and opinions, and you have all this analysis that's churning. And I like to think of myself as a very creative thinker, which is a blessing and a curse because sometimes I can't turn my brain off. And last night, I was working on adrenaline. We haven't slept a lot over the last couple of days. There's been weeks and months to the buildup of the NFL draft. And then these picks start to go off the board. You like some picks. You don't like some picks. You continue to do some research. You dive into the tape. You get some more context. Your opinions change. You want to provide some great information for all of your followers. And last night, I go to bed. I don't even know what time it was. It was extremely late because we were working so late here at Chat Sports for all of the real ones who are joining us. And in the middle of the night, my heart's racing. My mind's racing. And I'm looking up at the ceiling, and I have this issue, and let me know if you have the same issue. If I look at my phone in the middle of the night, the blue light affects my eyes where I just can't go back to sleep. So I don't even know what time it is. I'm just looking at the ceiling, and I had this little alarm clock, so I look at that. I'm looking at what time it is, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot go back to sleep right now. I finally went back to bed at like 5:30 or 6. The alarm rang at 7, and I'm like, I got to get my run in. I got to get my push-ups in. But I haven't got any sleep. Then I forget how many push-ups I've done. I think I've done 60 today. I think I've done 80. I got to do 10 more with the roulette wheel here. But my gosh, we're going to power through. And I want all of you to help us power through because me and Chip, we certainly need it. So we got the roulette wheel spinning there for the first time super chat with our guy Earl. Dave in the Desert, another longtime supporter of the show. I'm fired up for last year with Purdy in his contract. He needs protection, so let's go. Dominic Puny, I really like that selection. I think that he can push for snaps right from the jump. He even said that he could play every position along that offensive line. In college, and he started at Central Missouri, and then he went to Kansas. He played a lot of left tackle, a lot of right tackle. He can play guard. Some scouts believe that he can play center, and I tweeted out some numbers for Dominic Puny a little bit earlier today. And this is a really intriguing prospect here because he's a good scheme fit. He's a nasty player. 43 starts in his collegiate career. 27 at left tackle, 13 at left guard, 3 at right tackle. He started all 12 games at left tackle in 2023. He could pancake players. He is also one of 3 FBS left tackles last year to not allow a sack on a minimum of 700 snaps last year. So a very experienced player who's very versatile. I think that he could push for snaps right from the get-go. Could he take over for Jake Brendel at center? Could he take over for John Feliciano at right guard? I think they go with Feliciano, but he's certainly a good backup plan behind Feliciano and ahead of Spencer Burford. Also keep this in mind. Aaron Banks is in the final year of his contract, so Puny could maybe redshirt from the jump and then take over for Aaron Banks if he cashes in like Laken Tomlinson did a couple of years ago, which is why the Niners selected Aaron Banks, and that could be the insurance policy. So looking ahead, all of that pretty intriguing, and I'll also say this about some of the Niners draft picks so far. There is a clear plan here for San Francisco where they still feel as though the Super Bowl window is open and they're a win-now team, but they're doing what good businesses do. Planning for now and planning for the future. And these rookies, 3 of them that they drafted so far, could have roles from the get-go, but they could also redshirt this year and then take over in the future. But they're all very experienced. And I think San Francisco is valuing that because they might depend on these rookies from the jump, at the very least as depth pieces. Because Ricky Pearsall, 5th-year senior. Renardo Green, 5th-year senior. Dominic Puny, a 6th-year senior. And when you think about Pearsall, he could be a Deebo Samuel replacement. He could be a Jawan Jennings replacement, as Jennings is in the final year of his deal. He could be out of the Niners' price range. You could elect to sit Ricky Pearsall this year. Fans will like it too. He shut down Malik Nabers last year in that matchup against LSU. And then Puny, as I mentioned, versatility all across the line. A lot of super chats coming in here, Chip. Rapid fire, as a lot of people want to spin that roulette wheel. Jesse Sr., keep up the great show, my man. Really appreciate that. That certainly comes from the heart. And then John Wallace with the long super chat here. We're going to reconfigure the text there. He said, I'm out grinding. You know we built different. Chip's working on it right now. You know we built different. Bang, bang. Who's your first best guess for the pick today? Our offensive beast out of Kansas. Chip and Chase, the GOAT. Johnny Dubs, you're the GOAT. Where could the Niners go? You know, they address the interior of the offensive line because I think Puny ultimately, with the shorter wingspan, the shorter arm length, he's going to be an interior offensive lineman. He wants to prove, though, that he could push for snaps at tackle. And he could play left tackle. He could play right tackle. So you've gone wide receiver, corner, offensive line. I think you need depth along the offensive line still. You could go right tackle if there's a player that you like with some upside. Depth along the defensive line. Muhammad Kamara, Colorado State, plays with attitude, good production at Colorado State. If you want to go edge, I think you need defensive tackle depth. Look out for a tight end, though. With the way that the board is fallen, there are some really good tight ends still on the board here. Jared Wiley out of TCU is a player who I've mocked to the Niners in a couple of my mock drafts. Emilio, $5 super chat. 49ers should draft another offensive lineman, possibly a right guard or a center. So Puny can be the right guard or the center. And the Niners slot him right now to be an interior guy. How about they go offensive tackle there, Emilio? I would like that. It could be a developmental prospect, which is fine. I don't love that they're going to move forward with Colton McKivitz at right tackle most likely because he really struggled last year. The positive spin, I guess, that you could take is that now San Francisco in 2024 is going to have all starters along that offensive line back, more continuity. And John Lynch said that after taking trade calls on Deebo, on Ayuk in the lead up to the first round, they did not take trade calls day 2 of the draft, and it looks as though Deebo, Ayuk going to be back for this team in 2024. So now you have all of your offensive skill players back again for Brock Purdy, so you have continuity there as well. And that only helps your young quarterback. But now, I honestly think San Francisco has one of the deepest wide receiver rooms in the NFL. Ayuk, Deebo, both all pros. And now you have Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. And then your backups are Danny Gray, former 3rd-round pick, Trent Taylor, he returns to San Francisco, Chris Conley, good special teamer. Couple more wheel spins to get to. Still 50% off until the start of the draft. Jesse Sr., this one for you. And I'm not going to forget, I got to do those 10 push-ups. And it's going to be, oh boy. I was hoping we weren't going to have to drink too early. But F it. Let's crack a beer. And if somebody sends in a $50 super chat, how about a morning shotgun? How about a morning shotgun? We're spinning the wheel once again.
This one for John Wallace.
And it's going to be another 10 push-ups. That one for John Wallace. All right, so 20 push-ups coming up. And that's a good way to ring in the draft.
Yeah.
That'll help me get toward my 100 per day that I always shoot for. All right, so 20 push-ups. Is that it on the wheel?
Yes, that's it on the wheel.
All right, that's it on the wheel. Chip, if you want to put the camera on me, we're going to crank it out, baby. We're going to crank it out. Let me get some smelling salts in me real quick to get the juices flowing here. Smelling salts with the Carolina Panthers on the clock to kick us off for round 4, pick 101. Woo! Let's go. 20 push-ups. Let's get it. Got to be built different, as Johnny Dub said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And you know it's funny, when you're live every day of the draft, every round, every pick, the body feels as though it's been through a boot camp. So it's fitting we do the push-ups as part of the boot camp here. It's also pretty hot in the studio today, don't you agree?
It gets worse each day.
It gets warmer each day. Maybe it's because we're starting a little bit earlier, and it's a little bit humid out today. I went on the run. I'm sweating a little bit.
Yeah, not normal. Not normal. Hey, the draft is underway.
Draft is underway. Type go in the chat. Type go in the chat. The draft is underway. We're live on the Niners Report. We're live on Philadelphia Eagles now. Who can type go the most in the comment section? I see Mike Concho, Mamba Legend, Salim, Ken Dowslin, Pops and Ma, Ernesto, Kovev, Debo Prod, Jesse Sr., AFDG, our guy Matt Levinson, Anime, Dragon, Mr. Talk That Ish, Aneem Football Reaper, George Barnes, AFDG, Gina G, Infamous Norman, 49ers Josh, Akram Pira. The Niners Report right now is dominating Eagles now for people typing go. Can Eagles now catch up? Mamba Legend, David, don't call him Zach Ertz. Matt Levinson again. He's been our commenter MVP. Romeo is back. What's up, Romeo? Him, Aaron. Matt Levinson again. Michael Wright. Infamous Mormon 464. Jesse Sr. NYG. Romeo, Philly Bird Dog. Mr. Talk That Shh 91. Andrew Nathan saying sup chat. Let's go, man. Type go in the chat. And also continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. We're past 100 likes on the Niners Report. We're 16 away from 100 likes on Eagles. Now, please make sure you support the program and hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video right now. The pick is in for Carolina. In 2024, they added Josie Jewell, Jordan Fuller. I like the pick of Xavier Legette at the end of the first round for Carolina. Very intriguing athlete for Bryce Young. David Laubert, International Fan of the Year, going to announce the pick for Carolina here. Oh, I like this a lot. You're getting Bryce Young another weapon as Carolina and Dave Canales, the former Bucs offensive coordinator who takes over for Frank Reich, takes Jatavian Sanders, the tight end out of Texas, who's nearly 6'4", 245 pounds. He ran a 4.69 40-yard dash, which was maybe a little bit slower than what people anticipated. He stayed in state After growing up in Denton, Texas, he went south to Austin, Texas, as Denton is in North Texas. For those of you not familiar with the geography of this state, we're here in Dallas, which is also in North Texas. Denton about an hour north of us here, and then Austin about 3 hours south. Ja'Tavion Sanders, number 63 overall player on Tom Downey's board, and here he goes at 101. So really good value here, in my opinion, for Carolina. There have been so many wide receivers who have gotten taken with still some really good players on the board. No quarterbacks taken in day 2, but 6 and 12 picks in day 1. There was a run on offensive tackles yesterday, and at the end of the first round, there was a lot of defensive tackles taken, and that is why some good players have slid here to day 3, including tight ends, wide receivers, running backs, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. And now you're looking at a Carolina team. Bryce Young was rough as a rookie, but he has Xavier Legette. They drafted Jonathan Brooks to get the ground game going. They've invested in the offensive line, giving out big contracts in the trenches. Here's the Athletic's Dane Brugler on Ja'Tavion Sanders. Sanders needs to become more available in his routes and improve his reliability as a blocker, but he's a smooth operator with dynamic talent before, during, and after the catch. He projects as an F tight end, similar to Gerald Everett, and that's a good pro comp because they certainly have similar body types. I think they move very, very similarly. Second, third round grade from Dane Brugler. We have a trade for the second pick of day 3. The Denver Broncos moving up. First team in NFL history to miss the playoffs, by the way, in 8 straight years immediately after a Super Bowl win. They certainly extracted the most out of that Peyton Manning era by the end of Manning's tenure in the Mile High City. He was cooked. You know, the arm strength was really lacking, and he was really struggling. If you remember, who was the quarterback who replaced him? Brock, who replaced Peyton Manning during that year? Brock Osweiler. Peyton Manning was so bad that Brock Osweiler replaced him. And he used some of that play to get a pretty good contract. He ended up being awful. And the Denver Broncos here moving up, and they're drafting one of my favorite players available here on day 3, a player who had, honestly, some first or second round buzz early in the draft process, and that's Troy Franklin, the wide receiver out of Oregon. 21 years old, young, good size at nearly 6'2", 176 pounds, so a little bit lighter as compared to some of the other receivers in this class. He can get up and down vertically, take the top off of the defense. Struggled with the consistency in catching the football, but home run yak ability, important for Denver here, and he's going to team back up with Bo Nix. So I like the continuity that Denver is building here. They draft Bo Nix at number 12, and then they get his number 1 weapon from last year in the air game in Troy Franklin, who had 81 catches, nearly 1,400 yards, 14 tutties in 2023. An explosive big play threat that won at all 3 levels with the Ducks. Such fresh unis. That goes without saying. And now Denver, Bo Nix, Javonte Williams, Cortland Sutton, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. I don't hate that nucleus for Sean Payton and the offensive mind that he has. The frame and lack of strength means that he won't win a ton of contested catches, has to overcome drop issues from last year, as I noted. And the Athletic's Dane Brugler with some similar notes here. His polish, catch consistency has to improve, but it can be a big play weapon before and after the catch. And I'm relying on Sean Payton to draw up some plays to spring free a Troy Franklin. You get him open on a crosser, easy pitch and catch, and he's really fun to watch after the grab. 81 catches, nearly 1,400 yards, 17 yards per catch last year. That's the big home run ability right there, and 14 touchdowns. Grade that pick. I'm going to give this an A. You're giving your young quarterback, who's going to compete with Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson for the starting role. It's going to be an intriguing camp battle for some football nerds out there. A lot of people don't think it's going to be that intriguing of a battle. I think it is, just because Denver, 8 straight years missing the playoffs after winning a Super Bowl, first team in NFL history to do that. The Sean Payton experience thus far has been a little bit rocky. They get rid of Russell Wilson. They're eating that money just for him to go to another AFC team. And that's a roster that's a little bit bereft of talent, but an iconic brand. If you go west of Texas here, 2 teams with some of the most iconic followings, brand recognition, fan bases, and history west of Texas, it's Denver, it's San Francisco. Obviously, San Francisco winning the 5 Super Bowls under Joe Montana and Steve Young, but how about Denver under Mike Shanahan, the father of Kyle Shanahan, winning those Super Bowls with John Elway, winning a Super Bowl with Peyton Manning to give him 2 for his Hall of Fame career. Great to pick. Yeah, that's what we talked about yesterday. Yeah. Chip was, were you on the mic for that? Yeah, Chip was saying, didn't realize Jalen Polk went 37 to New England. That's when New England traded back. And, you know, you can look at that a couple of ways. Did Jalen Polk go a little bit early? I had a second-round grade on him. But New England did trade back. They recouped some draft assets. And they've been a team that's been moving up and down the draft board, and they just need wide receiver talent. Niner Dad, $10 super chat. I think we should get a physical tight end with good hands that number 85 can mentor. I'm totally with you. It is time to start planning for the post-George Kittle era. He's still playing at an all-pro level. He was an all-pro last year, best tight end in the game. And yes, he was better than Travis Kelce, who in the regular season looked a little bit slow. He struggled. In the playoffs, of course, he turned it on. And in the second half, had a really good third and fourth quarter after Dre Greenlaw went out with that torn Achilles. But Kittle was the best tight end in the game last year. I like the all-around ability at the tight end spot. Players are able to play and stay in their prime for a long time. Kittle's an excellent blocker, as we know, a great pass catcher. He had his best season since 2019. Stayed healthy. First 1,000-yard season since 2019, which is when he had that great year to earn that contract as a 5th-round pick out of Iowa, getting drafted in 2017. But look, he's getting a little bit older, and you can't ignore the injury history. And so get a Jared Wiley. Get the tight end out of Penn State. A player who I really like. Another player off the board here at 103. This is the 3rd pick of the 4th round. We've had Jatavian Sanders to the Panthers, Troy Franklin to the Broncos, and Layden Robinson, offensive guard to New England. The Patriots entering the Gerard Mayo era and post-Bill Belichick era. 23-year-old senior from Manville, Texas, 6'3.5", 302 pounds. Really good length for his position. Showcases flashes of using it really, really well. Profiles as a better fit in a zone scheme. We'll see what New England decides to run. It's a little bit of a mystery. And will they go with Drake Maye, who could use some seasoning? Is Jacoby Brissett going to be the bridge quarterback? Sometimes Robinson can lack some burst, plays tall, even with good natural leverage. Robinson, the Pro Football Focus number's not all that good, but you're going to run into that here on day 3 of the draft. Overall grade 65.3 or 65.7. Pass blocking grade 61.2. Run blocking grade of 69.4. Coming on 690 snaps right there. Which channel can get more likes? Please continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. 343 people watching live, 145 likes. I know there's 200 people who haven't liked the video yet on the Niners Report.
Let's go,
and we
baby.
have 202 people watching live. We just hit 100 likes on Eagles Now. Thank you so much for supporting. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Also, shout out to the recent commenter club, Anime, Ryan Rowe, Carol Hosey, Angela G, who sent me a message on Instagram the other night saying, Chase, I'm glad you did that beer boot at the end of the stream. I'm sorry. I'm a mom. It's my instinct to worry about you. I appreciate that, Angela G. It was good to hear from you. I responded last night. And then Michael Wright, Gina G, John Wallace, Los D, Brent Smith, Niner Dad, part of the recent commenter club. Mike Concho, is anybody drafting Deion's kid today not draft eligible? Next year, he will be draft eligible, and I'm curious to see where he goes, to be honest with you. Intriguing prospect for sure. Another pick in, this time for Arizona, 104, DeJean Taylor Demerson, the safety out of Texas Tech. I kind of like the new look of these helmets here without that top bar and the visor. I think it's pretty clean. Taylor Demerson out of Oklahoma City. Stayed in the region, in the Southwest. Goes to Texas Tech. Really good straight line speed, along with good range and ball skills. Tough tackler, despite that undersized build. Plays wide-eyed, could sometimes be manipulated by motions and misdirection. But again, you're just not going to get a perfect prospect oftentimes here on day 3. And you can do as much due diligence, you can do as much scouting. Sometimes you just don't know until you get that player in camp. And you know what's really fascinating too is that NFL coaches, executives, players have said that sometimes they can figure out if a player is legit in the first practice. How crazy is that? I mean, the physicality, the play speed, it's so much different at the NFL level. The Athletic Dane Brugler here on Taylor Demerson. Undersized, aggressive trigger backfires at times, but I like taking chances on players who are aggressive. But explosive post-split field range, jumps off the screen, allows them to make plays on the ball in coverage and run support. Dane Brugler had a 3rd, 4th round grade on him, so right in line, 96 overall prospect here. That straight line speed, it certainly was displayed at the NFL Scouting Combine. It ran a 4.41, 40-yard dash. Pro Football Focus coverage grade, 76.2. Some ball instincts here. 12 PBUs, 4 picks. So making plays on the rock, playing deep. Pick us in for the Chargers as we wait on that selection, though. Let's get to one of our sponsors here. That's Game Time. The only ticketing app that I use, they're not going to hit you with those outrageous fees. And they're just very upfront with everything. If you select the all-in price, you know exactly what you're paying. Sometimes you go on these other ticketing apps and you go to get your ticket, and then they hit you with this $100 fee. You're like, hold on. I thought I was getting these tickets for $50. It's actually $150. Game Time doesn't do that. So filter to all-in pricing, as you can see on the screen. If you go map view, list view, you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. For our Eagles audience here, because we're live on Eagles Now and on the 49ers Report, you want to go to Game 4, Sixers-Knicks. Knicks with the 2-1 series advantage. It's going to be lit at the Wells Fargo Center tomorrow. Chip and I will be live for a watch party tomorrow as our crazy weekend continues. Tickets still available for that matchup, especially in the 100 section. Lowest price guaranteed, best seats. Prices drop as the event gets closer. Flash deals there. Swipe to unlock them. $20 off. Code Chat Sports. Let's get the pronunciation right here. And I got it. Don't worry. Justin Eboigbe, defensive tackle out of Alabama. Number 14 overall defensive tackle on our draft expert Tom Downey's big board here. Had him as the 156th overall player. So he goes 105 to the Chargers here. 6'4", 297. Versatile defensive lineman who is at his best in stopping the run. Strong upper body, quality anchor. Didn't really break out until his 5th year. Still raw as a pass rusher. One of our producers, Chris Daughtry, is a diehard Alabama fan. He actually really likes the prospect. Plays with the mentality and fundamental ability to control the point of attack. If he receives a clean medical check from team doctors, he can provide scheme versatile depth on the defensive line.
This 4th round moving along, baby. Moving along.
Yeah, 5 picks up until the 7th round, where I think it becomes 3 minutes or 4 minutes between picks in the 7th.
Woo, who's going to send in our first super chat on Eagles? Who's going to send in the first one? You know what? Whoever sends in the first super chat on Eagles, I'm cracking my beer and I'm taking a drink for you. For being the first one here today.
And Eboigbe, the health concerns there, a herniated disc back in 2022, so he redshirted, missed the final 9 games, but in 2023, first team All-SEC. Up next here, you have the Titans on the clock, then the Giants, Vikings, Falcons, and Patriots. Titans are in. Cedric Gray, intriguing linebacker here to Tennessee. They lose former Niner Azeez Al-Shaair to the Houston Texans, who's really an emerging player. Top 5 in TFLs last year, and might not be a replacement right now, but maybe in the future for Cedric Gray. 6'1.5", 234 pounds, younger player, a 21-year-old senior. Solid run defender who plays with power and leverage when in the right spot. He's a good but not great athlete. Definitely has a high motor. So that can certainly make up for it. Was a good player for North Carolina. 4.64 40-yard dash. That's where the lack of athleticism comes into play. Not as instinctive as maybe you want him to be right now. Found himself out of position a couple of times. Gray might not be an exceptional player in any one area, but he is equal parts athletic and aggressive. Always in the vicinity of the football. Projects as a rotational NFL backer, special teamer, who will compete for starting reps as a rookie. So good value there for Tennessee. Maybe he can be an Azeez Al-Shaair replacement from the jump. Again, so much at the linebacker spot, especially in today's NFL, with the outside zone, RPOs, play action, motion. Sometimes it's not going to come down to athleticism. It's going to come down to diagnosing. But sometimes Gray can struggle with that. But a productive player at UNC last year, 121 tackles, 5 sacks. So he has that to his game. 5 PBUs, 1 pick. Jason Chadwick, a $2 super chat. And that is the first super chat coming in here. Day 3 of the draft.
Let's go.
On Eagles Now. And I owe people a beer cheers. Chip's already getting after it.
Cheers, brother.
This is that beer cheers from earlier on the Niners report, and then Jason Chadwick, beer cheers for you here.
You know, at some point you've been at it for 3 days. Like, you just got to get it going.
Yeah, hair of the dog is what they say.
Yeah. And then we got, on Niners, Jello.
Jello! Drink, drink, drink. All right.
One.
Cheers, man. $52 in super chats on the Niners report. $2 on Eagles Now. I like this pick here at 107. And another tight end is off the board. We saw Jatavion Sanders kicking us off with the first pick to Carolina here in round 4 at 101. And now the New York Giants are going with Theo Johnson, the tight end out of Penn State, who I thought could have been a 3rd-round selection. I'm a big fan of the player. I think that Penn State has one of the best strength and conditioning programs in the entire nation. You look across the NFL and you start to canvass some rosters, and the league is littered with Penn State players. And I know that James Franklin has really struggled in winning big games, but he's done a hell of a job of recruiting. And these players are just built to be impact players from the go. And sometimes they end up being better pros than college players because that Penn State offense is so up and down. But for Johnson, a 3-star recruit, number 20 athlete in the 2020 recruiting class, number 10 recruit in the state of Mississippi. Or no, that was for Dylan Johnson, excuse me. For Theo Johnson, didn't have good quarterback play last year for Drew Aller, but a stunning NFL Combine performance with a near-perfect relative athletic score. Red zone threat with 10 touchdowns in 2022 and 2023. Frustrating levels of inconsistency on tape, both as a blocker and pass catcher. Again, the quarterback play has just been bad for Penn State, especially last year with Drew Aller, who, by the way, in the blue-white game was just absolutely brutal. Johnson has inconsistent college tape, production, A+ measurements, smooth athletic tools that could allow him to continue developing. And like I said, I think he can become a better pro than a college player. I'm trying to find his combine numbers here. You look at the numbers last year, they're certainly not going to jump off the tape at you.
7 touchdowns, though, on only 34 catches.
Yeah, good red zone threat. Good red zone threat. At 259 pounds, he ran a 4.57 40-yard dash. A lot of people like the wingspan here as a player who can go up and get it. 80 3/4, so a good catch radius. Good athlete. Really good athlete. And this coming with Darren Waller's status up in the air. We mentioned that there was some buzz yesterday. There were some reports of Darren Waller retiring. His status is up in the air. So maybe the Giants just trying to be sure here that they can pick a good tight end to maybe be his replacement. Jason Chadwick, another super chat. Has Jeremiah Trotter been taken yet? I would love Trotter. No, he has not been. And the pick is in for Minnesota at 108. You have Atlanta, New England, Jets, Raiders, Baltimore, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Jags, Indianapolis, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia. So Jeremiah Trotter Jr. could fall to the Eagles. Pick number 108, Kyrie Jackson to the Vikings, cornerback out of Oregon. And did Brandon Dorlus go off the board? Okay, right after this to the Falcons. So we're getting these picks way before the broadcast here. Kyrie Jackson to Minnesota. He is very old for his age and for this draft class. 25 years old. Really good size, but still sinks well for a bigger player. Solid ball skills on film last year at Oregon. Older player with limited experience who still has issues in his feel for coverage. Dane Brugler had a 5th-round grade on him. And look, I don't make a big deal of some of these players being a little bit older because let's say best case scenario, these are impact players for the duration of their rookie deals, right? And for him, Kyrie Jackson, it takes him to the end of his rookie deal. He's 29, 30 years old. Great, you got good production there. The issue with this pick, and again, it's round 4. Can't pick it apart too much. He's 25, though, and he's inexperienced. Jeff Chipper, $20 super chat. Dad. He said, great coverage. Cheers. And we're going to spin the wheel there. And coming up next, Atlanta going Brandon Dorlus. So we've seen 3 Oregon players go off the board here since 101, which is where the 4th round started. Talk about a team. What team do you want us to talk about? Romeo, just tuning back in. Have we covered the best linebackers remaining yet? You know what? Instead of talking about a team, let's talk about a position here for Romeo. Best linebackers available. We can take a look at that list for sure. And what do you know? Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker out of Clemson. Jordan McGee. T for Temple U. That's where I went to school. I really like Jordan McGee. A slept-on prospect who caught the attention of Daniel Jeremiah. Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker out of Ohio State. And Jalen Ford, linebacker out of Texas. You can get a very good linebacker here on day 3. Brandon Dorlus to the Atlanta Falcons. Round 4, 109. Really good quickness. Definitely a smaller interior defensive lineman at 283. But as we've talked about a lot here during our draft coverage, teams now starting to prioritize some of these quicker and smaller defensive tackles who can get that first step on some of the slower and plotting interior offensive linemen. Definitely an underrated prospect who played all over the defensive line over his career. Kind of an Arden Key type of player. Outside, inside, nice blend of strength and athletic ability. Some concern over what position fits him best as a tweener, but he's twitched up. Had an excellent Senior Bowl. A lot of missed tackles, but he improved in 2023. From Brugler, needs to find better consistency on a snap-to-snap basis, but natural power and agility to be a versatile disruptor in an NFL defensive line rotation. Projects best as a base end who can also reduce inside on sub packages. 3rd round grade for us here on Brandon Dorlus. 5 sacks. I like the production out of the defensive tackle spot. And now, Rukaroro, who the Falcons definitely, I thought, reached on a little bit, but Brandon Dorlus, who I like the value there. So does that cancel out? Get a couple of good young defensive tackles there in the ATL. Angela G, a $2 super chat. God is good. I'm healed of a 3rd cancer and go Birds. Wow. Bless you, Angela G. My mom beat cervical cancer once, and unfortunately the 2nd time it got her, she passed away in 2018. It is just an awful disease. F cancer, type F cancer in the chat. But we're so glad that you were able to beat it a 3rd time. The resiliency, the toughness, mentally and physically, that you're able to show, that's admirable. So much respect for you. And like I said, God bless. God is good for sure, Angela G. And I hope that by the time that I pass away, maybe whenever I have kids, during their lifetime, we can find a cure for cancer. You know, we've made all these medical advancements with ACL surgeries and Tommy John and Achilles. Can we do the same with cancer? Still a lot of research to be had, but hopefully we can. Mac Daddy is back. He said that he would send a $50 super chat if Ayuk or Debo got dealt. Well, John Lynch said yesterday, we did not take those calls. So we're not going to get the 50, which is good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now, if you want to send in a 50, I'll do a beer boot for you, Mac Daddy. I will. Beer boot for the next minute if somebody sends that 50 in. But he said, let's trade up for Brendan Rice. He could play on the return team side. No relevance. My favorite kicker of all time, Cam Little, is still out there. Look, here's how I kind of look at it, right? I just think that when you go Ricky Pearsall in the 1st round, it just kind of takes you out of the running to go wide receiver and Brendan Rice, because where's he going to fit? I'm not sure where he fits. And that's the thing. All right, let's get to our other sponsor here. That is Mando. Get $5 off the Mando starter pack when you use the code CHAT. The best value, the bourbon leather deodorant. You have the Pro Sport deodorant. If you don't like using the stick, they have deodorant wipes. And I know that we're live here for the NFL draft, but how about we have some baseball fans out there? Baseball was my first love. Do you hate foul balls? You know the kind. No matter how hard you scrub them in the shower, they still smell like last week's nacho cheese. Well, ditch the soap and step up to the plate with Mando's whole body deodorant. Developed by a doctor, this game-changing formula is safe for your entire body, and it knocks out odor like a champ. Now, if you're not a baseball fan, how about we use a football reference? The Niners drafting Dominic Puny. He can pancake defensive players and knock them out. Well, you can knock out that odor with Mando. It is made with mandelic acid, which picks off odor at the source, keeping you fresh for up to, how about this, 72 hours. Trent Williams wears number 71. How about we up that to 72 hours? Mando is available in solid sticks, invisible cream, body wash, cleaning bars, deodorant wipes for on-the-go use. With Brock Purdy, we don't see a lot of errant throws or foul throws, but don't let those foul throws ruin your game. Switch to Mando. Keep your body odor in fair territory. $5 off, aluminum free, baking soda free. Speaking of Angela G's super chat, she beat cancer 3 times. I'm very careful about the deodorant I use because sometimes they include harsh ingredients. That's why I love Mando as well. You have lymph nodes right underneath your armpits. You got to be careful. I like their scents too. The bourbon leather, the Mount Fuji. $5 off. Link is in the chat right now. Wow, the New England Patriots, I think with one of the steals of the draft here. Javon Baker, the wide receiver out of UCF. For our Eagles audience, I was hoping that maybe he was going to be able to fall to Philadelphia. One of my favorite day 3 prospects. Javon Baker is a stud. 6'1", 202. 4-star recruit who went to UCF. 6'1", a quarter inch, 202 pounds, as I said. And this is a player whose production really increased throughout his career. Good size and athleticism with the ability to track the ball downfield. Again, tracking the ball. Can you do that? And if you can, with speed, with size, you have a spot at the NFL level. And 796 catches in 2022, then broke out with 1,100 catches in 2023 and 7 touchdowns. Now, he did have 14 drops the last 2 years. A little bit of an issue. So, certainly has to improve that. But he plays a lot faster than what his 4.54 40-yard dash showed. He played in an up-tempo offense under Gus Malzahn at UCF. And I think that he can be a terrific player. Loose striding athlete, ball tracking skills. The tape, a little bit full of inefficiencies and question marks. But now, how about New England? They draft Drake Maye. They get Jalen McMillan. They get Javon Baker. That's a team that's been so bereft. And the cupboard has been barren of high-level skill players. They're trying to fix that under Gerard Mayo. Oh! And how about a double bang? Because Romeo Dennis designs the 2 OGs a bang, bang, 2 $50 super chats. Day 3 of the draft, says Romeo, and Chase is on the case. Thanks for the great work. Romeo, thank you so much for all of the great support. And thanks to everybody for the great support throughout draft weekend. From Romeo, from Dennis. And look, you don't have to send in a super chat to support the movement here at Chat Sports. This is my 3rd draft And this is my favorite draft that I've done because when you do events like this, you really start to find your stride, but you also just have a better feel and you do some more analysis and you find yourself as a broadcaster. And with experience, you get a little bit better. You have the growth. But it's also cool to see the people return to the show for the continued support. How about Dennis Designs? Hey guys, at work, did we get anybody yet? No, not yet.
Wow. Thank y'all, man.
Now, I did say over a minute time frame, I would do a beer boot. I'm going to still do the beer boot because we got back-to-back 50s. And now Philadelphia Eagles now, after trailing the Niners report, takes the lead in Super Chats. 126 to 57. We have 375 people watching live on the Niners report, 250 on Eagles Now. Thank you so much for the support. And by the way, that's going to be 5 raffle tickets for Dennis and Romeo.
Yep.
And I haven't even shown what we have to offer here as far as our Super Chat MVP items. I'm actually really excited about these giveaways here. Let me break them out. So our MVP item on Eagles Now, you're going to have a choice of what you want. We gave away a Day 2 MVP football yesterday. Dennis Designs got that. We either have a Day 3 MVP football, or how about this? If you want something a little bit different, we have an Eagles neon light that you can win for your bar or your man cave. So you're going to be able to pick what you want. And then if anybody sends in a $10 super chat or more, you'll be in the running for the other item that we will give away. For the San Francisco 49ers report, we have yet another man cave sign that Chip and I will write a message on, and we'll send this to you for the raffle item. And this is pretty fitting here. Now that Deebo Samuel is going to return to the Niners, we're going to give away a Deebo Samuel autographed jersey. So yesterday we gave away a Joe Montana autographed jersey, and that's going to go to Gumpwolf. He was our Super Chat MVP with the $100 Super Chat. Today, we wanted to wait to see what John Lynch said. And he said, we're not taking any more trade calls on Deebo or Ayuk. And they're not going to deal him away because the draft compensation isn't there, right? And now a team like the New England Patriots has drafted 2 wide receivers. So now that Deebo, a 2021 All-Pro, one of the most incredibly gifted and special players that we've seen over the last decade in the NFL, is returning to the Niners, a great Niners player. We're giving away the autographed Deebo jersey. And as we do with all of our autographed items, we do have the certificate of authentication. Oh! People are making it rain on Day 3 of the draft. Mac Daddy, a $50 Super Chat. How many picks do we have left? 7? We need 7 right tackles. That's hilarious. So I actually have all of the picks here for both the Eagles and the Niners. I think both teams actually fittingly have 6 selections. So for the Eagles, they have not picked yet, nor have the Niners. The picks: 120, 123, 132, all in round 4 here. 152, 171, 172 in round 5, and then 210 in round 6. For the San Francisco 49ers here on Day 3 of the draft, the Niners, 124, 135, 173, 176, 215, and 251. So 124, 135 in round 4, 173, 176 in round 5, 215 in round 6, 251 in round 7. Now, Chip, I'm going to get the beer boot ready. We got some damage to do. And we're going to do that damage. I'll also owe a shotgun for the other 50 coming in from Mac Daddy. You can take a look at some of the picks, upcoming selections, best players available. You can drive the super chats. Producer Chip, he is going to be in charge. Oh! Romeo, a $100 super chat. He's going to put his bid in for the Debo jersey. Oh, snap, that jersey. And you know how we do it. Even though Debo blocked me on social media for whatever reason. Debo, whoa, Debo, whoa. And then, Chip, in the meantime, you can pop up Angela G's $2 super chat. I'm going to get the boot ready. I'll be back. And then we're definitely going to have some picks to do with some selections coming up for Philadelphia and San Francisco. Mike Concho, I better turn down the volume when Chase sees that super chat. Love you, Mike.
Appreciate that, Romeo. We got the 2 from Angela. Life is short. Enjoy life. Be safe and happy. What an amazing message. It really is, man. It really is. And that's why moments like these, where we get to do this type of stuff for y'all, doing this NFL draft, hanging out with everybody, man, really enjoy every single moment of it. It's really special. This only happens once a year, you know, and life is so short. You really got to appreciate every single moment. It's so unpredictable. You know, Brendan Rice, a lot of you really hoping to get Brendan Rice. It's a sad day for him. He's actually traveling to give an obituary speech at his best friend's funeral today. So prayers up to Brendan Rice. Man, what's supposed to be such a great time for him, a life-changing moment for him. Gonna be a sad, sad day. Gonna be excited when he gets drafted, of course, but to see his lifelong best friend pass away 2 weeks ago and at the funeral today, it's really, really a sad time. And Angela, life is so short. We gotta really appreciate every single moment. Every single moment. Angela, we love you. We love everybody here. Condolences out to him. Man. We appreciate it. Millie, did we miss anything so far? I'm late. Look, I'll run through the picks right now that we've missed. And you know what? I'll run through everything that's happened so far in round 4. We can do that right now. We can do that right now. So Colts currently on the clock. So far in the 4th round, Jatavian Sanders, first pick of the 4th round to the Panthers. Great pick there. Great pick there. I think he's going to be a stud for them. Same with Troy Franklin. Apparently he fell down draft boards because of poor interviews. Teams didn't really like his character. There was a report that he bombed his interviews. Now, I don't know the validity of that. Obviously, I don't know what's going on in his interviews. So I never like to speak on a player's character. Because I don't know these guys. We don't know these guys. I hate to put guys down on the day that they've been drafted. So I'm going to bring him up instead. I think he's a tremendously talented player, very explosive. He'll be very good. Layden Robinson going to the Patriots. DeJean Taylor Demerson going to the Cardinals. Then we have Justin Eboigbe out of Alabama going to the Chargers. Cedric Gray, linebacker, going to the Titans. Theo Johnson, another talented tight end who didn't get to show all of his skills at Penn State, going to the Giants. Kyrie Jackson, corner, going to the Vikings. Brandon Dorlus, defensive tackle, going to the Falcons. They've had an interesting draft so far. Double up at defensive tackle. Javon Baker, another steal here for the Patriots. Evan Williams, safety out of Oregon, to the Packers. DeCamerion Richardson, who I buzzed to go earlier as well. Raiders have had a sneaky good draft. Seems like their strategy so far has been going best player available. They also needed a corner very desperately, so great pick here for the Patriots. And then a few picks we missed here. Tez Walker going to the Ravens. This is a player who transferred to North Carolina, and a lot of stuff going on with his eligibility. Missed a few games early in the year because the NCAA had some horrible rules regarding his transfer. But he was able to get on the field and was a solid player. Has his drawbacks, but I like the fit there for Baltimore. Baltimore, another team that's had a tremendous draft. Picked up my guy, Nate Wiggins, in the first round out of Clemson. Javon Foster going to the Jaguars. Tackle out of Missouri. Eric All, tight end out of Iowa. We know what Iowa does with their tight end. Shout out George Kittle. They're a tight end factory. So he'll be going there to Cincinnati. Jordan Jefferson, defensive tackle out of LSU, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then just had the Colts pick come in as well. A fun name here. And those of you who are really tuned in with college and tuned in with the draft process know Wisconsin is a offensive lineman factory. Tanner Bortolini, great name. Bortolini, what a fun name to say. Bortolini. Great pick there, great name for the Colts, going with the center out of Wisconsin. So coming up, Seahawks currently on the clock, round 4, 118. We'll have Pittsburgh. And then the Eagles have a couple picks. They'll be up at 120. Then the Seahawks will pick, the Bears will pick, and the Eagles will pick again. So 2 very close selections here for the Eagles. We'll break those down. As we do for every pick here in the draft. Mohammed, who do you think the Niners will pick? I'm gonna throw my prediction out there. If he's still there, they already took a receiver, of course, in the first round. So Brendan Rice, I'm not sure. We can actually take a look here at the top players available, as the Eagles are about to pick as well. So this is a good time to look at the best players available on our big board. Our draft expert Tom Downey does such a good job really diving into the draft and nails this stuff every year. Great scouting reports. So best players available right now, Jaden Hicks, safety out of Washington State, could be in play for the Niners. They've already went secondary with the corner Renardo Green out of Florida State. Could they double dip in the secondary? Jalen Wright, running back out of Tennessee. TJ Tampa's fallen a little bit. He got first round buzz early on, fell off since then. Malik Washington, a player that we like a lot here, most forced missed tackles in college football. Braylon Allen, another running back out of Wisconsin. Christian Mahogany, offensive guard out of Boston College. Austin Booker, edge out of Kansas. Jared Wiley, solid tight end prospect out of TCU, so certainly in play for the Niners. Also for the Eagles, I could see them going offensive line, so keep an eye out for Christian Mahogany. I could see them going running back as well, and receiver still in play as well for the Eagles. We look a little farther down the board here. Mason McCormick, guard out of San Diego State. Tyrone Tracy Jr. out of Purdue. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. has been a very popular name here for both the Eagles and the Niners. Looks like we'll see if he'll be available here for the Eagles. I would bet the Eagles take him with one of these picks they got, either at 120 or at 123. Cedric Van Granger out of UGA. Another player who had buzz to go earlier. Solid interior offensive lineman, center out of Georgia. Cade Stover, the tight end out of Ohio State. Brendan Rice. Niners fans, Brendan Rice still available as well. Obviously the son of Jerry Rice. And then Christian Jones rounding out our top 16 players available. The tackle out of Texas. As we got a super chat coming in here as the Seahawks go with Tyrese Knight, linebacker out of UTEP at round 4, number 118. So another linebacker off the board, but a linebacker that is not named Jeremiah Trotter Jr. As we got Evan Latham here. I hope I'm saying that right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Evan. He is a first-time super chatter. I'll give you a beer cheers for that, for the first-time super chatter. We'll ring the bell for you, of course, as well. Shout out to Evan, first-time super chatter. And you know what? It's day 3 of the draft. I'm going to make an executive decision here. All first-time super chatters, regardless of amount, are going to get a ticket in our raffle. So, Evan, I'm going to put you in our raffle here for the Niners Man Cave sign. You in, Evan. Pat Cavelli, what's with TJ Tampa? Yeah, I'm not sure why he slid down the board so much. Excuse me. He's a player that could be in play. Nope. They are next, though. Steelers on the clock right now, and the Eagles will be up right after that. We had another first-timer.
The Eagles in the hole, to use a baseball reference.
I made a executive decision here, Chase.
Okay.
All first-time Super Chatters, I'm going to give a ticket into our raffles.
I love it.
So we got Evan here. First-timer on Niners.
Shout out to you, brother. Ringing the draft bell for Evan.
And another first-timer here.
Jessup M. Saying go Birds. Ringing the draft bell for you. We appreciate that.
So
the Eagles here have 3 picks coming up, all within, including Seattle. Seattle, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Seattle, Chicago, Philly, San Francisco, Tampa Bay, Jets, Houston, Buffalo, Jets, Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia again. So a lot of picks coming up for the Birds.
Let's go.
Is that it on the first time Supers?
Yep, we're all caught up.
Awesome. Great Super Chat battle here. Once again, as every day we've kind of jockeyed back and forth between Eagles Now and the 49ers Report. 132 on Eagles Now, 207 on the Niners Report.
Couple picks we went through, Chase, while you were gone. Tez Walker went off the board. Tez Walker's going to the Ravens.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Good pick for them. Eric
Vertical
All
player, Eric All. Could be a redshirt year for Eric All.
to the Bengals.
To the Bengals. He's been injured a lot, but an intriguing tight end. The pick is in for Pittsburgh here. We'll wait to see what that is.
We got some sad news as well on Brendan Rice. I'm not sure if you've seen. Unfortunately, today, he's actually traveling. He has to give a obituary. His friend passed away. His best friend passed away 2 weeks ago.
No way.
Traveling to the funeral today to say some words, give the obituary.
Oh.
It's really, what's supposed to be such an exciting time for
Who
him.
had said that? Is that a report out there?
Yeah, that came in, let's see, from Adam Schefter.
Okay. Dang. So on the day that he's going to get drafted, he has to go to a funeral for his best friend.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport as well.
Wow. That's too bad.
Yeah, too bad, man. His best friend, it's tough.
So the Steelers pick is in. Philadelphia in the batter's circle. And then Philadelphia picks again after Seattle and Chicago. Niners pick. And then Philadelphia again a few picks later.
Oh, we have a trade. The Eagles trade out of 120.
Eagles trade out of 120.
To the Dolphins.
To Miami. All right, what are the trade details going to be here?
Let's see, a couple more supers as well.
Evan LaFlamme. Thank you for the $1 super chat. And Jonathan Munoz, a first-time super chatter. Do you think the Niners will get Frank Gore Jr.? I think that they might pick him up as an undrafted free agent. That's where I think the Niners could pick him up as a UDFA. I don't think he's a draft-worthy player. A little bit slow.
All right, this is one of the players that was on our board of best available as the Steelers. I believe they've already gone offensive line once, if I'm not mistaken.
They've gone offensive line a lot. They've gone Troy Fuatanu, Zach Frazier.
Yeah, loading up.
And then Mason McCormick, offensive guard out of South Dakota State. So they have really loaded up along the offensive line. As I've said here throughout our draft coverage, it's been a huge, huge problem for Pittsburgh in recent years.
Okay, we have the trade details in for the Eagles, and this kind of makes sense because they have so many picks in this draft, they probably don't need all of them.
Yeah, future selections.
Yep, they're going to be trading for... I actually love this. They give up a fourth, get a third next year.
Oh, I love that.
Love that.
2025 third round pick for not just a third or not just a fourth. It's a late fourth here at 120 overall.
Yeah, they definitely didn't need all these picks.
This is the 19th overall pick in the fourth round here. And if Miami's bad, which they very well could be, because they've been good the last couple of years, if they revert to being bad, that could be a good third round pick for the Eagles here.
Eagles fans aren't liking the move. I mean, they have a pick again. They pick again in 3 picks.
Yeah, they pick again in 3 picks.
I think this is a good move.
Yeah. You get a third round pick for 120 overall? Sign me up any day of the week. Sign me up any day of the week. Honestly, I like it a lot. A third round pick, that's great draft capital.
Yeah, definitely a good trade.
Because remember, this year, the Eagles didn't have a third because they moved up to take Kelee Ringo last year. So they sacrificed a future third to get a fourth last year, day 3. And that was a pick that a lot of people liked. And I think Kelee Ringo has a lot of ability. And then they traded into the third round this year. And then moved around a little bit. So now you get a 2025 third round pick. I'm about it. I really am.
And again, they're up. We get Miami, Seattle, Chicago, and then the Eagles are up again anyways.
Yep.
So we're actually going to have back-to-back Eagles-Niners. How you want to do that?
So can we look at the draft order here?
Yeah.
Because that can help me determine the plan a little bit.
All right, hold on. Let me get to it. This is a little farther down. What are we at? 120 right now?
Yeah, we're at 120 now.
Yep,
Dolphins on the clock. So Eagles at 123. And then Niners at 124. And then go to the next page if you can, because then the Eagles pick again at 132. So what I'm thinking here, we do that solo Niners, because the Niners 124 and 135. Because I'm thinking we pair Eagles, and then we might just pair Niners too. Yeah, pair Eagles, pair Niners. And we'll just do some long-term coverage, half and half. Ooh, Miami adding more speed to their offense on top of all of the speed that they have in a running back out of Tennessee, Jalen Wright. Mike Jew, a $2 super chat. He is a first-time super chatter. Mike Jew, thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for watching, and thank you so much for that first-time super chat. And then another super on Eagles, Jason Chadwick, his third $2 super chat today. I'll take a third next year for a fourth trotter soon. Jason, you've been with the show for a long time. Let's give him a raffle ticket. We'll give him a raffle ticket.
As we got the Seahawks pick coming in here, another Michigan player. Been a lot of Michigan guys this draft, taking A.J. Barner.
Okay, A.J. Barner, the tight end. He started his career at Indiana, and then he went to Michigan.
So Bears on the clock, and then we got back-to-back Eagles-Niners.
After they traded with one another yesterday.
Let's go, baby. Hey, if you're excited for these picks, we got back-to-back picks here. Hit that thumbs up, like the video. We're having a like battle. Niners is at 245 likes. Eagles, 156. Can we get to 300 on Niners and 200 on Eagles before these picks? Hit that thumbs up if you're excited. First picks of the day for each team. Let's go, baby. Hit that thumbs up icon. Get ready for these picks coming in.
So the Dolphins now, this is crazy, man. They're going to have the fastest running back room in the NFL. So they drafted Jalen Wright, 4.38, 40-yard dash speed. They drafted Devon Achane last year, who was a 4.32 guy. And they have Raheem Mostert, who is one of the fastest players in the NFL.
B-Duck, the Eagles draft Chip for 1 year, $5 million. Sign me up, baby. Sign me up.
I wonder if we can look at Raheem Mostert's combine numbers.
Oh, I'm sure it's out there, yeah.
Let's see if we can find it here. Class of 2015. He ran a 4.34.
Huh. Wow.
All right, Bears pick is in, which means the Eagles are officially on the clock. And oh my. Oh my.
Oh, wow. Our first special teamer taken in the draft. Punters are people too. This is wild because the Bears going into the draft had 4 total picks. They just took a punter. Torrey Taylor, 122 overall.
Wow.
Jake Moody, hold my beer.
4th round. This guy better be an insane punter to take in the 4th. Andrew Nathan's calling his shot. And did the Eagles just trade again? The Eagles just traded again!
Eagles trade again. They really like where they're at. And it didn't really make sense to me because going into today, they had 6 picks? And multiple in the 4th round. 6 or 7 picks today. So they're trading again. Are they just stockpiling picks for next year? Which I like because that's good for business. And it's good to look forward to next year. But I want to see some more players added to the roster.
Oh, wow. So Eagles trade again. They only trade back. Oh, so they're gonna get the Houston Texans pick in the 3rd round. So they're gonna trade down about 5 picks. So they're gonna be picking again in the 3rd still.
Okay.
They still have 2 more picks.
They'll still have 2 4th-round picks. 4th round, right? 4th.
Of our 4th, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, excuse me.
Hey, we get it all mixed up when we're live this long.
It's day 3. Yes, they still have 2 4ths. The full details still, I'm sure they're going to get, maybe they'll pick up a 7th. They don't have a 7th. Maybe they'll pick up a 7th from the Texans. We will see. But with this pick, Houston's moving up and taking Cade Stover, tight end out of Ohio State. As we have another first-time Super Chatter, who I know, I definitely recognize this name.
Jason Chadwick, goddamn, just take Trotter, Howie. Maybe he's moving back to get him at better value while getting a 3rd-round pick for next year. Now, do we know the trade details yet with that deal with Houston?
Let's see. They are still TBD.
Okay. David Estrada is a first time Super Chatter. David Estrada ringing the draft bell for you. And are the first timers getting in on the raffle too?
Yep, all
Awesome.
first timers.
So we'll give away the raffle item at the end of our draft coverage. Still many hours until that happens, but you have to be here to claim it. This is the raffle item for the 49ers report today. We'll sign it, give you a note. And then on Eagles Now, we either have a neon sign that we're going to give away, but the MVP on Eagles Now is going to be able to either pick the neon sign, which I'll put it in front of me because it's blending in with the green screen here, neon Eagles sign, or the football, whatever you want. Sketch announcing the pick for Houston. Sketch getting the people pumped up. He is so funny, bro. So the Texans go Cade Stover, tight end out of Ohio State. We can look at just his scouting player profile. We don't have to go to the Dane Brugler scouting breakdown, but definitely a tough, physical, rugged player. He could definitely break some tackles. Very firm in the run game. Works a lot on the farm. Next-gen stats, overall athleticism score of 76. Definitely a quality athlete, strong hands. Uses his speed to win vertically on seam routes. That's what stands out to me. A good vertical seam player. A little bit undersized for the position at 247, but again, as the NFL game changes, that's fine with me. Shows promise as an inline blocker. Limited ceiling, but a solid tight end too for the jump. And look, remember back in 2017 what happened? The San Francisco 49ers drafted George Kittle in the 5th round in 2017. Oh, I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick for the San Francisco 49ers. And this is a player who they met with at the NFL Scouting Combine, Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest, going to the Niners here at 124 overall. Malik Mustafa is an excellent player. Malik Mustafa to San Francisco here. This is a classic box safety who likes to hit. He grew as a tackler last year. A good run defender. He throws his body around well. The straight line speed, certainly there. He did tear his ACL a few years ago. But last year with Wake Forest, 80 tackles, an interception, 3 pass breakups, 72.1 Pro Football Focus coverage grade. Started his career at Richmond and then transferred to Wake Forest. At his pro day, ran a 4.54 40-yard dash. He was a no-star recruit in the 2020 recruiting class. And I'm pretty sure he did have an ACL injury. Let me just confirm that. He's definitely a little bit smaller at 5'10", but he is 206 pounds, so he's built pretty well. He had FCS offers from Elon, Fordham, Lafayette, Mercer, North Carolina A&T, North Carolina Central, Tennessee Chattanooga, Western Carolina. Also did pick up offers from service academies, Air Force and Army. Those were his only FBS offers. So he signed with Richmond, and then he transferred to Wake Forest. He's played in 39 games throughout his college career, 24 starts. He did have interest from other Power 5 programs like Duke, Louisville, and Washington, but familiar with Wake Forest, committed to them in 2021. You know what I think it is? I think he told me at the NFL Combine that he was coming off a knee injury, but he was 100% healthy. And here are the trade details. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the trade details for the Eagles here. So they traded out of that 1 4th rounder, and they're moving back to 127, and then they get a 2025 5th round pick. And this is on top of them getting that 3rd a little bit earlier, right? The future 3rd. Get to a super chat here. He did suffer a torn ACL. In the bowl game in December 2021, he spent the offseason rehabbing, missed 3 games as a sophomore for Malik Mustafa. So I was right. Jason Chadwick, we did read this out. He said, "Goddamn, Howie, just take Jeremiah Trotter Jr." Second team All-ACC was Malik Mustafa, 80 tackles in 2023.
So Tampa Bay, with number 125, going to take Bucky Irving, running back out of
Bucky
Oregon.
Irving, okay. So a couple of running backs going here in round 4.
So now that means the Lions are on the clock and Eagles on deck, assuming they don't trade out again.
They might.
They might. Maybe they don't like any of the prospects here, man. They just might not like any of the prospects here. And the Lions pick is in, meaning the Eagles will be on the clock. They're going to take Giovanni Manu. I'm not going to show it.
Oh, wow. Giovanni Manu. You can show it.
Yeah, all right.
This is such an under-the-radar prospect that he doesn't even have a picture in our database. An offensive tackle out of British Columbia.
That's funny. Eagles on the clock.
Eagles on the clock.
All right, Eagles fans. Who should the Eagles draft? Jeremiah Trotter Jr. still there.
Let's see. Was Mustafa a team captain? I think he was. Two-year starter. He played a hybrid safety position on 3rd downs. Good tackler. I think he has special teams ability.
Oh, wow. Some NBA news real quick, Chase.
Damn.
Damian Lillard, yeah.
I saw something about an Achilles.
Yeah, so remember we were watching that? He got, like, stepped on. So apparently he had a sore Achilles after their last game of the season coming in. Re-aggravated his Achilles injury. His status is in jeopardy for the rest of the series now.
Jeez.
So the Bucks are in trouble. Already down 2-1.
Wow. That's crazy. So for those of you who are watching the 49ers report, and some of you are asking about Talanoa Hufanga, I'm not sure. Final year of his rookie deal. We know that the Niners were looking for safety help throughout free agency. They had Jair Brown. The future status of Tashawn Gibson up in the air on whether or not he's going to retire or keep playing. And Malik Mustafa is a player who does play in the box a lot and had a hybrid role on third downs. So we'll go in further detail on this selection here. We do have to wait to see what this Eagles pick is. And we're going to pair the Malik Mustafa pick with another Niners pick, I think, coming up.
Yeah, end of the fourth right there. Last pick of the fourth.
Yeah, unless we could go Mustafa single, Philly hybrid, and then another Niners. But let's look at the draft order here, which is, of course, all messed up now. They go 124, 135, then not again until 173. We could do Mustafa after the Eagles here and then pair the Eagles.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send that into production.
People are
here.
saying the Eagles just took Will Shipley.
Oh, there was some chatter there.
I haven't seen that yet. Also, very weird. There's a reported trade. Or no, the Lions traded for the pick. Never mind.
Do people want the Eagles to take Will Shipley, maybe?
I love Will Shipley, Clemson guy. Where are y'all seeing this?
He's like a poor man's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, you can catch the ball out of the backfield. Where are y'all seeing this? Oh, yeah. Eagles going to go Will Shipley. Let's go!
Wow. So I thought a running back was definitely in play. Yes, we can outdoors. He's back, my man. 3 days not missing a beat. Y'all animals, by the way. Eagles smell like dirty belly buttons. The belly button, a very underrated thing that you have to clean. Girlfriend Kira would always tell me that. Got to clean the belly button. So Will Shipley to the Eagles here. Am I right? Kind of a poor man's Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, he's definitely, he's not a big bruiser. He's never going to be a true number one bell cow or anything like that. But, man, he's a very, very talented player. He was a very highly touted recruit coming out of high school, and he can catch the ball out of the backfield. Very good in the return game as well.
Yep.
Did deal with some injuries, but he was always very, very solid at Clemson, man. I'm telling you, he succeeded Travis Etienne at Clemson and didn't quite match what Etienne did. But, man, Will Shipley is a good player. He's a good player.
Will Shipley, 5'11", 206. He was a 5-star recruit. Only a 3-year college player, so he declared a little bit early. He did not run at the NFL Combine because of a left knee injury, but then he did run at his pro day. Sometimes those numbers can be a little bit juiced. A 4.45, 40-yard dash. Really balanced athlete with really good vision. There was a play that I saw where he hurdled a defender, stayed on his feet, and then kind of took off along the sideline. Good slide, good wiggle. For the Eagles, I thought that it was important for them to get a backup running back behind Saquon Barkley just because Kenny Gainwell's in the final year of his deal. And this is another player that gives you depth. He's another offensive weapon. Honestly, I think that he can get snaps as a third down player who could catch the ball out of the backfield In 2023, he had 167 carries, 827 yards, 5 yards per carry, 12 games, 8 starts. He also added 31 catches, 244 yards, and 2 touchdowns. His 2022 campaign, he really started to turn some heads. He ran for nearly 1,200 yards and 15 touchdowns. Also caught 38 balls for 242 yards. So he's a dual threat running back who can impact the game in a variety of ways. Yep. So this is a really interesting pick for the Eagles. Giovanni Manu, as we're way ahead of the draft board here, going to the Detroit Lions at 126. We're already at 128. This is why you subscribe. This is why you watch. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Cool. He also has return ability, does Shipley, as a kick returner. And Daniel Jeremiah is talking about him right now. All ACC honorable mention in 2023. Excellent 2022. Niners just traded their pick. So we have another trade. They traded up. Okay, so San Francisco trading up here to 129, I believe. We've had a spike in our Eagles audience. We're live on Eagles now. We're live on the Niners report. So we're in a little bit of a standstill here because there's all these picks coming in for the Eagles and the Niners. We're going to talk about Will Shipley in depth. But Philadelphia is picking again at 132. So we're going to talk Shipley and their pick at 132 and pair those. But we're also going to discuss Malik Mustafa and the Niners pick after San Francisco just traded up. So stay tuned. We appreciate everybody for being here and all of the patience. Definitely gets a little bit crazy here on the show. There's no doubt about that. We do owe a beer boot, too, for all of the $100 super chats that came in. We got a couple super chats that we can actually hit right now. The beer boot ready to rock right here. We'll take that down. Paul C. What's up, Paul? Good to see you, man. Hey, Paul, can you hit me up on Instagram or via email to let me know what jersey you want for the March jersey winner? Please let me know. Trotter or Rice, I could see it. I could see it. You got Will Shipley, I think wide receiver 3, definitely a need for Philadelphia. You're coming up here at 132. Brendan Rice at the end of the 4th, I think would be excellent value. Had 12 touchdowns last year as one of the go-to offensive options. For Caleb Williams, this is a great pick for the Niners. This is a great pick for the Niners, and I had Isaac Guerendo to the Niners in a couple of my mock drafts. The Niners just got a burner at the running back spot in Isaac Guerendo. Now, he started his career at Wisconsin. He transferred to Louisville. He is 6 foot, 221 pounds, who ran a 4.3 40-yard dash. And it was a 4.33 40-yard dash. Really interesting player. So the Eagles go Will Shipley. The Niners go Isaac Guerendo. He's a home run threat. Man, draft is getting crazy here. This is part of the beauty of day 3. There's so many trades. The picks go off the board really quickly. And there's just so much action. Okay, so should we go Malik Mustafa, Isaac Guerendo, and Niners pick probably? All 3 at once? And then we'll pair the Eagles too with Will Shipley. And then we have a little bit of a break, right, for both of the squads. Let's show people the Super Chat menu here. We have a great audience right now working on both of the channels. Absolutely awesome to see. We have $221 in Super Chats on the Niners report, $145 on Eagles Now. $10 gets you a raffle ticket on Eagles Now. The MVP, largest individual Super Chat, either going to get the football or the Eagles neon light sign. For the Niners, raffle item is the Man Cave sign. The MVP item is a Deebo Samuel autographed jersey now that he's going to stay with the Niners most likely. Number to beat there, $100. $20 will spin the wheel. $50 you can make us drink. Every 100 is a beer boot. So we're ahead of the broadcast here. The Niners went Isaac Guerendo, 129 overall. Guerendo is a player who's built really well at 6 foot, 221 pounds, and he is extremely fast. I saw him at the NFL Combine. And, you know, they're in the cutoff and they're in the tights. He is a stacked athlete. Muscular build, especially in the lower half. Runs through low tackle attempts. So he's certainly physical. High sprinting and long jump state champion, which reflected on the tape. He was a backup running back at Louisville, but certainly made the most of his opportunities and still had really, really good production. 132 carries, 810 yards, 11 touchdowns. I'm so intrigued with the size-speed combination here of being 221 with the 4.3 40.
I see some people asking for the Niners trade details. We still don't know.
Still not sure what the Niners trade details are. Guerendo doesn't really have a solid body of work. He has suffered from some hamstring injuries. But the build, the explosiveness, he's a good blocker. He can receive the ball too. 22 catches and 17 catches the last 2 years. And he had 22 catches for 234 yards in 2023. One cut, outside zone scheme running back. So a good scheme fit for Shanahan here. I think that he can challenge for RB2 snaps as a rookie. I really do. And a player who puts Elijah Mitchell on the hot seat to a certain degree. So waiting to see what this Eagles pick is at 132, and then we'll start really doing some damage here on the show.
Ravens took TJ Tampa.
TJ Tampa to Baltimore. TJ Tampa's a really good player. Some people had a second, third round grade on him. He goes all the way at the back end of round 4. And I always like how a quality organization takes a player with a lot of ability like this. TJ Tampa's a dog.
Dog. And another good pick for the Chiefs here as well.
Oh, is this the Travis Kelce replacement for Kansas City? This is a player who I like to the Niners as a George Kittle replacement down the road in Jared Wiley. He transferred out of Texas because Jatavion Sanders is there, and he goes to TCU. Big body, ran a 4.6 at 6'5", 250. He had an 80-yard touchdown against Baylor, has really good getaway speed, and was an excellent red zone target. I believe he had 10 touchdowns in the red zone, did Jared Wiley for TCU. Now, he doesn't have a lot of production. 1 year of really good production. It came in 2023, but he's a seam stretcher. And I'll tell you this, Andy Reid is going to get him on the field to play alongside Travis Kelce. Did the Eagles trade again? I think the Eagles traded again. Kansas City is crushing this draft.
So we haven't heard anything? Yeah, now here it is. Eagles just traded out of this pick with the Lions. They traded out again. Oh my goodness. So, Sam said someone tell Howie to relax. So still waiting on the full trade details for the Niners, trading up with the Jets to get Garendo. But now the Eagles have traded out of 132, sending that pick to the Lions. Obviously still waiting on those trade details as well. So after all this, they only draft one player.
David, don't call me Zach Ertz said, if they don't pick this time, I'm gone. Don't go anywhere. Romeo, he said, I'm with you, David. Romeo, don't go anywhere.
No.
Romeo said, F me, Howie. And we have people here at Chat Sports, our producers, who are putting together all the graphics and stuff, saying, Howie's got to chill. Howie Roseman's got to chill. All right, should we just do the beer boot here? We'll just do the beer boot then.
Hey, why not?
We'll do the beer boot. So much action happening, and we got some action here at the boot. Here we go.
Everyone type chug in the chat, baby. Type chug in the chat. A beer boot at 12:41 p.m. Chug, 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 chug. Let's go, baby. Words of wisdom. Mike Rizzo, Debo Prod, all type in chug. Carol Hosey. Woo.
Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Let's have a day 3 of the draft. We're getting crazy. We're going wild. And don't worry, we're going to break all these picks down as soon as we know what the draft board is. Here's the trade alert for the Eagles move here. Lions receive a 4th, 132, 6th round pick at 210. Eagles go back to the 5th round at 164, a 6th round pick at 201, and then a 2025 4th. So Philadelphia today has picked up a 2025 3rd and a 2025 4th. A lot of future draft capital right there. Trip Aces, I hope that's apple juice. It's a beer boot, baby. I was never an apple juice kid growing up. Were you?
I love apple juice.
You liked apple juice growing up?
I hate orange juice.
I was never really a big apple juice guy.
We still are waiting for the trade details in the Niners trade.
Yeah, Niners made a trade too, but they're soon to be on the clock here. Lions pick us in at 132, then it's Chiefs at 133, Jets at 134, Niners at 135, final pick in the 4th here. Orange juice is fire. Yes, we can outdoors. Yes, we can outdoors. I checked out the IG last night because I saw you tag me in your story. Some good content there on the Instagram profile. If I'm ever out your way, Let's go on a hike, man. Would love to do that. I'm a big hiker. Love working out. Love going on runs. So let's rock. Oh, I thought this could be a Niners target a little bit later. Sione Vaki is one of the more fascinating players in this draft. He played running back and safety at Utah and only played, I think, 2 years of college football because he was on a missions trip. He's a NorCal guy, did visit with the Niners in the pre-draft process, met with them at the scouting combine. I thought he was more of a late-round player, but the Lions like him enough to take him in round 4. The safety out of Washington State. This is an underrated safety class, I think, especially with some day 2, day 3 players. Nah, I'm good. Yeah. Got some stomach issues today for show. So a couple of really intriguing picks for the Niners. Malik Mustafa, Isaac Guerendo. I like what they've done in this draft, building some of their depth. I do have to say that.
And now the Jets taking Wisconsin running back Braylon Allen will put the Niners on the clock. And then we'll have a little break here. We'll be able to break down all the picks, all 3 picks for the Niners, and then the pick of my boy Will Shipley for the Birds.
And in case you're just joining us, we're going to talk about Mustafa, the safety, box player at Wake Forest. Really good compact athlete. He's a little bit smaller, but plays with this fierce competitive level that he has a lot of versatility to his game. A hybrid player on third downs. Was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school, was Malik Mustafa. He went to the Niners at 124. The Niners get maybe a RB2 in Isaac Guerendo, who I think is going to challenge Elijah Mitchell for RB2 snaps. 6 foot 221, so a big athlete, strong in the lower body. 4.33 40-yard dash, a good scheme fit as a one-cut outside zone runner. And then we'll see what the Niners do as they are on the clock.
Oh, wow. You see this from Petey?
How about the Eagles' 2025 draft picks here? We have a new breakdown of the list. They have their own in the first, own in the second, own in the third, Miami's third, own in the fourth, own in the fifth, Texans in the 5th round, and then 2 7th rounders. And the Niners pick is incoming.
Woo. What have we got in the trade? So the Eagles traded down from 120, traded out of 120, got a 3rd next year from Miami. Then they traded out of 123, traded down to 127, and got a 5th next year. They picked Will Shipley with that pick. And then they just traded out of 132, also gave up number 210, got 164 in the 5th round, got number 201 in the 6th round, and then a 4th next year from Detroit. Waiting here on the Niners selection. Oh, interesting. Dennis says maybe their Eagles are worried that they're going to get a tampering violation next year and might get some picks.
That's actually a great thought for their pursuit of Saquon Barkley. We can go Niners first. Yep. The Eagles also have a shit ton of cap space for 2025. $28.5 million. $28.5 million. So again, Howie Roseman making a lot of moves today, and a lot of people in the chat on Eagles Now are like, come on, Howie, what are you doing? But this is what he's doing. He's compiling 2025 draft capital, first round pick, second round pick, third round pick their own, a Miami third, fourth round, fifth round own, fifth round from the Texans, seventh from the Broncos, seventh from the Saints. 700 people watching live on the 49ers Report. Don't forget to hit that sub button and subscribe for daily and year-round coverage of the Niners. That's informative, entertaining, and insightful. We're about to discuss 3 draft selections for the Niners as their pick is in. And then for those of you watching on Eagles Now, we're going to talk about Will Shipley. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not seeing yet. Do we have it? All right. So the Niners go wide receiver in round 4, 135 overall. They do not draft Brendan Rice. I wonder why he's slipping down draft boards. Jacob Cowing, round 4, 135, the wide receiver out of Arizona. And I know that a lot of people want to see the Niners continue to go within the family. They're planning for the future here at the wide receiver spot. He had 13 receiving touchdowns in 2023. That was a school record. He is a slot operator. 5'8", 168 pounds. He ran a 4.38 40-yard dash. No, Garendo, Mustafa, and then this one, Jacob Cowing. $135, right? You want to go L3 selections? Is that what we can do? Yep. So Jacob Cowing is certainly an interesting player. He was another one of the popular picks amongst some of the draft nerds on 49ers Twitter. Certainly a player that caught my eye. This Niners wide receiver room is really, really fascinating here. I think Danny Gray is going to get cut. And it's going to be a really good competition at the wide receiver spot for San Francisco. All right, so coming up here on the 49ers Report, we have 3 selections that we're going to talk about. Malik Mustafa, Isaac Garendo, Jacob Cowing. 700 people watching live. Don't forget to subscribe. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. KV, not going to lie, this draft sucks. I don't hate it, actually. The Pearsall pick was a head scratcher. I like what they've done day 2, day 3. Let's talk more about it here. 3 picks to talk about on the 49ers Report. On Eagles Now, stay with us. We'll talk about Will Shipley coming up as Howie Roseman making a lot of moves and trading out of picks. Day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft is well underway, and San Francisco has been very, very busy. Coming up on the 49ers Report by Chat Sports, I'm Chase Sr. Appreciate all of you for joining us and tuning in for all of our draft coverage. Don't forget to subscribe because I think our draft coverage has been fantastic. We have 3 round 4 selections to talk about for San Francisco. And I know that for a lot of you who watch the show, the Ricky Pearsall pick in round 1, a little bit of a head scratcher. I like what the Niners have done day 2, day 3, drafting some intriguing players, adding some really good depth, and they're bringing in a lot of fierce competitors and some players who are good depth pieces. And I thought last year, depth was a little bit of an issue. Let's first start off with their round 4 selection at 124 overall. That's Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest. Niners on the board 5 picks later, and they go with running back Isaac Guerendo out of Louisville, who has a lot of size and 4.3 40-yard dash speed. And then the third selection here that we're going to discuss in detail is another wide receiver, Jacob Cowing, wide receiver out of Arizona, who had 13 touchdowns in 2023, is only 5'8", operates out of the slot, but also is another burner here with 4.3 40-yard dash speed. So San Francisco adding a lot of speed and athleticism to the offensive side, but Malik Mustafa is a player who's also an intriguing athlete. Let's start off with talking about the newest member on the defensive side of the football in Mustafa. Pretty cool story here for him. He was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school. He originally committed to go to Richmond. He spent 1 season there, and then he transferred to Wake Forest. A 2-year starter the last 2 years for Wake Forest. He's a classic box safety who plays with this competitive fire and physicality that Niner fans are really going to like. Not afraid to lay a hit, really physical. He grew as a tackler this past year. On third downs, he was used in a variety of roles for that Wake Forest defense. Very good run defender who could play in the box, slot, hybrid linebacker, really good range and ball skills on the back end. He will throw his body around and has a lot of straight line speed. He did suffer a torn ACL a couple of years ago in December, but then recovered from that injury and has shown no ill effects of that. The Athletic's Dane Brugler with the scouting profile on Mustafa, in addition to my scouting analysis here, doesn't have the tape of an instinctive ball hawk, but I think he is an instinctive ball hawk who does have some ability there and is a little bit underrated in that regard. He is a passionate competitor with outstanding range versus the run, disciplined movements in coverage. He should shine on special teams coverages in the NFL and will push for defensive snaps early. Brugler had a 3rd-round grade on Mustafa. He falls to the Niners here in the 4th round. A look at his numbers. In 2023, 80 tackles, a pick, 3 pass breakups, and a Pro Football Focus coverage grade of 72.1. Now, a question that comes to mind for me, what does this mean for Talanoa Hufanga? I'm not sure, because you have Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, who both thrive with playing in the box. Talanoa Hufanga thrives with playing in the box. At the very least, there is a clear plan for San Francisco here looking ahead. They have now drafted 3 players in the first 2 days who are 5-year players and a 6-year player. And they're looking ahead at all of their cornerbacks being free agents going into 2025. They're looking ahead at Aaron Banks being a free agent. That's why they selected Dominic Puny. And now they're looking at Talanoa Hufanga being a free agent and the future of the wide receiver room being in somewhat question. And they're just planning for the future by compiling some players here who are very experienced, who have played a lot of college football, who could contribute right away. They could redshirt. They could compete for special team snaps in year one, but maybe be cost-controlled options in 2025 as a Brandon Ayuk contract extension might start to set in, as a Brock Purdy contract extension begins to set in, because this could be the final year of his rookie deal. So good organizations, good teams always plan ahead. Good businesses plan ahead. They have flexibility. What the Niners are doing here, they're compiling options. They're compiling depth with a lot of intriguing prospects who have played a lot of football and could be depended upon in 2024 or in 2025. And they just have the foresight here. Plenty more to get to. 2 picks to break down. Malik Mustafa, check. Jacob Cowing, Isaac Guerendo coming up. This is why you subscribe to the show. This here is your home for all things Niners draft content. All the latest news and rumors and more on top of that. Please hit that sub button. We just surpassed 132,000 subscribers. Let's continue to grow the Niner Empire here at Chat Sports. Got to give a shout out to our sponsor. That is Game Time, the only ticketing app that I use. They're not going to hit you with a bunch of outrageous fees at checkout like other ticketing apps do, and they act as though they're pirates. With the Game Time app, you choose the all-in pricing option so you don't get hit with those fees, and they specialize in last-minute tickets. Best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. Prices drop as the event gets closer. Download the Game Time app. Get $20 off using the code CHATSPORTS, and you can go to a sporting event, San Francisco Giants game, Niners game in the fall. But also on top of that, it's not just for sports. And I love sports. I've wanted to be a sports broadcaster since I was 5 years old. I do have other interests, though, outside of the grind of being in front of the camera, throwing on this headset. I love music, really do. Love comedy. Like going to some shows from time to time as far as art and theater. You can find tickets for that as well on the Game Time app. Download it today. Use the code CHATSPORTS. You can see the view from your seat before you buy so that when you arrive, you know what to anticipate and what you're getting yourselves into, and you can form these memories, which I think are awesome, because sports bring people together and save money in the process. Now let's talk about Isaac Guerendo, a very intriguing prospect here for San Francisco as well on day 3. Guerendo is a player who was not RB1 for Louisville this past year, but made the most of his opportunities, was a Wisconsin transfer, but I think that he can end up being an impactful pro player, and maybe more of an impactful pro player as compared to him being a collegiate player. The size-speed combination is what is so fascinating to me for Isaac Guerendo. And what Kyle Shanahan's really going to like. One-cut runner, outside zone scheme fit, a really good pass blocker too. So in pass protection, you can rely upon him, and that's what the Niners have not been able to do with a player like Jordan Mason. Now, Guerendo is a little bit older. He's 24 years old, so older prospect with limited production, in part because of injuries. A lot of hamstring ailments, but a state champion runner and a track star at the high school level, among the best athletes in this class. The vision needs some work, but does have that one-cut ability. Sometimes he's a little bit too patient, but here's where I get excited, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about a running back coming to the Bay who is 6 feet tall, 221 pounds, who ran a 4.3 40-yard dash. This is a home run threat here. Brugler, with the scouting breakdown on him, doesn't have an impressive body of work, but his build, explosiveness, ability on passing downs, blocking and receiving suggest his NFL resume will far outshine what he did in college if he could stay healthy. And you have a player in Elijah Mitchell who's been very productive as a late-round pick out of Louisiana, but he's been so injured all the time. And because of that, I think his body's taken a little bit of a toll. You have a coaching staff that doesn't have a lot of trust in Jordan Mason, but I like the physicality that he brings to the table. And nobody's going to unseat Christian McCaffrey this year. You do have to start to plan ahead at the running back spot because of the workload for McCaffrey, the price tag. He's under contract for the next 2 years. But let's be realistic. Sometimes running backs break down. And you need a viable backup running back for a back in Christian McCaffrey, who had 2,000 all-purpose yards, led the NFL in touches. You're not sure what the health status is going to be. And you don't know what the health status is of Elijah Mitchell. So you want to be able to have a couple of different options here at that backup running back spot. It was an underrated need for San Francisco. And for me, I had the Niners in a couple of my mock drafts targeting a player like Malik Mustafa, going with an Isaac Guerendo. And as far as the receiving options for Guerendo, last 2 years, 22 catches, 17 catches, 115 yards, 234 yards this past year. His first career start came in the bowl game. But again, the trajectory and the arrow pointing up for him. And now you have Jacob Cowing. Jacob Cowing, another receiver drafted by San Francisco here. And what does this mean for the receiver room? Again, Niners planning ahead for a future without Juwan Jennings maybe, and a future maybe without Deebo Samuel in 2025, maybe without Brandon Ayuk in 2025. It's always an option that Ayuk plays under the fifth-year option, and then the Niners do their assessing this year and their scouting, and then they think about this position once again next offseason. Now, I think Ayuk should be a building block of this team, but you draft Ricky Pearsall, you draft Jacob Cowing, at the very least, Danny Gray, you're on the hot seat as a former third-round pick. And elsewhere in that receiver room, Trent Taylor, you have return ability, but not a shoo-in to make this roster. You have a player in Chris Conley who's a very good special teams player, but is limited as a wideout. And by getting Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, I think they're both slot options, but you got to put trust in Kyle Shanahan that he's going to be able to find ways to get these players the football. And when Cowing has had his hands on the football, he's caused a lot of havoc for opposing defenses. Started his career at UTEP. He's 23 years old, so another older-ish prospect. But look at the production that Cowing has been able to put together. Last year at UTEP in 2021, 1,300 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns. In 2022, more than 1,000 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns. And this past year, for an Arizona team that was one of the more sneaky, high-level teams in college football, 848 catches, 13 touchdowns. I believe that set a school record. And this is a player who's 5'8", so you're not going to put him on the outside, but ran a 4.38 40-yard dash and was a touchdown machine. The touchdown production here is crazy. 3 touchdowns in his first 2 years at the college level, 7 in back-to-back years, and then 13 this past year. He was the bowl game offensive MVP. He's an explosive athlete with track speed, agile footwork. He can cause a lot of mismatches in that way. He can really accelerate off the line, and that allows him to beat some of the press man jam coverage at the line of scrimmage. The weaknesses here for his game, he has fumbled a little bit. You expected to see a little bit more make you miss on tape, but he does have that speed to pull away from defenders. He has somewhat average NFL play strength. The arms are extremely short, 29.25 inches. So you're going to have to fit the ball into tight windows. But you're catering here to Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing. They live in the middle area. George Kittle, middle area of the field. Now, Purdy has shown he can throw the ball outside of the numbers. He can take the top off of the defense. But he throws with such great timing, accuracy, and anticipation between the numbers and between the hashes, and Cowing, Pearsall, they can make guys miss, and they can cause a lot of issues in the middle area of the field, and those are the strengths for Brock Purdy. Another thought here that comes to mind. You extend Brock Purdy, and you give him a fat deal if he plays in 2024 like he did in 2023. You now have Ricky Pearsall on a rookie deal, Jacob Cowing on a rookie deal, and you have some cost-controlled assets and good weapons for Purdy, catering to his strengths. So 3 picks there in the 4th round for San Francisco. Who should the Niners draft next? Let me know down in the comment section. As always, thank you so much for your support of the show. I hope today you were informed, and if you were, type real one. 3 picks. I enjoyed that breakdown. The Vegas Viking wants to see a tight end. Angela G is a real one, and that's coming in on Eagles Now. She liked the Niners breakdowns. Love it. Shift gears to Will Shipley. Now we're going to do some Eagles talk with Will Shipley. We appreciate everybody's patience here. $50 super chat, I'm shotgunning. It's been a little while since we got a super chat in. Can we end that little dry spot? And obviously a super puts you in the running for the raffle items. Super Chat MVP leaderboard. A tie for 50 between Romeo and Dennis on Eagles. And then Romeo sent in the $100 Super Chat for the Deebo Samuel jersey. Yes, we can outdoors. Y'all have enough beer stockpiled? You should see what our kitchen looks like. Cases and cases of beer and Happy Dad. Nobody's drinking the Bud Light, though, still. But Chip and I, we've been crushing Happy Dads. After this weekend, I don't need a Happy Dad for a while. Dude, this is hilarious. Jeff McClain of the Philadelphia Inquirer on Cooper DeJean's introductory press conference call asked him this question. As you know, there have not been many white cornerbacks drafted. How do you think that impacts your ability to play? DeJean's like, hey, if they put me there, I'm ready, man. That is awesome. I loved it. I love it. Because that is a question on people's mind. And your job as a journalist is to provide that level of analysis. All right. 1 pick here, right? Yeah. Just Shipley here. Yeah. All right. Talking Will Shipley here on Eagles Now. And for that Niners, let me just work on that. I want to send a message. All right, Will Shipley to the Eagles. Very interesting pick here for the Birds at a position that I thought was a little bit of an underrated need. And Howie Roseman's certainly been busy. Day 3 of the draft. Let's do it. Welcome into Philadelphia Eagles Now by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. Day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft is well in motion. Howie Roseman has been extremely busy here in round 4, making a lot of moves, stockpiling a bevy of picks for the 2025 NFL Draft. And in the process, in round 4, at 127 overall, Roseman makes a fascinating selection in Clemson running back Will Shipley. Now, going into the draft, I thought that the running back spot behind Saquon Barkley was a sneaky need for Philadelphia. I think the Eagles here went with the best player available. They're getting yet another weapon on this Eagles offense. As you look ahead, you need another backup running back behind Saquon Barkley. You have Kenneth Gainwell, and the Eagles certainly trust him as a player who they drafted high out of Memphis, who has been a productive player. They utilize him on third downs and catching the ball out of the backfield. They also really trust him being a pass blocker. But he is entering the final year of his contract, so you have to start to look ahead a little bit. And Saquon Barkley, terrific athlete. We know about the ability. Home run hitter. The resume speaks for itself. He does have a little bit of an injury history, though. And that contract, it's a 2-year deal pretty much. $26 million in guaranteed money, $13 million per year. But he does have that injury history, and you don't want to really drive him into the ground game in, game out, and you want that change of pace back. And you want a different look. And you want to stockpile your squad with as many talented players as possible. And Philadelphia is doing that here with Will Shipley. And a player comp, he is kind of a poor man's Christian McCaffrey. He has good vision, good patience. He can make people miss. He's a really good threat in catching the ball out of the backfield. As a red zone weapon, you can line him up out of the slot. He is very similar size to Christian McCaffrey as well. This is an explosive athlete with really impressive burst who's making his way to Philadelphia. 3 years of fairly consistent production, especially on third down. And Saquon Barkley is a third down playmaker because of the dual threat nature to his game and the versatility that he has. But you're just forcing defenses to defend you in a multitude of ways, and you are stretching the field here with the composition of this roster from sideline to sideline, east-west, but also up and down and vertically with all of the weapons on this team. Now, Will Shipley is a major liability in pass protection. He needs to correct his fumbling issues. He does have kick return ability, and Boston Scott, he handled a lot of those abilities for Philadelphia last year, and it's an area where I think the Eagles need to get a little bit better and just a little bit more explosive. And maybe Will Shipley is going to be able to fulfill those duties as a rookie. But if you put the pill on the carpet and you fumble the football a lot, you're going to get your ass benched. So the pass protection issues, the turnover issues, some concerns. But there are a lot of strengths with this player. And a lot of people should be excited about this pick and the value of it at 127 after Howie Roseman moved back a couple of spots. Before we do a deep dive into Will Shipley, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have discussed every single selection that the Eagles have made throughout draft weekend. We're going to continue to do that. Draft grades to come as well. Mock drafts. We try to provide you with as informative, entertaining, insightful analysis as possible. And that analysis is coming up right around the corner. First, got to give a shout out and pay our bills. Thanks to our sponsor, Game Time. Best ticketing app, the only ticketing app that I use. In fact, make sure when you download the Game Time app, you filter to all-in pricing. Because when you do that, they're not going to hit you with the outrageous fees at checkout like some of the other fraudulent ticketing apps do, where you think that you're getting a great deal, and then you go to checkout, and those $50 tickets turn into $150 tickets. How many times has that happened to you? It's happened to me a lot. That's why I flushed those apps down the toilet. I deleted them off my phone, and the only one that I have is the Game Time app. I'm also a very busy guy covering the NFL draft, covering the NBA. We're always hustling. We're content creators here at Chat Sports. So sometimes I don't know what I'm doing on the weekend because I got to catch my breath. I got to find my footing, but I love to go to sporting events, and I make those decisions at the last moment Phillies games, Sixers games. Love to go to them. But with the Game Time app, they specialize in last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed. Phillies games, a hot ticket right now is the Phils, the Fightins. Red hot right now. Philadelphia 76ers, New York Knicks, Game 4 on Sunday, Wells Fargo Center. That atmosphere, as the Sixers look to tie up that series at 2-2, is going to be electric after Joel Embiid dropped a 50-burger on Thursday night to make that series 2-1. $20 off. Use the code CHATSPORTS. If you don't like to go to a sporting event, I don't know why you're watching the show, but also you can go to a concert, comedy show, theater event. Game Time has it all. $20 off. Code CHATSPORTS. In this drafting of Will Shipley, Philadelphia trading back. They've had all these picks here in this fourth round and in day 3 that they've slid back. And in the process, they've compiled selections for 2025. And before we get to Will Shipley, how about what Howie Roseman is doing right now? And what he's done in this draft? What if I told you at the start of this draft, before the draft started, that Philadelphia would come away with both Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean? You would have said I'm crazy. And what if I told you this? The looking ahead to next year, the Eagles' draft capital and cap situation is in a tremendous spot. A look at the Eagles' 2025 picks before we get to Shipley. They have their own picks in the first, second, third round. They traded with Miami today to get Miami's third. They have their own picks in the fourth and the fifth, the Texans' fifth, the Broncos' seventh, and the Saints' seventh. Philadelphia is also projected right now, and obviously this is fluid, to have $28.5 million in cap space in 2025, despite all of the big contracts they have handed out. Howie Roseman is a cap financial genius. I might ask him to take over my financial portfolio because I might become rich if Howie Roseman is controlling that. It's crazy what the Eagles are doing here, setting themselves up for success now and in the future. Getting back to Shipley here. Really broke out onto the scene in 2022 when he had a great year. He's a junior, a younger player who's declaring after his junior year. He was a 5-star recruit and the number 2 running back in the 2021 recruiting class behind Travion Henderson. So a great get for Dabo Swinney. He goes to Clemson, freshman campaign, plays 10 games, 5 starts, was a second-team freshman All-American, led the team in rushing with 149 carries, 739 yards as a true freshman, 11 touchdowns. He also caught 16 passes, 116 yards. Year 2 started to turn some heads on the NFL draft radar, and he was on the NFL draft radar because he was a 5-star recruit. But what he did as a sophomore was impressive. An elusive player who was highly productive. 210 carries, nearly 1,200 rushing yards, 5.5 yards per carry, 15 touchdowns, and he added 38 catches for 242 yards. So he really can make plays happen as a runner, but also as a pass catcher out of the backfield, and you can line him up out of the slot. And then this past year, struggled a little bit with an injury, right? Didn't he have like an ankle injury to start the year? Producer Chip went to Clemson, diehard fan, of course. Had 167 totes, 827 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Balanced. I like the vision. A little bit undersized, but 5'11", 206, 4.45, 40-yard dash speed. He did not run at the combine because he had a left knee injury on top of the ankle that he had during the year. He's at his best in the screen game. What does Philadelphia like to do? Utilize the screen game. I think that they can do more of that with quarterback Jalen Hurts, and they got away from that last year. And I thought that was a huge issue with the play calling from Brian Johnson, because what does the screen game do? It gives your quarterback an easy completion. You rely on the strength of your offensive line, which is very athletic, and they like to get downfield in space. They also like to play a little bit of bully ball. It helps your quarterback find a rhythm with those easy completions, but also it's an easy play to pick up a chunk. So now you have 2 backs in Saquon and in Will Shipley, who I think that you can use both on the field at the same time, who can both go out on wheels. One can be a running threat. One can be a receiving threat. They could both also line up in the slot too. And there was a play that I saw from Will Shipley in which he's running downfield, hurdles a defender, stays on his feet, maintains that balance and composure, and then continues to jet and accelerate up the sideline. Definitely has the mentality of an early down grinder, but again, he might not play a lot on early downs, at least early, because of the breakdowns in pass protection. And because of that lack of size, sometimes he can get a little bit run over. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say about him. Shipley only has average size, but runs with controlled athleticism, a competitive urgency in all areas of his game. Though he has the mentality of an early down grinder, the versatile skills fit best in a third down role and on special teams. So Will Shipley here to Philadelphia. Howie Roseman getting another weapon. I still want to see the Eagles take a wide receiver, and there are good wide receivers on the board for Philadelphia, and they still have some good draft picks at their disposal here that they can use maybe at that spot. Offensive line depth. They went with the surprise edge rusher and Jalyx Hunt. Could you go backup defensive tackle? You know, you're good at corner. You're good at safety. Linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., I believe, still on the board as of this recording. Brendan Rice still on the board too, I believe, if you want to go wide out. Who should the Eagles draft next? Drop those names down in the comment section. Hope you've all enjoyed our draft coverage. I certainly have here, being the host of this show.
Look at that. That's what we do, baby. Breaking it all down.
They call us the Cut Daddies. Type Cut Daddies in the chat. Cut Daddies in the chat. That's what they call us out on the YouTube streets. Chip gonna go get his food, and then we'll get caught up on those super chats. Don't you worry. Plenty of super chats to get to. Fred Justin said, do another shot. How about I do a shotgun for all of the people out there? Angela G and Messiah saying, cut daddies. William Roberts and Yes We Can Outdoors. Good stuff right there. We'll also get you caught up on all of the picks that have happened too. My guy, Mike Blanda. Yes, we can outdoors. Outside of LA is where you're at. All right. Thousand Oaks, Chatsworth, Woodland Hills. Back in the summer of 2014, I drove from Philly to Los Angeles, and I stayed in like the Hollywood Brentwood area. Or no, Hollywood Glendale, I think it was. If those are close to one another, I'm pretty sure that's right. Really good summer, and I did some hikes. I went to the Hollywood sign. That was such a cool hike. Overlook of Los Angeles. Basically had to do some rock climbing in order to get there. And then I did some rock climbing to a swimming hole in Malibu. And then I went to another swimming hole in another place. I forget where it was, but it was dope. So beautiful out there. State income tax is crazy. Expenses are crazy. But if you like the outdoors, modest temperatures year-round, that area is great. I'll hit you up if I'm ever in that area, man. what I kind of want to do this summer, I might pitch us to the bosses. And maybe we can get a super chat campaign going to get it in motion. I would love to drive from here in Dallas to San Francisco for some training camp practices. And I stop in New Mexico, Arizona, LA, and then drive up the Pacific Coast Highway to San Francisco. I'm from Philly, so I've been to training camp at some Eagles practices. But going out to the West Coast, I've been to LA, been to Cali. My dad used to live in Redondo Beach. I've never been to NorCal, though. Emmanuel Henderson, $20 super chat. Eagles are killing me by trading out. Are the Eagles stockpiling picks for next year just in case the Niners are found guilty, or Eagles, of illegal tampering? That is a great point. They could be worried about that the NFL is going to try to dock them of some picks because of the Saquon Barkley pursuit and NFL free agency. Adam Schefter had reported in the lead up to the draft that maybe the Eagles were going to get docked for this draft, for the draft capital, as well as Atlanta. But the NFL did not come down with that decision. And could it be next year? I think you should legalize tampering. But Emmanuel, to answer your question here, I tweeted this out. This is what the Eagles have as far as their draft capital for next year. Their own picks in the first, second, and third round. Miami's in a third. Own in the fourth and the fifth. Texans, Broncos, Saints in the 5 and then 2 sevens. They also have $28.5 million in cap space for 2025. Matt Keller, $2 super chat. Should the Niners draft Frank Gore Jr. or Brendan Rice? I can't believe that we're here in round 5 and Brendan Rice has not been taken. I think he's a pretty underrated deep ball tracker. He's got the pedigree and the bloodlines. He had 12 touchdowns last year, playing in a Lincoln Riley offense with Caleb Williams as the QB. I think he's an underrated vertical wide receiver. He's physical, high character. I wonder if he's been flagged for something, but he doesn't really have an injury history. Sad news for him. He's traveling to his best friend's funeral to give a speech today, and he's probably waiting to get drafted. Tarheeb Still going to the Chargers, round 5, 137, cornerback out of Maryland. Nathan Eds, a $2 super chat, saying, I can't imagine what negative comments Grant Cohn will have. He did just tweet out, I love Grant. I think he's awesome. He's a friend of the show. I think what he does is tremendous. I think his YouTube channel is super impressive. He's one of the OG Niners content creators. Look, I can see what he deals with because he has his own opinions. He has his own analysis. He's not going to carry the Niners jockstrap as an organization. He's going to criticize them. Sometimes you can have contrarian thoughts. So can I. And I've seen it on my pages in the comment section here that if I don't agree with everything that the Niners do, people say some out-of-pocket shit about me. It's ridiculous. Now, I didn't like the Pearsall pick. I thought it was a reach, about a C grade for me. I do like what the Niners have done outside of that pick. Some quality players, depth pieces, and they're planning ahead and bringing in some intriguing dogs. Matt Keller, $2. Did he send that again? Oh, he sent another one? Yeah, Matt, we're just catching up on these super chats, by the way, everybody, because we were doing analysis for like probably 20, 30 minutes straight with some draft picks that we're putting out as videos outside of live on the channel because we're a content machine. Should we go Gore Jr.? I think he's going to be a UDFA. Tariq Owens, another potential UDFA. That's the son of Terrell Owens. Christopher Lockwood, $5. Pearsall, the best man beater in the country at 85%. Yeah, good route runner. 4.4 speed. he is a seasoned player in the sense, and we saw, by the way, 7 running backs selected in the 4th round. Now, that does include Sione Vaki, who I think is going to be a safety at the next level. What I like about Pearsall, it's the route running, it's the vertical leaping ability, 42-inch vert, it's the footwork, it's the toughness, he's willing to block. I would have taken a player with more physical upside at 31. Xavier Legette, my goodness, he's an intriguing player. And he says, wow, when you watch him on tape. Pearsall isn't a wow player, but when C.J. Stroud is in shambles when he gets drafted because he wanted him, I think that's kind of telling. And with Pearsall, he can go up and get it, contested catches. I like how he uses his body as far as his shoulders and the head fakes to get open. And he's a seasoned player that I think can get snaps from the jump, even though Kyle Shanahan is very tough on wide receivers. But the analytics for Pearsall are pretty good. The spider chart, if you want to look at that, the short area burst, some of the in-depth, like analytical deep dive testing numbers are certainly there. Niner Dad again. Great job, Chase. Best draft coverage. My man, thank you so much. We're going to send you that Niners Man Cave sign, which you won last night. And I know that we had said we'll send you a shirt, but you won the Man Cave sign. We're definitely going to send you that. We could throw in like a bottle opener, some shades. If you still want the shirt, email me. Let me know. We could try to make that happen too. Cedric Van Pran, the center out of Georgia, who I think is going to be, a solid player at the NFL level. Obviously, a lot of ability if you played at Georgia. Going to the Buffalo Bills. Keep in mind, you can get good players late. George Kittle, 5th-round pick. Jason Kelsey was, I think, a 6th-round pick. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Trent Cole back in the day, late rounder. Christopher Lockwood, another $5 super chat. The running back we took ran the 3rd highest 40 in the combine. He's fast. He is a burner, bro. And he's 220 pounds at 4.3 speed. It's crazy. Yeah, we can do that. When Brian Baldinger is tweeting about Isaac Guerendo, that's when some people need to get a new pair of drawers. Baldinger, Isaac Guerendo has something you can't coach. Speed, and he knows how to use it. What's been an emphasis for San Francisco in this draft? Did they look at what Kansas City did with Xavier Worthy and Jared Wiley, bringing in Marquise Brown? Are they looking at what teams are doing across the NFL and trying to get faster? I think they're trying to get faster on the offensive side. Guerendo, Cowing, both 4.3 guys. Pearsall, 4.4. We'll get you recapped on some of the picks that some people missed as I kind of get back in the flow here after doing a couple of those videos that we're putting up on the channel. From those draft selections, Tarheeb Still to the Chargers, Xavier Thomas to the Cardinals, Jordan McKee, T for Temple U, to the Commanders, round 5. Smaller linebacker, good instincts, good athlete though. Like what the Commanders have done in the draft. Adam Peters, he was looked at as kind of a draft guru as the assistant general manager for the Niners, playing a big role in the Niners selections of a lot of players. Deebo Samuel. Now, some people think that he pounded the table for Trey Lance, but there are always some misses. Cam Hart to the Chargers as well. 2 picks for LA in that 4-pick range, 137, 140. Cedric Van Pran to the Bills. Anthony Gold, Colts, wide receiver out of Oregon State. J.D. Bertrand to the Falcons. Austin Booker, edge value there, late round, I think, for Chicago. Not a lot of picks. They went punter in round 4. Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback out of Mizzou, round 5. Broncos. Jarvis Brownlee, round 5 to Tennessee. Aldrich Estienne, the running back out of Notre Dame. Broncos again. And then Tommy Eichenberg, finally off the board, round 5, 148. Here's our Super Chat menu. First time Super Chatters, ring the draft bell, and a deal for all of today. Final day of the draft. If you send a first time Super Chat in, you get a raffle ticket to either win the Man Cave sign or the football or neon light sign on Eagles Now. $20, spin the roulette wheel. 50, you can make us drink. Every 1,000, we're doing a beer boot. If we get the 500, and we actually already did a beer boot. We did a beer boot. If we get the 500 on one channel, we can also do that too. 242 in Supers on the Niners Report, 165 on Eagles Now. Man, that Chick-fil-A smells good, Chip. Nice. Yeah, Eagles on the clock almost again. Michael Pratt or Spencer Rattler? Spencer Rattler to the Saints. That is such a Saints move, and I don't hate it, actually. 5th round. According to some recruiting databases coming out of high school, and Lincoln Riley recruited him to Oklahoma. He was the best quarterback in the class. It didn't work out at Oklahoma. Caleb Williams took over for him. That's going to be a fun conversation years from now. And then he transfers to South Carolina, where I thought he found himself. I thought he played well. Really good arm strength. Now, some people don't like the character because he can be a little bit of a jerk. There was that quarterback show on Netflix looking at some high school quarterbacks, and people thought, he's too cocky. But I think Rattler, he could certainly sling it. The offensive line at South Carolina was not good. Dane Brugler had a 3rd-round grade on him. He has some escapability. Sub 5, 40-yard dash. It's pretty good speed right there. The production, though, just a little bit of an issue. You know, at Oklahoma, he just wasn't that good. First year, 28 touchdowns, 7 picks. And then the following year, he got benched for Caleb Williams, 11 touchdowns, 5 picks. He goes to South Carolina, 18 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. And then in 2023, 19 touchdowns, 8 picks. Team captain of the last 2 years. Did have a career high in passing yards this past year. 3,000 passing yards in 3 of 5 years, but the touchdown-interception ratio was a little bit hit and miss. Linked up with Xavier Legette this past year to become a dynamic 1-2 punch. Throws the back shoulder ball, I think, pretty good. And look, a backup to Derek Carr. You lost Jameis Winston. Can you develop him? Carr is probably a good quarterback to be a backup to as far as mentorship. Certainly has the deep ball. 28 tutties, 8th in FBS. 16 rushing touchdowns in his career. Eagles are on deck again. Sorry, say that again. Yeah, I guess see what this pick is and see if they actually make it, and then see if they hold at that other spot.
So the pick is in for the Colts. They're going to take a safety out of Missouri, Jalen Carley. So that means the Eagles are on the clock, baby. Will they make the pick? Who knows? Jeremiah Trotter Jr. still on the board.
Just taking some moments to take a look at the videos that we're publishing, making sure everything is good.
John Wallace, do we take Trotter if he falls into our laps? I mean,
I would like that. I like him. I think he's a good player.
He's fallen, though, man. He's fallen. Teams obviously are not quite as high on him. But why not? Eagles pick is in.
Eagles pick is in. Okay. See what we got. Spirit Hunter. What's up, brother? He said the Eagles are picking right now. Yes, they are. Does he have upside? For sure, man. I mean, Jeremiah Trotter Sr., his dad was an all-pro player. So Jeremiah Trotter Jr., he's a little bit small. Sometimes he can struggle in pass coverage. Didn't test all that well at the combine, but just a very instinctual player. See what the Eagles do. I'll shotgun here. I owe a shotgun for the people. Another shotgun for the people. Is it Aeneas Smith? Aeneas Smith. The pick for the Eagles here. Want to give another shout out to my guy, Braxton. Speaking of Aeneas Smith, shout out to another Smith. My guy, Braxton Smith. He's the one who sent me these elite electrolytes. I've been using these all throughout the NFL draft. And got to stay hydrated out here. Clean electrolytes. I love them. Great for when I run. Great for recovery. And I sent a message. I said, yo, we've been giving you a shout out on the show. He said, put the electrolytes in beer because it helps with the hangover. So I'm doing that right now. We got the dropper out. Some people last night I was doing this. They're like, what are you putting acid into your water? It's been a crazy draft experience for us. That would be a crazy draft experience. Aeneas Smith is an interesting player for Philadelphia here. He tested pretty slow, but he is a slot wide receiver, short area wiggle and quickness who can make people miss in compact areas, and he can make plays happen after the catch. I had Aeneas Smith going to the Eagles in one of my mock drafts. Round 5, 152 is about that range. I may have had him going to Philadelphia in the 6th round, maybe the 5th round. But again, wide receiver need is there at wide receiver 3 for the Eagles, and they don't go Brendan Rice. I think he's going to be a better player. Again, not sure why he's sliding down draft boards. But the Eagles here go with Aeneas Smith, and they still don't go linebacker. And some people have been in the comment section making a fair point. Eagles don't want to give up on Nakobe Dean yet. He's only going into year 3. He's just a little bit small, and he's been banged up. It's not a good combination. Maybe the Eagles feel as though they can get Jeremiah Trotter Jr. a little bit later. Also, if you take a player who's the son of a legend and he doesn't work out and you got to cut him, it's a little bit awkward. All right, shotgun for everybody watching. Thanks for supporting the show. We love you.
Here we go, baby. Chug, 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 chug. Woo.
And we could show you some scouting info on Aeneas Smith here. Yeah. So Aeneas Smith, he is certainly a unique playmaker who can do some fun things with the football if he gets the ball in space. Is he going to be able to get the space or get the ball in space when he's playing along the likes of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Dallas Goedert? I think so. He also has returnability. So you're looking at picks here for Philadelphia as they've gone offense with their 2 selections today on day 3. Will Shipley and Aeneas Smith, who are going to be competing for kickoff, return, and overall return duties. Now, Philadelphia does have Britton Covey, and Britton Covey has been one of the best punt returners in the NFL over the last season and a half. Love him as a player because he's grown there, and I saw it at Utah. It just took him a little while to get going. But with your kickoff return unit, you could certainly improve. Now, Aeneas Smith, undersized, some tweener concerns, does have some fumbling issues. So Will Shipley, Aeneas Smith, some fumbling issues. Smith's numbers with the Aggies last year, 53 catches, 795 yards. Little explosive element to his game, though. Just making plays happen after the catch. 15 yards per catch. 2 touchdowns. And ran a 4.55 40-yard dash. So when you're 5'9", 190, running that slow, that's why he's falling here. Only one really good year of production. Another older player was in college for 5 years. (2020) 43 catches, 564 yards. So good production, 6 touchdowns. 2021, 47 catches, 509, 6 tutties. 2022 missed the final 8 games because of a right leg injury. And then he has that breakout season here in 2023. 53 catches, 795 yards. Only 2 touchdowns, but the Aggies found a way to utilize him in a way where he did have 19 touchdowns throughout his college career. It was a left tibia fracture in the 2022 season. His RAS score, relative athletic score, only 5'9". He's light. 21 reps of the bench at 225. So he's benching more than his body weight. That's pretty impressive. The 20-yard split, the 40-yard dash, the 10-yard split, all kind of average. I think he plays a little bit faster on tape. Mac Daddy, another super chat coming in. Not going to get my right tackle, am I? I guess it's going to be another squandered Super Bowl run. Thanks in advance, Colton McKivitz. It's pretty wild, right? They're still not addressing right tackle. Dominic Puny, is he going to be the pick?
The Eagles just traded
At right
up.
tackle. Eagles trade up. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Eagles trade up. And we'll get those trade details coming up here in a second. Ainias Smith, a few picks ago, wide receiver. And who will Philadelphia go with here at 155? We also have a trade. A player trade.
Oh, a player trade.
And it's a Jets and Broncos trade. Jets are sending defensive end John Franklin Myers, who has started 50 games the last 3 years, to the Broncos in exchange for a 2026 sixth-round pick. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is the pick.
No way!
He's the pick for the Eagles. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is going to Philadelphia. And they trade up to get him. The Axeman's son. Good value here. At 155 overall. And Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is going to the Eagles. And the Eagles have drafted another linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Axeman Jr. to the Philadelphia Eagles, linebacker out of Clemson. And it's the second Clemson Tiger who's going to the Birds. A little bit undersized, 6', 228, a 4.82 40-yard dash. And the Eagles are trading up to take him. A two-time second-team AP All-American in 2022 and in 2023. Jeremiah Trotter Sr. was a stellar player for Philadelphia, a two-time All-Pro, and a four-time Pro Bowler with the Eagles.
So the Eagles sending number 164 and one of their sixth-round picks, number 201, to move up to 155 to draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr. They pick back-to-back Clemson players. I must be in their ears or something.
See, producer Chip starts producing Eagles now. Howie Roseman obviously watches the show, and he's like, you know what? We got to make producer Chip happy here. We got to draft some Clemson Tigers.
Let's go. All right, so let's do them both right here, right now?
Yeah. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Let's go Trotter Jr. first, and then Aeneas Smith. Yeah. So Trotter Jr. first, and then Aeneas Smith, just because keeping it in the family. Yep. I like the pick of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. The 4.8 40, definitely a big issue. Did not test well at all. And at the combine, didn't really test because of a right hamstring injury. At his pro day, didn't test because of a right hamstring. So I'm not sure where NFL Network got the 4.8 40-yard dash from. But yeah, we'll go 2 picks to get to. Trotter Jr., Aeneas Smith. Smith was the one that came first, but let's talk about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Awesome. Perfect. You want to start off with that? Yeah, cool. Different look. And it's funny, man, how things change throughout the pre-draft process. Because some people had Trotter Jr. mocked in the 2nd round, 3rd round. But that was before the pro day. That was before the combine, which caused him to slide down draft boards a little bit. And it's 26 years after Jeremiah Trotter Sr. was drafted by the Eagles in the 3rd round out of Stephen F. Austin. And those are the trade details for Trotter. Okay, cool. Sweet. Cool, yeah. Let's start off with the 2 players and then the trade, and then we'll talk Trotter, then Smith. So a couple of picks for Philly that we'll get to. Niners not on the board for a while. And John Lynch said something interesting, that some of the NIL money caused a lot of players to go back to school when they otherwise could have declared for the draft. And because of that, this draft is not as deep. And that's why San Francisco got a little bit aggressive in trading up for a couple of players. Now, I wish they would have been a little bit more aggressive in trying to get an offensive tackle, which they still have not done. I just can't believe it. The Niners have been exposed along the offensive line 3 consecutive massive playoff games. NFC titles against the Rams and Eagles, and then in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. Yet, they draft Dominic Puny. I like the pick. I think he's more of a guard, though. I don't think he's a tackle. Weird. Don't get it. All right, we'll talk some Eagles now for the next 10, 15 minutes. Let's do it. A couple of picks to get to here for the Philadelphia Eagles in round 5, day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. You're watching Eagles Now by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr., and a lot of people, including yours truly, very excited about this selection right here. The Birds keeping it in the family, sticking with the bloodlines. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the son of the legendary Eagles linebacker who they drafted in the 3rd round many years ago, and Jeremiah Trotter Sr., who was a 2-time All-Pro and a 4-time Pro Bowler, is getting selected by the Eagles as a linebacker out of Clemson at pick 155 in the 5th round. The Eagles moving up in order to address the linebacker spot. This is such a fun story. And 3 picks before that, Philadelphia drafting a sneaky, intriguing wide receiver in Ainias Smith, who has return ability and can really make people miss. Smaller, but is really elusive with the ball in his hands. 152 there, wide receiver out of Texas A&M. Full breakdowns coming up on these players. And the Eagles moving up to take Trot in this trade with the Indianapolis Colts. And Trotter Jr. didn't really test well in the pre-draft process. He didn't test all that much because of a hamstring injury. He's looked at as a lighter, smaller linebacker who can sometimes struggle a little bit in coverage. But as I've said, I think that you can make up for that with some of the instincts that he has. We're talking about a player who was a 2-time second-team AP All-American who really flashed on tape with being able to really read and recognize plays. And the Eagles see that, and they get him pretty good value here. Philadelphia moves up to 155 overall to take Jeremiah Trotter Jr., and they send to Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts a 5th-round pick, 164, and a 6th-round pick at 201. As for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. here, his pop said it would be incredible for my son to get drafted by the Eagles all these years after Jeremiah Trotter Sr. was drafted in the 3rd round of the 1998 NFL Draft. What was also cool is that the Axeman, Jeremiah Trotter Sr., said, I don't want my son going to the Dallas Cowboys. And if he were to go to the Dallas Cowboys, I love my son, I want to support him, but I cannot wear a Cowboys jersey. The Eagles' bloodlines are running deep here. Midnight green running through the veins. And now Trotter Sr., he's not going to have to worry about that any longer because his son is going to the organization where Trotter Sr. became a stellar player, one of the best linebackers in the game. He came up under the legendary and late defensive coordinator Jim Johnson, a physical linebacker who was a lot bigger than his son, who would lay the stick, was an All-Pro, 1st team in 2000, a 2nd-team All-Pro in 2001. He parlayed that great start to his career after getting drafted in 98 to a big deal with Washington. He was pretty solid for Washington, but ends up coming back to Philadelphia in 2004, 2005, where he was a 2-time Pro Bowler, went to Tampa Bay for a year in 2007, and then actually came back to the Eagles after not playing in 2008, in 2009 to round out his career. Enough on the dad. Let's get to the son. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., really good feel for the game, solid instincts. You could tell that he came up in a football household with a dad who played the linebacker spot with the instincts that he's been able to display. He went to St. Joe's Prep in Philadelphia and was trained a lot by his dad. The athletic ability, certainly a real question mark, as confirmed by the NFL Combine testing. He didn't run at his pro day or the NFL Combine, but NFL Network did have his 40-yard dash as a 4.8. I'm not sure where those numbers come from, but when you're running a 4.8, if those numbers are true, and you're at 228 pounds, that's where the lack of size and the lack of athleticism becomes a little bit of a concern. Lower body is stiff, lacks a little bit of strength. The Athletic's Dane Brugler did have a, 4th round grade on Trotter Jr., and he said this: he's an instinctive hammer with the pedigree and toughness that will endear him to NFL coaches, although his limitations in space versus NFL athletes could restrict his next level role. But look, sometimes we get way too obsessed with these athletic testing numbers. Sometimes you have to turn on the tape and you have to ask yourselves this question: can he play football? Does he have a feel? Does he have that innate ability to process. And I think that Trotter Jr. has that. He can shoot the gaps. He can hold up in coverage. What he lacks in burst, twitchiness, he can make up for that for being in the right place at the right time because the football IQ is there. And even though he's a little bit lighter, he's not all that quick. He does have this thicker NFL-ready frame, and he plays hard. He plays with physicality. He stays behind his pads, and he strikes through the ball carrier. Now, when he has to go up against offensive linemen, sometimes he can lose those battles. But the resume has certainly been there, and he has been a player with that feel, with those instincts, who's consistently made plays behind the line of scrimmage, forcing the offense in the negative plays. 13 and a half TFLs in 2022, 15 TFLs in 2023. He also can sack the quarterback. He had 6.5 sacks in 22, and then 5.5 in 23. And then the pass breakups, 16 the last 2 years combined, 8 each year, and then 4 interceptions. So he can turn around, address the football, read the eyes of the pass catcher. So I like this pick here because it's a fun story to talk about, because I like the instinctual feel that he has for the game, a temperature of what offenses want to do, and the tape is what jumps out to me. Again, physical limitations, right? 6 feet, 228 pounds at the combine, short arms, 31.5 inches, shorter wingspan. But we've seen players who don't test all that well be able to be impact players at the next level. So I like this selection for Philadelphia for all those reasons, and you needed another linebacker on this team. At the very least, can he contribute on special teams? I think he can. And I like the pickup of Devin White in free agency. I know the analytical darlings and the analytical nerds look at the PFF numbers. They're not good. But you want to talk about speed, physicality there? You want to talk about an all-pro player who has taken over games and wreaked havoc? That's what Devin White does. You have Oren Burks as depth. He's more of a special teamer. You have Nakobe Dean, who I like, who has some of the same qualities as Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And what has Vic Fangio done? He's coached the linebacker position. He's developed the linebacker spot. And he's maximized defensive players with this scheme. He might be able to do that with Axeman Jr. With what the Eagles have done, who has been your favorite pick so far? Is it this one? Is it another one? Share your thoughts and your opinions with us down in the comments section. They can be positive, they can be negative. We'll get to Ainias Smith coming up here just around the bend, but first let's get to our sponsor, Game Time, the best ticketing app in the game. Best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. Prices drop as the event gets closer, and you're going to get in the door by saving money by just using the Game Time app. But also, if you use our code ChatSports, you get $20 off your purchase. What I love about the Game Time app, and you can get great deals for Sixers, Knicks Game 4, Phillies tickets, Eagles tickets. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. Check out the list view here. You're able to see the vantage point from your seats. There have been some horror experiences for some people who buy these tickets. They don't know where they're going to be sitting. They think it's a good seat, and there's a damn foul pole in front of them, or a beam from a stadium at Wrigley Field right in front of them. Obstructed views, they don't happen with Game Time because they use this technology where you can see the view from your seat. You want to go map view to get a particular seat, whether you like being out on yard line or on a baseline if you're talking baseball, a sideline if you're talking basketball. You want to go to a hockey game, you can certainly do that. But it's not just sports, ladies and gentlemen. It is music, comedy shows, theater events. Download the Game Time app for free. Use the code ChatSports. We'll put that link down below in the show notes and in the comment section of this video. Let's talk now about Ainias Smith. And Ainias Smith was the wide receiver taken by Philadelphia before Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And Brendan Rice was still on the board here. I would have liked that selection. You're talking about a player in Brendan Rice who had 12 touchdowns playing for USC, 4.5 40 speed, good size, good height. I think he's a really talented wide receiver. I'm not sure why he's slipping. And the Eagles going with the player here in Ainias Smith, who's a little bit limited as an athlete. First of all, he's smaller at 5'9". He does pack some weight at $190, but at 5'9", when you draft the player of that size, sometimes you want them to be fast. Now, at his pro day, because he didn't work out at the combine because of a left tibia fracture, at the pro day, he ran a 4.55. Could that be because he ran a little bit slower because of the tibia fracture? That could be the case for sure. But I actually think that he plays a little bit faster on film and has good game speed as compared to the athletic testing numbers. And again, it's not an end-all be-all with the athletic testing numbers. What Ainias Smith is a unique playmaker who can do a lot of fun things with the football if he gets the ball in space. And when you're playing on an offense alongside A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Dallas Goedert, with Kellen Moore as your offensive coordinator, who's accomplished in this league, coaching a lot of top 5 offenses, you're not going to be the direct focus of the defense. And you can scheme ways to find Ainias Smith open. And from the jump, he's going to be able to compete as a returner. But yeah, he's a little bit undersized, some tweener concerns, does have some fumbling issues. So the Eagles drafting 2 players today in Will Shipley and Ainias Smith, who are considered a little bit small, a little bit limited, who have fumbling issues. But look, it's day 3 of the draft, so you're taking chances on these players. This past year, Smith, 53 catches, 795 yards, 15 yards per catch, and 2 touchdowns. And his touchdowns by year, he has produced a lot as far as getting the ball in the paint. Experienced player too, 5-year college player, 50 games played, 34 starts, touchdowns by year, 3, 6, 6, 2, and 2. He did have 7 drops in 2021, but you could tell that he worked hard on the hands because in 2022 and in 2023, he only had a combined 2 drops. So a multi-dimensional weapon with a lot of elusive traits. He can generate explosive quickness, driving off the line and route breaks, ability to decelerate and then make people miss with some yak. I think he tracks the ball pretty well, has some shorter arms. I did have the Eagles going with him in one of my mock drafts because I thought it made some sense to get a player in the slot here. You have Devontae Parker, you have Paris Campbell, but they kind of are what they are. The jury is not out on those players. Devontae Parker has been last in the league in separation at wide receiver each of the last 4 years. He is a bigger body. He had a good year a few years ago. Paris Campbell, 4.3 speed, but he's been injured a lot. Are you comfortable with them being your wide receiver 3 options? What you're essentially doing here, you have a lot of depth pieces to figure out what you want to do, and you get a player with competitive toughness in Smith, not a big catch radius, but an instinctive athlete, a twitchy gear to his game, can make plays happen with the rock in his hands, and he could be the team's top punt returner or kick returner as a rookie. Now, you do have Britton Covey, who statistically, and I think the tape shows this, the eye test shows this, he's been the best punt returner in the game the last year and a half, and the Eagles really like him. But kick returner, that's an issue. And with these new kick return rules, you kind of want to get a player with some wiggle. And Ainias Smith, Will Shipley, they have some wiggle. What position should the Eagles draft next? Offensive line depth. They could certainly go that route. Defensive line, they always stack some playmakers there. Those are my guesses if they stand pat. Jason Chadwick, there you go. Jason Chadwick, he's been calling for it. He's been asking for it. Howie, draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Eagles do that. 413 people watching live on Eagles Now. Don't forget to subscribe to the show. Year-round coverage, and if you just watch that segment there on Trotter, Ainias Smith, that's what we bring to the table. in-depth analysis that you can't find anywhere else. But here, we also involve you. We're all about audience interaction, interacting with the real ones. We're consistent with our coverage. Interactive, entertaining, insightful coverage right here on the show. Hit that sub button. And we're $8 away from 200 on Eagles Now. We're up to 247 on the Niners Report. Jason Chadwick loves that Jeremiah Trotter pick. Emmanuel Henderson, $20. Take a beer chug. Finally, a linebacker. Fly, Eagles, fly. We'll crack a beer here in a second. I got to get a new one. Oh, no, I have one right here. Cheers. Crank Show legend, $5. Cooper DeJean, Trotter, both players that dropped. We got lucky to pick them when we got them. And again, when it comes down to the NFL draft, man, it's all about value, especially in these later rounds. And I like the value selections for Philadelphia. Crank Show, what jersey is that? Maye, 68. That was going to be my guess. It's backwards in the mirror, or is it backwards? No, I see it. Yeah, 68. Ajor Maye, Kelly Green. G'day, mate. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. We can go through the picks that we missed. Mike Concho, it's a double dip channel. I don't like it at all. Well, Honcho, do you like that we go 15, 20 minutes on the 3 selections that the Niners made? Niners don't have a pick coming up, man. So what are we going to talk about? I got a job to do. We're here grinding. I had 2 hours of sleep last night. We're here back on the channel, live, interacting with everybody, making it fun, making it informative. Informing people on what is going on in the NFL draft. I get it, man, but come on. Appreciate you either way. Yeah, we're hitting the lag, man. We are hitting the lag. Jason Michaels Photography, much love for you from Huntington Beach, California. Much love to you, my man. Honcho said 15 minutes. Told you, Honcho, I told you it was going to be 15. You going to give me credit when we did a great breakdown on the 3 Niners picks? Do we have to fight, Honcho? Do we have to fight? All right, get you caught up on the recent picks here. Chow Smith-Wade, cornerback out of Washington State, to the Panthers, round 5, 157. Muhammad Kamara, another edge rusher to the Dolphins. They double dip on edge rushers with Chop Robinson and Kamara. Kamara, a player who I kind of like to the Eagles in some of my mocks. I thought he could have made sense to the Niners, to be honest with you. A lot of production, plays with a lot of intensity. Colorado State, going to Miami. Hunter Nourzad, another Penn State player off the board at Kansas City. Center, maybe a backup for Creed Humphrey. Edefuwan Olufashio, the linebacker out of Washington. Clap it up for that pronunciation. Dominique Hampton, safety out of Washington, to Washington, D.C., across the country. Christian Jones, offensive tackle, to the Arizona Cardinals. And then Jacob Monk, round 5, 163, the center out of Duke, to the Green Bay Packers. Mr. Chow, I hear you, man. Another year of Colton McKivitz getting bullied. It's looking like he's definitely going to be the right tackle option unless Dominic Puny can unseat him.
All right, well, we've got a great Super Chat battle going on. Yesterday, it was Eagles Now that was off to a huge start. And Eagles Now was off to a big start today, but the Niners Report has made a big run. Big run. Niners Report up to 248, Eagles Now up to 193. We owe a wheel spin.
Yes, we do owe a wheel spin.
For Emmanuel Henderson, So let's do that. I want to see some more wheel spins, man. I want to see some more wheel spins. You know what? Should we do some $10 wheel spins for a couple minutes?
You want to go 50% off?
I think we can make a little deal, try to get this battle going.
J. the Kid. Chase, I've been saying what's up for 2 days. You're leaving the dap hanging, bro. J. I haven't seen you in the comment section. Have you seen J. in the comments? On Eagles?
I don't recall.
Dude, J. Here's a virtual dap up. My man.
My man.
J. the Kid. I'm sorry if I missed the comments, but I've been looking down. I haven't seen you. But there's been a lot of comments, so if I missed it, I apologize, but glad you're here. Oh, he was the one arguing? Okay, I was wondering what was happening. See, I didn't see what you were saying, but I saw the aftermath of it, and we were doing a video at that point, just doing, I don't know, a scouting pick, and I saw people beefing. I'm like, what's going on? Millie315 said, what's up, Big J? What up, Millie315?
Wheel spin for Emmanuel Henderson.
Emmanuel.
Okay.
All right. Emmanuel Henderson with the wheel spin. We got a freestyle for Emmanuel. Thinking of a freestyle here.
Joseph, Eagles trading last 2 fifth-round picks for a second. I don't think they'll be able to pull that off. Not sure who would want to do that. I'd love it, though.
Super chat coming in from Emmanuel. Looking at my draft notes. That's my guide manual. NFL draft, it's day 3. I'm on camera. You're looking at me. You know what my nickname is? Sometimes they call me Chasey. I'm with my guy, producer Chip. Sometimes they call him Big Dip. Howie Roseman making it happen. There's no slip. I'll give that a C plus B minus. Emmanuel was a tough one to rhyme it with. So I kind of had to go Emmanuel, set it up, draft manual, and then go somewhere else from there. I always try to do the super chat wheel spin freestyle rhyming with the super chatter's name.
Hey, that's on the spot, man. That's tough.
762 Drizzy. Chase, are you happy with Trotter? Yeah, we did a long breakdown on it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it for sure.
I mean, it's 5th round. So. It's funny. I think this morning, I have a good friend who goes to Auburn, and before the start of the draft today, there was a graphic going around on Twitter that Trey sent to me, and it said, picks in the 2024 NFL Draft, Yale 1, Auburn 0.
That's hilarious.
Auburn's had a couple picks. I bring that up because Jalen Simpson out of Auburn going now to the Colts, but it was so funny. I sent that to my friend at Auburn, and she was not too happy about it.
That's pretty hilarious, honestly.
Yeah, they've had a couple players go, but...
What's everybody else saying? Jay Butler, I'm still salty that Xavier Legette was right there. Yeah, Pierce all over Xavier Legette. That's going to be a good case study for a little while.
A funny note about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. as well. He met with the Eagles at the Combine, and as some of you know, like Nick Sirianni always has the players do a 3-point shootout competition between Sirianni and the prospect they bring in. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. lost to Nick Sirianni in the 3-point shootout. Now, Nick Sirianni probably has a lot of practice doing this with every prospect, so tough competition there Maybe that's why Trotter fell. Teams were like, oh, man. Can't even beat out a coach in a three-point shootout. Got to fall down the board.
Now, the draft is going to start to happen a little bit faster here soon. But, man, we're still in round 5. 165 overall.
Ravens are in. Oh, this was a player that I think we talked about pre-draft.
Rasheen Ali, running back out of Marshall.
I think he did he miss like a full season? He missed most of this past year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he does have some injury issues.
But he was pretty fast, if I'm correct.
He was super productive.
Yeah, super productive.
Oh, no. Okay, so he actually did play a lot this year. I forget who that running back was. Because Rasheen Ali missed one game with an ankle.
Did he miss previous years, maybe?
Oh, you know what? This is what we talked about. At the Senior Bowl, he suffered a biceps injury.
Oh, okay. I knew there was
And
something.
so that was a great time for him to stack up against other players because he played at Marshall, and he missed time because of a biceps injury.
Right. Okay.
Now, the original report was maybe he tore it. I'm not sure if it ended up being torn. But that was an unfortunate injury because he's been a productive player. Now, missed the first 10 games of 2022 because of a knee injury. And what was that knee injury? MCL injury, collided with the teammate during 7-on-7s. And yes, it was a ruptured biceps. But in 2023, incredibly productive player, 212 carries, 1,100 plus yards, 5.5 yards per carry, 15 touchdowns. Second team all SBC. Runs with plant, burst. Good ball security. Good lower half. Breakaway gear. Once he kind of gets open in the open field. All right, I'm about to pee my pants. I got to step off here for a sec. Chip going to come on. We're round 5, 166. So for context here, the final pick in the 5th round is 176. So a little while to go. 10 more picks to go in the 5th. Then we go to the 6th. Then we go to the 7th. I'll be right back.
Giants will take Tyrone Tracy Jr., running back from Purdue. I also want to read this comment out because this is so cool. Jay Butler, we have up who's been your favorite pick, says Guyton from OU. He's my son's best friend. I wouldn't have been mad at grabbing Guyton. Freakish athletic ability and a great kid. Jay Butler, that is sick. You know, he went to the Cowboys. Don't like the Cowboys, clearly, but best of luck to him personally in his career. That's really cool, man. Really, really cool. For his sake, hope he does well, but hope the Cowboys don't win a lot of games. I'll tell you that. All right. Jaguars are on the clock. Then we'll see Buffalo, Green Bay, New Orleans, and then back-to-back picks from Philly. I don't imagine they make both those picks. Feel like they'll maybe try to trade out unless they see 2 prospects they really like. Let's take a look here at the top available prospects. Also, while Chase is gone, we have a deal here on the show. Anytime Chase leaves and I'm running the show, it's a producer takeover. Any super chat that comes in, any amount, I'm drinking my Happy Dad. Reminder, any first-time super chatter will give you an entry into our raffle. And also, while Chase is gone, I'm going to discount the wheel spin. Normally, it's $20 for a wheel spin. We'll do $10 wheel spin until Chase returns. So a couple super chat deals here. Because I'm running the show. I'm running the show now. All right. So top available players left as the Eagles are up here soon. Niners don't pick for a while still. Been a while since they picked. It will be a while again until they pick. But keep hanging out with us. You know we break down every pick. Have some fun here hanging out. It's the last day, so we won't get to do this for another year. Jose, Chip tells what he thinks of the picks while Chase is gone. I'll tell you what, Jose, before we go to these available players, I'm a little biased. You can see my hat right here. I went to Clemson, just graduated last year, class of 23, go Tigers. So I'm a little bit biased towards Will Shipley and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Excuse me. I got to watch them in person during my time at Clemson. Will Shipley was a 5-star recruit. Considering that, maybe a little disappointing. But he also dealt with injuries, which I think is a big reason why he wasn't as productive. His sophomore season, by the way, came out as a true junior. His sophomore season was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Runs hard. Shifty. As we said, returnability. I love the pick. I think he'll be a great number 2 back. Great insurance as well if Saquon Barkley has to miss some games because he's truly a great pass catcher. Clemson would put him out as receiver, and honestly, last season for the Clemson Tigers, didn't have a lot of production from their wide receivers. They would put Shipley out in the slot, and basically he was, dare I say, their most talented wide receiver. Now, he's not going to be that for an NFL team, but he still does have good receiving traits, screen passes, all of that. I like the pick of Shipley. And Trotter Jr., look, I get he didn't test well, and he might not be the fastest, the most athletic player, but he really stood out for that Clemson defense, which was tremendous while he was here, by the way. Like, the offense had their struggles. Clemson obviously wasn't as good as they once were, but that defense was still amazing, and he was the leader of that defense. Like, you can tell, being the son of Jeremiah Trotter, like, this guy is a leader. He rallies his guys. He's vocal. Like, he is what you want out of a linebacker, man. He really is. So I like that pick as well. For Aeneas Smith, you know, if they were going to go for a slot guy, I probably would have liked Malik Washington, who is currently our best available player left in the draft. A player that Chase has talked about, we've talked about a lot. Like, forced the most missed tackles last year in college football. I would have rather gone that direction if you wanted a slot. But, you know, the pick, I'd probably give it a C- only because I think there were better options. I honestly probably also would have rather gone Johnny Wilson. Not really, you know, the same type of player, but has hands issues a little bit. But a big body, man. He's basically a tight end. Still Brendan Rice just sitting there on the board as well. Very surprising to me. And then looking a little farther down the board here. So, you know, when the Eagles pick here in a little bit, I don't envision them going receiver again. Maybe they do. They just stockpile. But I could see them going Christian Mahogany. Get another guard in there. That offensive line depth we know is so important. They could go edge as well. Gabriel Murphy out of UCLA. Leonard Taylor out of Miami. I like Leonard Taylor. I know Chase has had him in a couple of the mock drafts as well. He's just sitting there for an interior defensive lineman. I like Kalen Carson. Now, I doubt the Eagles go secondary again, but a solid corner out of Wake Forest. And I did see somebody in the Niners chat asking about, it was Michael Wright asked about D tackle. Is one of the LSU guys still available? Mekhi Wingo, still available. D tackle out of LSU, certainly an option as well there for the Niners. But we'll see if he's still there when they pick. They don't pick for a while. Let's see. We're at 167 right now. I think they're at like 217 maybe. Let me see. So they have round 6, pick 215. And then round 7, pick 251. So they won't be picking for a while. Now, I want to go back because they traded up with the Jets, and I don't know if we ever got back to those trade details. Yeah, still not released, weirdly enough, at least not in our system. And I haven't seen anything about it on social media, what the exact compensation is. Let me see if I can find that, because I'm sure it's out there. Okay, so the Niners traded 173 and 176 to the Jets for 129. So that's why they don't pick again until 215, because they had 173 and 176 in the 5th round, which would have been coming up real soon. They traded both of those. So that's why they don't pick again until 215. But I think worth it. Grendo is explosive, man. That could be dangerous with Kyle Shanahan, man. He knows how to use those guys. So I like that pick for them.
2 more picks coming up for the Eagles here soon.
Yep. Jags go with Texas running back Keelan Robinson, the second Texas running back to be taken now.
Yep.
And then the Bills were on the clock, took Javon Solomon, edge rusher out of Troy. And then the Packers went with safety Keaton Oladapo. I believe I got that right. Did get a couple. Got a couple super chats, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, these both came in while you were gone. I told them I'd drink for everyone that came in while you were gone. So
Oh, nice.
Got a couple of drinks here for my sis Lee. Cheers.
Mysis Lee. Cheers, bro.
And then we got Jay the VD. Draft Brendan Rice, and it's a perfect draft. I don't know if they go receiver again.
I don't know if the Eagles go receiver again.
They brought in guys already. It's like, I feel like they'll probably go offensive line. My bet will be offensive or defensive line. Maybe both if they keep both picks.
Carlos Alendi. Littest show. Love y'all coverage. Thanks, man.
Rice must be going undrafted. I bet someone drafts him.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Like, the draft analyst I really like is Dane Brugler, who had a 3rd or 4th round grade on him. He's 6'2", 208, 4.5 40-yard dash, 12 touchdowns last year. And we're talking about him still being on the board as we're about to embark on round 6? Is there something medically that we don't know where teams have docked him for something?
Always a potential.
I just don't get it.
Another reason I love Trotter, he can get after the quarterback too.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of in the mold almost. Not quite as athletic. Obviously, Devin White was a freak coming out athletically. But can get up to the quarterback in a similar way that Devin White does.
Yeah. John Wallace, where do you rank the Niners in the NFC? I'd still say number 1. I mean, they just represented the NFC in the Super Bowl. I think Niners, Eagles, no order, but Niners, Eagles, Lions, Packers, Cowboys, all the best teams in the NFC.
Eagles up here now, back-to-back picks. 171, 172. We'll see what they go with. Drop a name who you want them to draft right now. You can drop 2 names since they have 2 picks.
John Wallace. He meant the draft. To be determined. It's hard to kind of think about that right now with just the volume of picks that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll need to go back and look at like bird's eye view as to what each team did.
not the Falcons, I'll tell you that. I'm trying to think. Like, I'm thinking of the good drafts on the top of my head. I feel like the Ravens have had a good one. Obviously, AFC.
Yeah, if you're talking NFC counterparts, I like what the Eagles have done. I like what the Lions have done. The Eagles needed to remake the secondary. So did the Lions. They both did. If you want to talk about the Cowboys as a rival.
I mean, Vikings getting J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner in the first round.
That's a good get for the future. NFC counterparts right now, you're probably not competing with them. Dallas lost 2 offensive line starters, and they replaced them both. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton. So they needed to do that. I still think they're thin outside of CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver. Brandon Cooks is older, solid last year, but just okay.
By the way, Eagles trading again.
Eagles trading again.
Oh, man. Our guys working behind the scenes, getting everything you see on screen, all the picks updated. Just said again. What did he just say? Howie Roseman is an asshole for this, and I hope the curse continues forever with all the drafts he's made. But yeah, Eagles trade down, and we actually already have the trade details for this, and I think I like this trade again in terms of value. Eagles going to trade down from 171, get 185 and 190, so they get 2/6.
I feel like they're just going to continue to trade.
Yeah, they honestly might just keep trading and then keep trading these picks to next year's picks. They don't need to take so many guys. I mean, this is a great trade value-wise. The difference between the 171st player and the 185th player, honestly, is probably not that big of a difference at this point.
Yeah.
And you get 2 of them. Plus, they pick next anyways, so. Yeah, how many? This is what, like the 5th trade the Eagles have made today?
It's been a lot. Jordan Travis to the Jets.
Oh, wow.
Wow, all right, that's fun. Really good at Florida State last year before he suffered that unfortunate broken ankle. And that was when Florida State was undefeated and basically kicked him out of the college football playoff. And so the Jets trading away Zach Wilson, bring in Jordan Travis, 2023 ACC Player of the Year, 27 combined touchdowns. I like it. 5th round pick. Showed some ability. As far as processing, I think some of his stuff is predetermined. He did have 2 really good wideouts to throw to at the college level, and Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson. And those are 2 wideouts who are very difficult to match up against because they're so much bigger than some of the college DBs. But Travis, he's come a long way. 10,554 yards of total offense at Florida State. That's a school record for him. And 31 rushing touchdowns in his career. So he can make plays happen out of structure and with his legs. A winner. Is recovering from that injury. But for a backup, maybe an Aaron Rodgers succession plan. And if that happens with the 5th rounder, barely paying him any money for the next 4 years.
Yeah. All right. Eagles pick is in, so they do make this pick at 172. We'll see who this is. Get your guesses in. I'm going to guess it's going to be an offensive lineman. It's my guess.
Fred, you look like you're going to puke again. Again?
Again?
I can't remember the last time I puked. It's been years. Am I tired? Oh, yeah. Are we tired? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are we running on fumes? Oh, yeah. Did I sleep 2 hours last night? Oh, yeah.
I don't know what's lagging more right now, my brain or this computer. I really don't know.
Yeah.
All right, still waiting on this pick here for the Birds. Pick is in.
Who it be?
Who it be? Pick is in. I was right. Offensive line.
All right. Offensive line depth for Philadelphia here.
Trevor Keegan. Michigan. Can't go wrong with Michigan offensive lineman.
No. So Trevor Keegan is the pick at 172 for the Eagles. 4-star recruit, number 16 offensive tackle in the 2019 recruiting class. Number 1 recruit in Illinois. His first offer, imagine being in this spot, came from Northwestern after his freshman year. Visited more than 100 college programs. Or more than 100 college programs visited him. "47 games, 37 starts at Michigan. All of those games coming at left guard. He did start 1 game at left tackle. That came in 2022. He has good size, 6'5", 310, 5'2", 40-yard dash. Quick out of his stance. Eagles like that. Good upper body strength. Active hands. Team captain as a senior. Started every game for a team that won the national title. A little bit tight in the hips. Not really a bursty athlete. The mobility, solid, not great. .1% of his college snaps coming at left guard, but did start for 3 years at Michigan. He is physical. Does have a little blue-collar nature to his game. Made some improvements his final year at Michigan. A depth piece to start for his NFL career.
Do you want to do this one now or wait till their pick coming up in the 6th right there?
Probably pair him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That probably makes more sense at this point.
Yeah. If they trade out of that, we can just do this.
Yeah. I like what American Champion says here. Got a great point. You got to be a good lineman to play for Jim Harbaugh. I trust Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, Jim Harbaugh. After they drafted Joe Alt the other day, he said, "We look at offensive linemen as weapons."
Yeah.
I fucking love that, dude. And Keegan, like, number 1 recruit out of Illinois. Went to Crystal Lake South High School.
I love this. So remember the Bears drafted that punter earlier? Caleb Williams texted him and said, "Hey, you're not going to punt too much this year." That's awesome.
How about this for maybe the quote of the draft? Javon Baker, the wide receiver out of UCF, with this quote in the pre-draft process. When asked about what type of player he is, quote, "Bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up." That's a legendary line. And shout out to my guy, Max Malik, in Pennsylvania. He sent that to me. He's in a wheelchair. And he's an inspiration to all of us. A kick-ass hockey player. Thanks for sending that along. That's so funny that he said that.
How about this from Schefter? The Eagles have now made 8 trades during the draft, tied for the most draft day trades by a team since 1990.
I guarantee you, Roseman, just because he's Howie, is going to break that record intentionally. So you can book it that with their pick coming up, they're probably going to try to trade out.
Isaiah Davis, running back, South Dakota State, to the Jets.
All right, Isaiah Davis. New York, New York.
New
On the clock, Cowboys, then Saints, Jets again, Minnesota, Pittsburgh.
That Minnesota pick will be our first pick of the 6th round. 5th round almost done. We're almost done with 2 rounds here. Wonder who Mr. Irrelevant's going to be this year. And no matter who it is, they're going to be comparing him to Brock Purdy. It doesn't even matter if he's a quarterback or not. Is this the next Brock Purdy?
Yep. Spirit Hunter. Steen did play left tackle. He actually played all of tackle at Vanderbilt in Alabama. Eagles took him as a guard. Romeo likes the pick at 172.
Romeo.
Peter Joseph loves the Malik Mustafa pick. I do too.
A good day 3 for the Niners. Interesting that Michael Pratt is still on the board. Jordan Travis, Spencer Rattler going ahead of Michael Pratt, who is kind of expected to be that next guy after the top 6. Cowboys pick is in. The New Jersey Jets. Yeah, that's right. They play in Jersey.
What pick do the Niners have next?
215.
215.
Round 6, pick 215. So they didn't pick in round 5. Traded both those to move up. Or they might have been a move up in round 5. But they had 173 and 176. So the pick the Jets just made was the Niners pick. The pick the Jets are about to make as well was also the Niners pick. Now they pick it just 215 in the 6th round. So just that's back end of the 6th. So still not for a while.
So Niners, yeah, they traded up. So not until late 6th round. And then
here. The Magic beat the Cavs again.
Then they have 251.
I got the Magic outscored the Cavs 61-29 in the second half.
Wow.
The Cavs scored 10 points in the 3rd quarter and 19 in the 4th. That's ridiculous. This was after the Cavs had a 7-point lead at half. They lost by almost 30.
Kalen Carson to the Cowboys here, I believe. The cornerback out of Wake Forest. A little bit smaller. Good slot guy.
I'm seeing some F Dallases in the chat. I love it. Type F Dallas in the chat. I love it. F the Cowboys. Yeah, Eugenio, that Brandon Graham Dallas sucks message was great. He's always a great guy to have doing the draft. Announcing a pick.
It's always F Dallas.
Always. Always F Dallas. Michael Wright, Romeo, Messiah, Vezi, Angela G.
I like what Chef Comfort said. Chase, you need to stop eating processed sandwiches and let me make you a real sandwich. Brother, I wish that you could do that for me right now. At the same time, I'm so desperate for food that I have to eat this right now. Now, I imagine that you would make an incredible sandwich. And I wish that you could, like I said. But when you're live all 3 days of the draft, every round, every pick, we're trying to power through, man. I need some type of fuel.
That's what we're doing, powering through.
But since you called it processed, and I know that it is, I'm just throwing the rest of this away. I'm very picky about what I eat. What else is in here?
I think we got chips and a cookie.
Little cookie action. I got to go process cookie now, man. What's the best sandwich place that everybody likes? I saw that in the comment section from the Razor.
I was a big Witch guy when I was in college.
Michael Wright Magic Spoon. Protein cereal.
Ooh, Jersey Mike's, great pick. Love Jersey Mike's. I like oh my goodness. We get it here a lot. Potbelly. I like Potbelly.
Javi said Mr. Pickles. Jesse Sr. said Jersey Mike's too. My favorite Philly cheesesteak, D'Alessandro's, American cheese, fried onions, steak. That's it. Hot pepper on the side. You don't need anything else on there. That's it.
Nice.
No mushrooms for me, man. I like mushrooms a lot from Thane Sierra. I just don't like the texture of the mushroom on the cheesesteak. American Wit. That's it. Jason's Deli, Firehouse Subs. John Wallace at Quiznos. BC. This is so true. Chase, I admire your work ethic. Thank you. You look beat up. Eating while on the air, still kicking ass. Thanks. Yeah, I think, like, we don't eat out on the air often, but I think about, like, what Barstool does. They'll just, like, have a camera set up. They'll be sitting on a couch eating. So I'm like, you know what? It's day 3 of the draft. We can do it.
Yeah. Oh.
Gourmet Italian, Jesse Sr. Woo! Best hoagie? I would say Italian hoagie.
Oh, yeah.
I love a good Italian hoagie. You get the good roll with some quality meats. Fantastic. Meatball sub, certainly up there as well. Jesse Sr., as long as you're not crunching. One of my pet peeves is people who chew with their mouth open.
Oh.
It's the worst. And then when it's like loud and crunchy with the mouth open, can't do it. Jaylen Ford to the Saints, 175, linebacker out of Texas. I like the player. Saints have a really good defense, really good defensive coach. Dave's Cosmic Subs, Chef Comfort, Subway sucks. They do.
Yeah, not good.
I was reading that their bread has yoga mat material in it. And their tuna fish is fake.
I've seen that their chicken's fake as well. It's funny because I was a Subway kid growing up until high school, and then I just couldn't eat it anymore, man.
Andrew Nathan, what do we want here, Chase? Another trade out so Howie Roseman can break the record?
Yeah.
King JJ, as he chews with his mouth open while talking. That's pretty funny. Clash with Boss. If you chew with your mouth open and making as much noise as you can, you're going out the window. Yes.
Out the window.
Chef Comfort. I want a culinary competition for my meatballs. Bro, where can we find your food stuff? Are you on Instagram, Twitter? Do you have a restaurant? Alexander the Grape, what's going on today? Malik Mustafa, safety. Isaac Garendo,
Yeah, I can show them.
running back. Jacob Cowing, wide receiver. Mustafa, smaller athlete, but a really good athlete for his size. Ball skills, good against a run. Box safety on third downs, very versatile. Can play special teams from the jump. Isaac Garendo, 6'3", with 4.3 speed at the running back spot. One cut ability, outside zone guy, home run hitter. I think he challenges Elijah Mitchell for RB2 snaps. And then Jacob Cowing, 5'8", 5'9", 4'3", 40 speed. We got you, Alexander the Great. That's what we do.
Sir. Like what the Eagles have done too. Will Shipley today.
Rusty Shackelford. Have food lined up for the next draft. 3 days of the best free food for you guys next year. Man, that would be sick. I will say, the first 2 days have been good. Day one, everything's blended together.
Oh, yeah.
Day one, what did we have?
We had those sandwiches that Trace brought in.
Oh, yeah. So Trizzy Trace, his mom made excellent breakfast and then just regular sandwiches. Homemade, fantastic. Yesterday, we had sliders.
Yep.
And
from BJ's, I believe.
Quesadillas. Not bad. I didn't really eat that much of it. And today, Chick-fil-A making it easy. We got pizza day one. I didn't eat that either. Millie315 making a good point here. Eagles listed DeJean as a defensive back, not a corner. That's what I think he is. You know how basketball's become positionless? DeJean is like a positionless defensive back. You want to play in the slot? A little off man? Hybrid linebacker? Safety? I'm fine with it. Alexander the Great. Everyone's running a 4-3 anymore. It's filthy when these guys run quick.
Did you see what the Raiders tweeted out earlier?
No.
When they drafted DeCamerion Richardson, he ran a really fast 40 time. They tweeted out a video of his 40 time. It said, "Speed kills."
Yikes.
Yikes. They deleted it.
Henry Ruggs, too soon. Oh!
Woo.
It's Scooby Bro. Can you give an update on what's remaining for your draft board? For sure.
Yeah.
We can look at the best players available. Quantez Stiggers, cornerback out of Toronto, the CFL.
Oh, wow.
Going to the Jets. That's pretty cool. Good for him. Best players available. We'll give you that. Henry Wallace. Effing Raiders. Speed kills. Brutal, man. Got to know better. Too soon. We'll go best players available. Malik Washington, interesting player. He's definitely small, but led college football in missed tackles forced after the catch. Christian Mahogany, offensive guard out of BC. Gabriel Murphy, edge rusher, UCLA. Brendan Rice, son of Jerry the GOAT, wide receiver, USC. Johnny Wilson, a lot of size, drop issues, wide receiver, Florida State. DJ James, cornerback out of Auburn. Bo Limmer, what a name. Center, Arkansas. Bo Braid, safety, Maryland. So back-to-back Bo's there. Leonard Taylor III, I think he's a pretty talented defensive tackle. Miami. Satua Lamia, guard, Utah. Trey Taylor, safety, Air Force. Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle, LSU. Matt Lee, center, Miami. Tanner McLaughlin, tight end Arizona, Eric Watts, edge UConn, and Gabe Hall, defensive tackle Baylor. How about we take a look at offensive tackles? The bad news for San Francisco here, and some people are asking on Eagles now too, there are no good offensive tackles available, really, in my opinion. They're all off the board. There was a massive run on offensive tackles yesterday, especially in that third round area, second round area. And then in the first round, there was kind of that stretch of offensive tackles going. I mean, you had Joe Alt, Olu Fashanu, J.C. Latham, Talise Fuaga, Troy Fuatanu, Jordan Morgan, all offensive tackles that went off the board in round one. Best offensive tackles available, Nathan Thomas, Louisiana, Walter Rouse, Oklahoma, Frank Crum. He was kind of a combine star because of the hair. And then Tylen Grable from UCF. So for the Niners here, it's going to be the Colt McKevich show once again. Dennis at Easy Chase. What did I do? F Dallas. Let's get the comment section going. F Dallas. F Dallas. F Dallas. F Dallas. Michael Wright, Dominic Puny was legit. Last one worth a third, and we traded up to get him. The Niners might want him to play guard. Now, he didn't give up a sack last year. One of three players at the FBS level to play left tackle, 700-plus snaps, and not give up a sack. Jeannie Wyatt is here. Jeannie! What's up, Jeannie? We're seeing you for the first time during our draft coverage. None of those are any good at all. The faithful ladies getting represented. J-Dub, Jesse Sr., William Roberts, Robert Smith, Native Dancer. I'll type in F Dallas, Spencer Yeager. Did Spencer Rattler get taken yet? Yes, to the New Orleans Saints. Dragon F Dallas, Spirit Hunter, Rich, Messiah. It's Scooby Bro. I'll type in F Dallas. Brendan Rice has not been drafted. Minnesota Vikings pick is in. And we're officially in the 6th round. Officially in round 6. Yeah, that'll be their last picks, right? They don't have a 7th, right? Walter Rouse, there's another tackle. Off the board, Minnesota takes the tackle out of Oklahoma. Started 52 of 53 games. He played at Oklahoma and Stanford. No sacks allowed in 2023, 453 pass blocking snaps. Very experienced player. He played left tackle while Tyler Guyton, who went to the Cowboys at the end of the first round, played right tackle. We could just go trifecta there. Super Chat battle right now. We're at 250 on the Niners report. And we're at 194 on Eagles now. Our Super Chat MVP on the 49ers report gets a Deebo Samuel autographed jersey. The number to beat, $100 from Romeo for the largest individual Super Chat. The MVP for Eagles now, you're going to be able to make your choice. You can either go neon green, Eagles bar light, or an Eagles football. We'll raffle off the other item. The raffle item for the 49ers report Niners man cave sign. Cam Little, the kicker, is still available. There was a punter who went in round 4 to the Chicago Bears. The only special teamer that's gone off the board so far. Jeannie, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh, stop. Say trade this person, trade that person. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Are you talking to me, Jeannie? Are you coming at my neck? Robert Smith, what size is the Debo jersey? I don't know if you want to wear it because it's autographed. You probably want to get it framed, but it's an XL. Oh, Native Dancer was saying trade Debo. That's who Jeannie's talking to. Jeannie Wyatt, she doesn't mess around. Romeo, Eagles have no interest in Brendan Rice. They clearly don't. Clearly don't. But they're not the only ones. Oh, so clean. Yeah, was it against South Carolina for Shipley? Louisville, okay. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. $762 Drizzy. Yo, Chase, where's Chip at?
I'm right here, brother.
The legend's right here, my man.
What up? What up? Want a little beard cheer, 762 jersey? Here you go. Hey, shout out Millie315 says make sure that you're live in the live chat. Hit the live button, catch up with us if you're behind. Also, Millie says like the stream while you're at it.
Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video.
Couple picks have come in. The Seahawks at 179. Go with a lineman.
Satua Lamia.
Okay, there it is.
Offensive guard out of Utah.
Patriots, Marcellus Dial, corner out of South Carolina. Eagles up in a few picks. We got Chargers, Titans, Giants, Dolphins, Eagles. And the Eagles will pick again. It'll go Falcons, Falcons, Texans, Texans, Eagles.
Sea chickens suck from William Roberts. Yes, they do. I hate Seattle. F Seattle. Excited for Eagles OTAs and minicamp from Spirit Hunter. Muhammad Khalaf. Hey, Chase, what did I miss? Any good players drafted? Of late, I thought Spencer Rattler to the Saints was really interesting. I thought that was a good one.
Jordan Travis to the Jets.
Jordan Travis to the Jets, so a couple of quarterbacks. And what's so funny is that no quarterbacks were taken in rounds 2 and 3. So there was a big gap for quarterbacks there. Kamani Vidal out of Troy to the Chargers. One of the better pass protecting, and pass blocking running backs in this draft class. Led the team in rushing yards the last 4 years. Been a durable player. Kamani Vidal out of Troy to the Chargers. Mondo Listraka. Good to see you again. He said hello, everyone. 762 Drizzy. Who do you guys want now? I want to see Brendan Rice get drafted to any team. Last 10 picks, Trevor Keegan, Isaiah Davis, Kalen Carson, Jalen Ford, Quantez Stiggers, Walter Rouse, Logan Lee, Satua Lamia, Marcellus Dial, Kamani Vidal. Kamani, 2023 Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year. School record, 4,000 career rushing yards. And as I said, led the team in all those seasons. 5'7", but 213. He's stocky.
Fun fact, the great nephew of legend Hank Aaron.
Wow. You want to talk about bloodlines?
Yeah, there we go.
Mondo Listraka. Chase, long time no see. I know. I've noticed a lot of people on the Niners Report. You've had a little bit of a hiatus trying to get over the heartbreaking Super Bowl defeat. DG, what's good, man? Mixed by DG. Shout out DJ DG. Did I get that right? DJ DG. I like that. Hope all is well, man. See you're having some success. How we doing today? I like what the Niners have done today. They drafted Malik Mustafa, a safety out of Wake Forest, who plays a lot in the box, is used in a hybrid role on third down. He's tough, hard-nosed, physical. He's a little bit smaller at like 5'10", but he's a really good athlete at that size. Hunts the ball. Isaac Orendo, a running back out of Louisville. He's 6'3", 4.3 speed. And then Jacob Cowing, a slot wide receiver out of Arizona, did go to UTSA, transferred. Had 13 touchdowns this past year. And while he's short, 5'8", 5'9", 4'3 guy. So San Francisco drafting 2 offensive players at skill positions who are quick, fleet of foot. Romeo! Brendan Rice to the Eagles would have been nasty. Niners wide receiver room is full. It sucks to see Rice wait. I just don't get why he's not gone off the board. And see, some people have asked, I thought he could have gone 3rd, 4th round. I was a little bit surprised that Luke McCaffrey went at pick number 100. Final pick of the 3rd last night, before Brendan Rice. Not the things that I was gathering in the pre-draft process. Dane Brugler, 3rd, 4th round grade. Let's see where Daniel Jeremiah had him in his top 150, if he was on there.
And Romeo with another 10 as well. Back to back for Romeo.
Yeah, dude. Daniel Jeremiah had Brendan Rice at 126 in his top 150. But here we are, round 6. Dolphins on the clock, 184. Brendan Rice, nothing. What that tells me is maybe something medically that teams don't like. He got flagged for something. I really don't know. Really not sure. Romeo, now that Ayuk is safe, what do you think his deal will be? $33 million per year? I wouldn't say he's 100% safe yet. And keep in mind, he still has 1 more year left on his deal on the 5th-year option. Now, I think that if the Niners tried to bring him back on that 5th-year option, he'd be disgruntled. But, yeah, on that new deal, Romeo, at first I thought it was going to be $25.5 million, and then Devontae Smith got paid, and then Amon-Ra St. Brown got paid. Now I think it could be 27, 28. I don't think it's going to be 33 mil per.
Oh, man.
Malik Washington to the Dolphins. That's a fun pick. Slot, sturdy, strong, quarterback friendly. Led the ACC in receiving after he transferred to Virginia from Northwestern. 35 missed tackles forced after the catch. Slippery, elusive, fun player. Can really make people miss in a phone booth. And he's going to a Miami team that now has maybe the fastest running back room in the history of the NFL. No joke. They drafted Jalen Wright out of Tennessee this year, 4.3 guy. Last year, Devon Achane, Texas A&M, 4.3 guy. They have Raheem Mostert, 4.3 guy. Now Malik Washington. It's going to be a fun team. And you already have Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase.
So Eagles on the clock.
Eagles on the clock. And then they'll have one more pick to round out the draft. 440 likes here on the Niners Report. 362 likes on Eagles Now. We're $6 away from 200 on Eagles Now. Can we get there? And when we do, I'm giving you a beer cheers. Did the Eagles get a center from Native Dancer? No. They did get a guard out of Michigan. Madden King, T.O.'s son, is still available. He's not going to get drafted. He'll be a UDFA guy. And if the Niners go to UDFA, look out for Frank Gore Jr. and Tariq Owens, maybe. Killa Hunter Ray. Bang, bang.
What up, Killa Hunter Ray?
Let's do this. Let's pop up the Super Chat menu here. Let's go 50% off here over the next couple of minutes.
Let's do it.
So all first-time Super Chatters today get a raffle ticket for either the Niners Man Cave sign or the Eagles ball or the neon sign. Now, over the next couple of minutes, $5 gets you a raffle ticket, or if you're a first-timer, $10 will spin the wheel. $25 will drink. Let's get it.
Eagles pick is in. See who it is momentarily. They were fast with this one.
Yeah, they must have liked somebody there.
Millie says Johnny Wilson. Come on, Howie.
Yeah, will they go with another wideout? I'm not sure if they'd go wideout again. 50% off Super Chat menu. If we're going best player available, Brendan Rice is my best player available. A lot of people are saying Johnny Wilson.
And that's the pick.
Is it the pick?
It's Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson, the selection. Some people in the chat had it before us. BC, Chase, you look exhausted. I admire the moral fiber. The moral fiber, I've never heard of that. Huh. Yeah, I'm tired, man. I was so juiced up on adrenaline last night. I woke up middle of the night. I could not go back to sleep. I slept maybe 2 hours. It's tough. Johnny Wilson. He did have a 30 visit with Philadelphia. Certainly an intriguing size athlete at the wide receiver position. He is 6'6", 231 pounds, ran a 4.52 40-yard dash. The issue, sometimes he does not play up to that size. He was the number 21 wide receiver in the 2020 recruiting class. Started his career at Arizona State in 2020. Large talent. Looks like a basketball forward when he's wearing shoulder pads. 84.5-inch wingspan is ridiculous. 38-inch arms. A lot of arm length. So he can make tough adjustments. He can pull down some 50-50 balls if you just throw it up to him because defenders can't reach it. Long strides, so it doesn't look like he's moving quickly, but that does help him accelerate. 4.5 240, pretty damn good. Drop issues though. 6 and 5 the last 2 years. Doesn't always play up to his size. So that's some insight there on Johnny Wilson. We'll go more in depth here in a bit because the Eagles' final pick is coming up very, very soon. So is that, 2 receivers in Aeneas Smith and Johnny Wilson, 2 and 3 picks. And that's at 185.
Niner Dad back at it with the 10. Cheers to you guys.
Let's go, Niner Dad. Cheers, man.
Giving you a beer. Cheers.
It's been a little while since I've been able to take a sip.
Oh. All right. Eagles almost up again. So let's see. Falcons, after the Eagles picked Johnny Wilson, went with Jace McClellan, Alabama running back, and then with back-to-back picks, also took Casey Washington, wide receiver out of Illinois. Now the Texans are up with 2 picks, and the Eagles will pick. We'll recap all the Eagles picks, the last 3 that they had. And that'll be the draft for the Birds. Romeo, another 10 on Niners.
Romeo!
Who is set for Mr. Irrelevant this year?
Oh, boy. Tell you what. If it's Brendan Rice, he has to be the guy just because he's Jerry's son, right? But I highly doubt he's going to make it to the final pick. We're up to 291 on Niners. And we're still 6 away from 200 on Eagles. And I'm looking at the live poll here. Eagles, grade the Eagles draft so far. 70% A. Niners, 49% B. Second closest, 23% C, 22% A. Millie 315, guessing D lineman, defensive tackle depth, offensive tackle project.
G. Wyatt says that Rice doesn't want to go to the Niners, wants to make his own legacy and not follow his dad.
Okay. So we know 1 pick for Philadelphia, and then they have their final pick, I believe, right?
Final pick for the Eagles.
At 190 overall. They just took Johnny Wilson, wide receiver out of Florida State. Looks like a basketball forward in pads. Incredible size, 6'6", 231, 4.5 240. He can go up and get it, right? The bad, sometimes he doesn't play that big at times. 11 drops the last 2 years. Struggles to separate. I'm telling you this. If I was that big, I would have so much confidence to just own people. I'm climbing the ladder. I'm snatching your soul. I'm ripping your heart out. And I'm just going to be a cold-blooded killer. For those of you watching the show, if you haven't liked the video, please do so right now. Jamal Hill is going to the Texans at 188. Lions are up next, then Philadelphia. Long gap here for the San Francisco 49ers. And when you're this late in the draft, like, taking Johnny Wilson, it's smart, man. You bring a guy into your building who's 6'6", 231. It's crazy that he only had 2 touchdowns in 2023. Keon Coleman was the one who really unseated him. An 84.5-inch wingspan. That's crazy. Eagles just traded again. 9th trade of the draft, the most of any team since 1990, when draft trades began to be tracked. Now, you mentioned that earlier. Did Schefter just double down on that and tweet it again? Did he just double post that tweet? You just tweeted it again. Fake news. Okay. So what is Schefter talking about? Come on, Adam. Help us out. Because that would be their 10th trade. Because you mentioned like an hour ago that was their 9th when Schefter tweeted that originally. Lions are taking LSU defensive tackle Makai Wingo. And the Eagles should be on the clock. Funny story for Detroit, too, by the way, is that they're all wearing inside their war room Brock Wright jerseys, trying to stick it to the Niners because the Niners tried to sign him to an offer sheet, and then the Lions matched. LG, are you going to die from alcohol and drinking? I hope not. I want to live a long, healthy, prosperous life. I do take care of myself. I eat healthy, work out every day, work hard, clean nutrition, meditation. But yes, we'd like to have fun from time to time. Is that allowed? Hopefully I don't die. I'm trying to reverse age. Yeah, and the Eagles are still showing as next on the draft board on NFL Network. The crowd in Detroit has certainly dwindled down from night 1 and night 2, and it was incredible. They set the record for the most people in attendance for a round 1 draft. The pick is in for Philadelphia. Who will the Eagles go with? LG, I am not blacked out. LG said, I'm blacked out. All right, LG. That's awesome. He said, I'm so wasted. That's hilarious. All right. Who did the Eagles take? Round 6. Pick 190. NC State offensive guard, Dylan McMahon. A 4-year starter. Can play center, left guard, right guard. Let me check my last Eagles mock. I may have had him going to the Eagles in my final mock. He started 44 of 49 career games. Positional versatility. Right guard, left guard, center. I remember doing some scouting research on the player because Dylan McMahon is a good athlete who fits that profile of a center who can pull. Eagles, of course, prioritize that with their offensive linemen. I did have Dylan McMahon going to the Eagles. 210 overall. So I think I've had a pretty good hit rate on my Eagles mock drafts. I had in one of my mocks, Quinyon Mitchell. My dream draft plan, trading up for Quinyon Mitchell. I had Cooper DeJean at one point. I had Dylan McMahon in this one at 210 overall. He goes 190. I had... Anybody else? I'm trying to think. I think I had Ainias Smith in one mock. And I'm trying to think if that's it. Yeah, Dylan's solid. We'll give you some notes on him. Yeah. Has the USC running back gone? Marshawn Lloyd? Let's see. Packers, that's right. I had him going to the Eagles in my lace mock. So Dylan McMahon. We'll talk briefly about him here, and then we'll go in further detail. He's 6'3", 299 pounds, ran a 5'10", 40-yard dash. So it's not quite Jason Kelce fast, but Jason Kelce was sub 300 pounds, and he moved very well. 22 starts at right guard, 14 at center, 8 at left guard. Definitely an above-average athlete for that size. Doesn't have a lot of width or girth to his body frame. The arms are short, 31 3/4 inches. Wingspan also short. Good technique, though. And a good zone scheme type of fit. So it makes sense for Philadelphia in a couple of ways when you think about it in that way. D3, we want Jason back. So how many picks are we doing here? That's right. Let's ride. Trevor Keegan, Johnny Wilson, Dylan McMahon. You will not find a more informed show than the one that we're about to bring you here. Some really good analysis on these Eagles selections. And we'll just go in order here. And offensive line depth, certainly something that Philadelphia needed to address. And in my mock, my last one, I had them stacking up on depth a little bit later in the draft. So 350 people watching live on Eagles now, 20 likes away from 400. Like the video. We're $6 away from 200 in supers. Niners report at 293 in super chat, so we're 7 away from 300. And let's talk some NFL draft prospects here. Live, day 3, NFL draft. You're watching Philadelphia Eagles Now by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr., and as of right now, we're not sure if Howie Roseman's going to make another trade. He just made the most trades in an NFL draft dating back to 1990. The Philadelphia Eagles are done drafting. If they make another move, we'll keep you in the know right here on the show. But 3 selections who we want to talk about with Philadelphia continuing to stay busy on the final day of the draft. And they're addressing offensive line here on day 3 in the latter rounds. And they also have drafted 2 wide receivers. We're going to talk about Trevor Keegan on this show, offensive guard out of Michigan, an intriguing player with so much size who looks like a power forward in pads at the wide receiver spot in Johnny Wilson out of Florida State, who took a 30 visit to Philadelphia in the pre-draft process, and then another offensive lineman in Dylan McMahon, a center, left guard, right guard, player with a lot of versatility out of NC State, and an above-average athlete. That other receiver that I just mentioned, that's Ainias Smith. The video is already out on him, as well as all of the other moves that Philadelphia has made here on day 3. That's why you subscribe to the channel. Let's first begin with the selection of Trevor Keegan. And I thought it was important for Philadelphia going into the draft to stack up on some offensive line depth. The starting 5 is as good as it gets in the National Football League. He gave a contract extension to Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson. It looks as though Cam Jurgens' job at center is going to be safe. I think this is a pretty good draft for Tyler Steen because you didn't really bring in viable competition, or at the very least, he should be able to have the inside track of winning that job at right guard. And then Philadelphia did not draft the future Lane Johnson replacement, nor did I think they really had to. If they wanted to get a player like Troy Fuatano, would have had to have traded up in the NFL draft in that first round, but I absolutely love the selection of Quinyon Mitchell. As for Trevor Keegan, an offensive line depth piece to start off for his career, and he's a player who, coming out of high school in Crystal Lake, Illinois, was the number 1 player in the entire state. And more than 100 schools across the country had visited him in high school because they were trying to recruit him to their school. He ends up committing to Michigan to play for Jim Harbaugh. I like that because Jim Harbaugh puts a priority on the offensive line. He said after the Chargers took Joe Alt with the 5th overall pick on Thursday night in the first round that we look at offensive linemen as weapons, and he's always done a good job of developing the position. Keegan has the size to develop. 6'5", 310 pounds, also has a lot of experience under his belt, which is going to help him in trying to crack this team as an offensive line depth piece. Plenty of experience as a 3-year starter who grew throughout his time at Michigan. 44 games played, 37 starts. He started 11 games in 2022, 15 games in 2023. He was a team captain for the Wolverines en route to winning the national championship, and all of those starts in 2023 came at left guard. 10 of the starts in 2022 came at left guard. He made 1 start at left tackle that year, and then in 2021, 13 games and 11 starts at left guard as well. Lacks the length that you would kind of want from a every down starting offensive lineman, and maybe that's part of the reason why he didn't go earlier. He's a quick player, though, who mirrors well and plays with attitude in the run game. And for those reasons, I think he has a lot of potential at the next level. Sometimes these offensive linemen taken on day 3 end up having very successful careers, and he really started to round into form during the 2023 campaign. Now, you look at the Pro Football Focus numbers here. Struggled with run blocking at 63.9 according to PFF. Overall grade of 68.6, but an 80.7 pass blocking grade. on 836 snaps. He was a second team All Big Ten player and can really get quick out of his stance. What does Philadelphia like to do? Get some of their offensive linemen out in space on those pull blocks to get downfield in the run and pass game. So an offensive lineman here to give you some depth. You lost Jack Driscoll. You lost Sua Opeta in NFL free agency. And you go Trevor Keegan, Dylan McMahon here on day 3 for an offensive organization that does a great job of developing the offensive line with legendary offensive line coach Jeff Stoutland. Make sure you join the channel today and hit that sub button. One of us. Hit that sub button right now for daily coverage, and it's all entertaining, informative, insightful right here on the show. 2 more picks to get to, but first, Game Time, the only ticketing app that I use, the only ticketing app that I have on my phone. Prices drop as the event gets closer, lowest price guaranteed, and when you think about going to a sporting event, what I love about sports, why I fell in love with sports at 5 years old and why I wanted to become a sports broadcaster when I grew up, sports bring people together more than anything in life, in my opinion. Your team scores and you're at a game, you're looking around, you're high-fiving, you're giving hugs. And you can put together amazing memories in doing that. Game Time wants you to put together great memories. That's why I use this app, because of that, but also $20 off. Use the code CHATSPORTS to get $20 off your purchase. And you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. The list view gives you the vantage point from your seat. You can also go map view if you want to pick what part of the stadium you want to sit in. And I'm a well-rounded, versatile guy with a lot of interests, right? I love sports, of course. That's why I'm in front of the camera right now talking to you with this headset on. I love music, though. I like comedy. I like going to theater events, a Blue Man Group show from time to time. Highly recommend it. And you can do that and buy those tickets on the Game Time app as well. $20 off. Use the code CHATSPORTS. We will put all of this information down below in the show notes of this video. Johnny Wilson. What a fascinating pick here for the Eagles. And if I'm Philadelphia, they go Aeneas Smith, Texas A&M, Johnny Wilson, Florida State at the wide receiver position. I would have gone with Brendan Rice, the son of Jerry Rice, 4.5 40 guy, underrated vertical ability. I think he starts off really well in the slot. You need a wide receiver 3 on this team because I'm not convinced Devontae Parker or Paris Campbell are that. Parker, last in separation the last 4 years in the entire NFL. And then Paris Campbell, 4.3 speed, but he's been injured so much. And Brendan Rice had 12 touchdowns last year. One of a handful of players at the college level to do that. What the Eagles do is they go Aeneas Smith, short area quickness, can make people miss in a phone booth, can pick up yards after the catch, return ability. And Johnny Wilson is a completely different player. He is a power forward at the wide receiver spot. Massive, massive size. He stands at an astounding 6'6" and is 231 pounds. And what's also interesting about Johnny Wilson, by the way, he started his career at Arizona State, and then he transferred to Florida State, where this past year, he was outproduced by Keon Coleman, who's another jump ball wideout, who I think plays more physically than Johnny Wilson. But what I was getting to, 35 3/8-inch arms and an 84.5-inch wingspan. He ran a 4.52 40-yard dash at the combine at 6'5", 6'6", 231 pounds. He can go up and he can get it. He can climb the ladder and be that jump ball wide receiver. Currently, Philadelphia does not have a player who fits this mold on the roster right now. The issue, he's dropped the football a lot. He's had 7 drops the last 2 years. The lack of concentration can be an issue. He always doesn't play to his size and physicality. So a huge receiver, impressive athleticism, some blocking chops, which I imagine Philadelphia really liked, an insane catch radius and frame. But the drops are an issue, and he's really just an okay route runner who does struggle to separate. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say about Wilson imposing size and stride length for potential mismatch opportunities. And because of that stride length, he doesn't look as though he's moving quickly, but he's a glider, is how I would really characterize his movement ability. And Brugler with the pro comp here reminds a lot of people of Devin Funchess, and Devin Funchess was okay to start his career. People didn't know what position he was. He was a little bit of a tweener, wide receiver, tight end. We'll see what Johnny Wilson ends up becoming. If he adds some bulk, maybe tight end, but I don't think he's physical enough to play tight end. But can you imagine him going down the seam? In 2023, 41 catches, 617 yards, 15 yards per catch, only 2 touchdowns. When you're that big and you're going up against collegiate DBs who aren't even going to sniff the NFL level, who don't have anything close to your size, how do you not dominate them? How do you not little boy those DBs out there and be more of a red zone threat? Those are some of the issues that I have. But at this point of the draft, round 6, 185, you're going to take a chance on a player with some athletic chops like that. And then lastly, again, as of right now, this is the final pick for Philadelphia, round 6, 190, Dylan McMahon, who is a versatile interior offensive lineman who's played at a bunch of different positions. Comes out of NC State. He's 6'5", 313. That's the good. Very short arms, though. About 32 inches. Wingspan, under 80 inches. But going back to the versatility here, 40 games, 39 starts throughout his college career. And it was all over the place. He really did play multiple different positions. And I actually just lost my notes. Let me get back to that. Hold on one second, because I want to make sure I get this right as far as where he was playing at, as far as his positional versatility. Let me pop this back up. Give me a moment. Bad radio, Chase, but I apologize. My note just disappeared on me. I'm trying to search it here. I know it's somewhere because this is an important point to make with Dylan McMahon. There we go. So the positional versatility here. And by the way, a 5'10", 40-yard dash at 299 pounds. So he can pull, he can get to that second level. The positional versatility, 22 starts at right guard, 14 starts at center, and 8 starts at left guard. He played in 49 games as a 5-year college player and started 44 of them. A little bit of an undersized frame at under 300 pounds. They said the same thing about Jason Kelce. Now, Jason Kelce ran well below a sub-5 40-yard dash, and Dylan McMahon, 5'10". I'm not comparing them, but as far as athletic centers of that type of prototype, that's why I'm making the correlation there. He's an incredible mover for the position, like Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce, also a late-round pick out of Cincinnati. Also possesses shorter arms that can leave him susceptible to getting overpowered a little bit. And because of that short arm length, he can have poor technique in both the run and the pass sets. Lacks body girth. And I would say he's a good fit for a zone-based scheme for Philadelphia. And he does have a little bit of aggressiveness to him. He was flagged 6 times in 2023. A little bit more than expected because of his experience. Missed 2 games as a senior with a right knee sprain, but other than that, a player who's been pretty durable. The Pro Football Focus numbers, again, room to grow, room to get better, but that's why he's a day 3 pick toward the tail end of the draft. 66.2 overall grade, pass blocking grade of 71.3, run blocking grade of 67.8 on 684 snaps. So it was a clear emphasis for Philadelphia, and I had this in my last mock draft. I actually had the Eagles going with Dylan McMahon at pick 210, and they don't have that pick any longer, but they go with McMahon here at 190. I had them going DB, skill positions a little bit early, defensive line, edge, and then offensive line at the end to just build up that depth, because the starting unit is really good. The backups, you want to fortify that just a bit. Who has been your favorite pick so far? Let me know down in the comment section. Draft grades still to come here on the show a little bit later. Be on the lookout for that right here on the channel. Couple of super chats that came in. Romeo again. Romeo just making it happen, making it rain. And do we have one more Niners pick or two more Niners picks? Two more Niners picks, right? Should be two more Niners picks. Romeo, I believe we've had a very nice draft in Philly, less so in San Francisco. Great job, Chase and Chip. Y'all have made the draft 100. Thanks, man. That's what we try to do. LG, $2. How do I get Nick Bosa to sleep with my wife? Now, LG said a little while ago that he's hammered. Is this drunk talk, LG? Or do we need to reach out to Nick Bosa to see if he's willing? Just kidding. I don't know how you get in touch with Nick Bosa to sleep with your wife. He's a good-looking dude, though. I mean, I wish I had that body type. Built in a lab. Romeo with another 10. Dude, I wanted Brendan Rice so bad. I could have an Eagles jersey with the Rice name on it. Dreams destroyed. Because Romeo has grown up both an Eagles and a Niners fan. Loves Jerry Rice. Loves both teams because of his upbringing. And I just can't believe that Brendan Rice is still on the board. Pick us in for $199. Brendan Rice still there. Joe Milton of the Patriots. So the New England Patriots going with the, and it's not quite this, but going with the RG3 Kirk Cousins mold. Now, Kirk Cousins, I think, was drafted in the 4th round out of Michigan State. RG3, number 1 overall, right? But 2 quarterbacks where you're trying to hit on one. And you have Drake Maye, unbelievable ability. And then Joe Milton, best arm in the draft as far as arm strength goes. And launching the pill 80, 90 yards downfield. No joke with the flick of a wrist. Another super chat from Romeo. Hands down, best pick of the draft is Quinyon Mitchell falling to the birds. Just sweet. Yeah, for me, not having to trade up and having the best cornerback in the class fall into your laps at 22, it's pretty good stuff. You can't complain about that. So 305 in supers on the Niners report. 214 on Eagles now. And a beer cheers to everybody. This is pretty awesome from Romeo. I tried to watch the draft live. It sucks so bad in comparison. Our crew at Chat Sports is the truth. Thank you, Romeo. Native Dancer, Dallas got Alt? No. Chargers got Alt. Joe Alt? Chargers. 5th overall pick. Another Clemson dude off the board. Mystery of the draft for me is how Brendan Rice is still out there. Any sleepers left? My boy Krug with an unbelievable list of sleepers here. Here's his list from a guy who used to scout. Shout out Krug. Tight end Mason Pline. Linebacker Kalen DeLoach. Cornerback Willie Drew. Defensive end Richard Gibonor. Chigozie Anuzium. Tyler Harrell. Jabari Small. Dawan Edwards. Couple players right there. Yeah. What's the last pick of the draft? What number would that be? 32 times 7. Ah, that's right. I can also just look up the draft order. And what the other one's 215? That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Yes. Yeah, because we got to do Mando for that. Yes. Yeah, remind me on that.
Alrighty. Couple more picks coming in. Jayden Crumity, defensive tackle, Mississippi State.
Okay.
And then we had Mike Abraham, cornerback, Marshall.
All right.
So still no Brendan Rice. Crazy.
Yeah, I tweeted out, like, what am I missing here? I haven't gotten any response yet for a reasoning. Somebody said a UFA, but he's better than that.
So the Eagles will come out of this draft with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rookies. 9 rookies. Packers take tackle Travis Glover out of Georgia State.
Travis Glover. Good name. Tommy Curzio's in the building. What's up, Tommy?
I mean, they're at this point in the draft on NFL Network. They got dogs everywhere. What is going on? Could the Niners just hold off and take Rice at 251? I don't even know who else would take him at this point. Travis Glover Jr. It's so funny now the point of the draft we're at where we see these picks like this.
Kicker pick.
Oh, no way.
Kicker pick.
The first one.
Will Reichard. The Vikings are taking Will Reichard, 203 overall. Type K in the chat for kicker pick. Bro, wearing these fucking headsets all day are brutal, man. Kills my ears. Makes my hair look like shit.
Yeah, I had to take a break from that.
Oh my gosh. Kicker pick. You know it's day 3 of the draft when they're doing Daniel Jeremiah's top puppies. Will Reichard, first team All-SEC, 84 field goals made in his career. School record, obviously playing in a lot of big games too. They have puppies on the set at NFL Network. They'd be good at picking up some yak.
Yeah.
They're pretty elusive. Very cute, too.
Where are our puppies?
Jeremiah Trotter cried today after Junior got drafted.
Man. It's got to be so cool.
Michael Hyde, who got a punter in the 3rd? The Bears drafted a punter in the 4th. Bears drafted a punter in the 4th. Not quite Jake Moody in the 3rd.
Dude.
Bumblebee gets through trash, downhill thumper, eats grass and stays square. That's a linebacker puppy. It's day 3 of the draft, man.
So funny.
Star Cruz ordering my 54 jersey now. You think he wears 54? It's a big legacy to hold up to, man. I'd feel a little bit nervous. I'd be like, Pops, I can't do it, man. You're a 2-time All-Pro. I can't do it. Muhammad, Chase, where are your puppies? Right here.
Yo!
There are my puppies. I really want a dog, to be frank. But, man, when you're live for the NFL draft like this, what the hell would I do with the dog?
Yeah. Bring it in.
We're live 6.5 hours Thursday, 6+ hours last night. Today,
It's got to be 6 again.
oh my God, we're at 5.5 already. Wow.
Yeah. We still have 70 picks to go, I think.
70 picks to go.
I mean, we're at 204. Didn't I say the last pick was like 270 something? Yeah, okay, last pick is 257,
Okay.
so 50 picks to go.
50 picks to go. I love this, man. It's great, but we're feeling it. But this is when the men separate from the boys.
Chase just flashed the stream. Clip it.
You can clip it, Andrew Nathan.
Let me see the beer hat.
Beer hat?
I'm trying to get wicked.
We getting weird?
All right, I'm putting the beer hat on.
Chip's putting on the beer hat.
Any super chat that comes in while I got this beer hat on, I'm drinking. If we get a $50 super chat, I'll shotgun. My first shotgun of the day.
$100 super chat, I'll shotgun a Red Bull.
Oh, jeez.
Only over the next minute. Only over the next minute. Only over the next minute.
The beer hat is on.
$100 Red Bull shotgun. Minute shot clock. Romeo. I got to get focused at work over here, wasting time with y'all. Gonna be here all night, wrapping up crap. Jay the VD, those puppies need an OnlyFans. What a business model OnlyFans is. Like, how do you think that idea came about?
Well, I think it started initially just like it wasn't meant to be what it is now. It was,
I know.
Yeah, but like you say, how did it become what it is now?
Yeah, like
I don't even know.
You're at a bar with your buddies and you're thinking about the rise of subscription services for streaming, and you're like, what if we did a subscription service for nudity? OnlyFans.
Hey, it worked. It worked. No super chats yet. I got the beer hat on, man. Any super chat, I'm drinking.
All right, thank God $100 didn't come in during that minute. I did not want to shotgun that Red Bull. Should I drink the Red Bull?
I can't do Red Bull anymore. It makes my heart race too much.
Dude, it was bad when I was trying to sleep.
Yeah.
But I do like how wired I was yesterday.
Oh, it definitely helps. Like it definitely does what it's intended to do.
Yeah.
Like I've only ever had Red Bull on when I would drive back home to Philly from Clemson, 11-hour drive. Like I had to. There's no way I just can't drive. And like I can only listen to so much music and listen to so many podcasts.
Yeah.
Over 11 hours. It's like I had to get some Red Bull in me.
I don't think I could do it, man. Looking at the ingredients just make me sick.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, we'll power through. No Red Bull. I'll be good to myself. Stay away from the Red Bull vodkas? Yeah. See, Mac Daddy, here's my issue. I didn't crash. Instead, I had a Red Bull before we went live yesterday. So it was probably 4 o'clock our time. I went to bed, woke up middle of the night, heart racing, bro. I was like concerned. I'm like, am I okay? And I'm like sleeping on my side. I hear my heart racing. And I'm like, I don't like this at all. So I didn't crash. Mr. Bay Area, Red Bull is trash. I never drink soda. I never drink Red Bull. But on a day like this, when you got 2 hours of sleep, this would be the time. But I'm going to try to stay away from it. 5-hour energies. You know, it's funny, Jason Michaels. I took 5-hour energy one time, and it totally unrelated, but I'm scarred. I was growing up, did a Red Bull or a 5-hour energy, and I got super like sick, like illness sick. And it didn't have anything to do with the 5-hour, but like, you know how you have that memory in your mind and you're like, I'm scarred. I can't do it. Mike Jew, Chip and Chase, you guys are awesome. Thanks, bro.
Cheers.
Salute to you.
First one with the beer hat
We'll just
on.
drink these instead.
These are actually
What flavor do you have?
fruit punch.
Same. Not a sponsor, but they should be.
Not too bad for you, man.
Drink iced coffee. I love coffee. I love coffee. I go French press. We have a pour over here at Chat Sports. I like getting the beans. I like the routine of it and the, what's a word? There's like a routine part of it. It's like soothing to a certain degree. Jay, addicted to the taste of Red Bull and Prime. You know what's also weird? When I drink Red Bull, I start sweating. That's probably my body saying, what are you doing? Vitamin water. Yeah, I got the electrolytes with the water here. Eric Heisler, I'm stoked about the Trotter pick. I wanted Dawkins. 2. Glad they made this happen. Brian Dawkins doesn't have a son, does he? That's draft eligible?
He has a son, but I don't think he's draft eligible. He's in college, I think.
Okay.
I don't think he was draft eligible.
Wait, so Brian Dawkins Jr.
Is that what it is?
Oh, you know what? He played at Clemson a few years ago. That does ring a bell.
Did he?
He was 5'7", 170.
Oh, he didn't play.
Yeah.
It's like all of Dabo Sweeney's kids playing on the team.
Yeah, he had 1 tackle in 2019. That's it.
My freshman year.
Born in Colorado. That makes sense. After the Eagles criminally let him go to the Denver Broncos. He should have never worn another uniform. Still played at a high level for Denver, too.
Couple more picks coming in.
Yeah, a few more picks here. Jaward Jordan, running back out of Louisville. Houston Texans, round 6, 205. Nathaniel Watson, linebacker, Mississippi State, round 6, 206. Mike Jarrell, offensive tackle out of Findlay. I got to look that up. You're starting to get to the point of the draft where we saw the one earlier, British Columbia. We had a CFL player drafted, which I'm not sure how that's possible. Why can't he just sign in free agency?
Yeah, I don't know.
And Findlay, Ohio, University of Findlay, D2, Great Lakes Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Mike Jarrell. Let's see if we got any scouting notes on Mike Jarrell.
Niner Dad says, drink, Chip, drink. Cheers to you, Niner Dad.
Oh, we do have some Mike Jarrell info here. Steep learning curve against NFL power. Agile big, though. 6'4", 309. 4'9", 440. My goodness.
Oh.
He probably got drafted by that alone.
Yeah.
Maybe a practice squad guy for a year or two. Did Niner Dad do it again? Niner Dad did it again. He did it again. I'm with you, Millie. It's good to see D2 guys get off the board. Oh, Dylan Laub. New Hampshire running back to the Raiders at 208. I'm pretty sure that's what the pronunciation is. Let's see.
Hey, Niners are almost up.
Lobby. Dylan Lobby. Dylan Lobby. And then the Niners picking soon here. New Hampshire. Older, 24. Not ranked by recruiting services. Received better offers to play college lacrosse. I remember hearing that at the combine because I looked at him and I'm like, that's a lax player right there. Do people in Texas play lacrosse, by the way?
It seems like
it's not I know it's not a sport in like Illinois when I moved there for work out of college. It's like a northeastern sport. Lobby. 1,200 yards rushing in 2022 at 15 touchdowns. 49 catches, 464, and 2 touchdowns. And then this past year, 749 rushing yards, 9 touchdowns, 68 catches, 699 yards. Man, he's got some good ability. Dynamic receiving back. Multi-dimensional skill set. Danny Woodhead comparison. That's pretty funny.
We have another kicker.
Another kicker! Kickers are people too. Joshua Carty, Stanford. So we have a punter and 2 kickers off the board. Again, part of the beauty of the NFL draft. Day 3, weird things happen. How about being 6'1", 207 as a kicker, by the way? He's got the brains, too. Stanford.
Native dancer, F the Rams.
I like that. F the Rams. F the Lambs.
Cheers. Still got the beer hat
Beat
on.
LA, F LA.
Ugh.
Cheers. David Estrada. It's real, man. It's real.
Oh, what a view out here, huh?
We got some blue skies out there?
It's cloudy.
Cloudy?
All clouds. Rain held off, though.
$100 we jump out of the window. Do the Eagles have any more draft picks left from John Stamey? They do not.
They are done unless they trade in. I wouldn't imagine they do. Unless there's someone they really love in the 7th round. We're almost in the 7th round here. I feel like the 6th round went kind of fast.
Yeah, 210 already.
So 40 picks-ish left. Niners up in 5 picks.
Niners in 5.
As the Lions pick is in.
AP Seco, Chase, who do you want? Can't be saying what, BZ? Jump out of the window? Obviously, I'm kidding.
Kind of a steal here for the Lions.
Christian Mahogany?
Was way
Offensive
higher
guard,
on our
Boston
board.
College. Yeah, a lot higher on our board. So, Chiefs pick is in, Jacksonville, Rams, Bengals, Niners. And then Dallas, Rams. Oh, no, that went away. Baltimore, and I think 2 other picks. Then round 7. Underway. Any good offensive tackles left? Muhammad Khalaf? No.
Biggest win of the day, Howie grabbing a 3rd. That was a good trade. A lot of good trades today. Looks like the Chiefs pick is in. Kamal Haddon, corner out of Tennessee. Yeah, tight end Jaheim Bell is still there. Florida State tight end.
Yep. Niners could go tight end here, but it's not a Theo Johnson, a Ben Sinnott, a Jared Wiley that I would have liked.
They're all gone. Leonard Taylor is still there, defensive tackle. Is next year's draft deeper? Makes sense how we get more picks for a better group of prospects. Somebody brought it up earlier in the chat that, I think it was Dennis maybe, that possibly the Eagles and Howie Roseman are thinking they might get a pick or 2 taken away in next year's draft for the Saquon Barkley tampering incident, and so just getting a couple more picks.
Yeah. Emmanuel Henderson said that too. Jerry Rice Jr. said, at what point does this start to be considered disrespectful? Some people responded and said yesterday.
Another kicker.
Another kicker. Get out of here.
Oh, Trace will love this.
Cam Little. People were actually asking about Cam Little a little bit earlier. Some people look at him as the best kicker in the draft. Dane Brugler has him as the number 2 kicker behind Will Reichard. 6th, 7th round grade. And I'm cool with taking a kicker late. Kicker 3rd round, Jake Moody, that's wild. Because it's already a mental battle, and it's a mentally fickle position. You draft a kicker that early, they feel the pressure right away. It's just natural. And then they miss a kick, they're like, oh my gosh. And then the organization feels the pressure. And then everybody starts to tighten up.
Curious what the score of this Thunder game is. Wow, Thunder up 95-71. They're going to sweep the Pelicans.
Wow. I missed. Wait, when did game 3 happen?
This is game 3, sorry.
Okay,
I just
okay.
meant they're going to go up 3-0. They're probably
Okay,
going to sweep.
okay.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
We've been in a bunker that long?
Kind of crazy, though, that the Denver series could be over tonight. Denver and the Lakers play game 4 tonight. Denver's up 3-0. Lakers could get swept tonight. They'd be the first team out of the playoffs.
Yeah, Lakers are cooked.
Yeah, Denver's 3.5-point road favorites. The Celtics are 10.5-point road favorites against the Heat tonight.
Damn.
After losing game 2.
Interesting line. If LeBron James wants to win a championship, he should go to these 3 teams. The Golden State Warriors, the Philadelphia 76ers, or the Miami Heat. He has to leave the Los Angeles Lakers if he wants to win one more title to get number 5. If you want to talk about fit in this draft too, by the way, and a player going somewhere that's going to allow him to be successful because of the stability and structure of the organization, J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. He's raw. I thought he came out too early. I thought in the national championship game, Michigan didn't really trust him all that much to throw the football. But Kevin O'Connell made Kirk Cousins look great, Josh Dobbs, Nick Mullins. I believe in him as an offensive coach and a quarterback developer, allowing the quarterback to see the game clearly. And it's not like McCarthy has to play right away. Sam Darnold is there for the holdover option, and their defense is really good. Mohamed Khalaf almost on the clock.
Few picks away. Rams pick is in at 213. Then the Bengals. Then the Niners. Will the Niners take Brendan Rice? Probably not.
I wonder if they would. Just because they felt as though they had to. Hunter Ray. Who should the Niners pick? Brendan Rice? In all seriousness, if you did, in your wide receiver room was Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, and Brendan Rice, that's a hell of a lineup right there. And then you just let go of Danny Gray, Chris Conley, and Trent Taylor. The issue, though, and why that's not realistic, you need a Chris Conley to play special teams. Trent Taylor gives you return ability, although so does Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. So that special teams impact is no doubt important. Cheat code, get Gore. He's a UDFA guy. He was too slow, unfortunately, to sneak into the 7th round, I think. A 4.7 at 5'7", 198. Here's a crazy thing, though. His dad, while he was a 3rd-round pick, was a little bit doubted at points of his career. Did have an ACL injury way back in the day, I believe, when those injuries were a lot more severe. How about this? Get this for a backfield at Miami. It was kind of cool to grow up toward the tail end of the U being at its power. Frank Gore shared the backfield with Clinton Portis and Willis McGahee. Yeah, it's torn ACL in 2002. Spring practice. Spent the following season recovering from that. And then Gore beat out Willis McGahee in the spring of 2002. And ACL tears back in 2002 were a lot more severe. Rams pick, is that him?
It is in
Jordan Whittington. So 3 Texas wide receivers, their tight end, 2 defensive tackles, all drafted. Jordan Whittington, and I remember this, he was the number 2 athlete in the 2019 recruiting class, number 6 recruit in Texas. But injured his groin as a freshman, meniscus, clavicle. And then the last 2 years, honorable mention, all Big 12, team captain in 2023. No workouts because of a hamstring pre-draft. Bengals on the clock, 2:14. $407 people watching live. Little uptick in audience here as people are waiting for this Niners pick. We're waiting too.
the Bengals pick is in.
The Niners pick is in.
Oh, whoa.
Couple of rapid fire bullet sprayed selections here back to back. Cedric Johnson, edge rusher, Ole Miss, to Cincinnati.
Oh, man.
And we will see what the Niners selection is here. at 215, and then San Francisco has one more pick after that. Mr. Bay Area, I got $100, no Rice. I don't think it's Rice either. You already drafted a couple of wideouts, Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing.
Here is the Niners pick.
Another offensive lineman, Jarrett Kingston. Unfortunately for all of us, it is not an offensive tackle. Started off at Washington State. 5 years there, and then went to USC. 6'4", 306. Does have a lot of offensive line versatility. And the Niners do value offensive line versatility. Think of Dominic Puny, Colton McKivitz, John Feliciano, Jarrett Kingston, 16 starts at left guard, 10 at left tackle, 6 at right guard, 5 at right tackle. Athletic tools to be a project for an NFL offensive line coach, maybe at center, but his undisciplined tendencies and shorter arms are potential roadblocks. 6'4", 306, 5'0", 240, so he can move. 3-star recruit. Was going to go pro until a leg injury late in 2022. Transferred to USC for his final year. Bounced between right tackle, right guard. Already married. Can struggle against longer-armed defensive linemen. Romeo! Another super. And another 10.
Romeo.
So the Niners draft here so far. Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Puny, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Garendo, Jacob Cowing, and Jarrett Kingston.
We talking about him?
Yep. Barely. Yep. Let's go him and then just go through the draft so far of all their picks. Jarrett, don't call me Sean Kingston. Let's ride. All right, let's talk about this pick in depth. 430 people hanging out. Continue to like the video. Been a great day. Jarrett Kingston. Pick 219, so we're getting there. The stretch run. Cool. All right, Jarrett Kingston. The pick, round 6, 215. Let's talk about it here. The San Francisco 49ers have taken another offensive lineman in the 2024 NFL Draft, and they really do value offensive line versatility as an organization. You think about Colton McKivitz, there's a hybrid role to his game. John Feliciano, he can play both guard spots, has started a lot of games in his NFL career at center. Day 2, drafted Dominic Puny out of Kansas. He can play pretty much every single position along the offensive line and has a lot of experience in doing that. And their most recent selection in Jarrett Kingston out of USC is also a player with a lot of offensive line versatility. Started his career at Washington State. He was going to go pro in 2022 before a leg injury, and then he transferred to USC for 2023, and he switched between right guard and right tackle. The career breakdown for him, good size and athleticism, 6'4" and a quarter, 306 pounds. At the NFL Scouting Combine, he ran a 5.02 40-yard dash, 32 reps on the bench press at 225, so some solid upper body strength as evidenced by that. And then at his pro day, he got a little bit better. 36 reps of 225 on the bench press. The issue with him, sometimes he can struggle against some stronger defensive linemen because he has shorter arms. And the Niners as an organization love their offensive tackles usually to have about 34-inch arms as the base layer, as the starting point. And Jarrett Kingston, nowhere close to that, 32 and a quarter. He does have a decent wingspan. Now at the combine, 78 and an eighth. And then at his pro day, maybe the numbers are a little bit juiced, 80 and 3/8. But the point here being shorter arms, which has led to some struggles for him and could lead to struggles if he's going up against some powerful defensive linemen who can get some leverage and push him around and control him a little bit. But some athletic mobility here and a lot of positional versatility. 16 starts in his college career at left guard, 10 at left tackle, 6 at right guard, and 5 at right tackle. 2023 at USC, he switched back and forth on that right side of the line of scrimmage, 6 starts at right guard, and then 5 starts at right tackle. He was born and raised in Northern California, Anderson. So a lot of people who watch this show who are Niner fans probably familiar with him because of that. He played left tackle and was an all-state defensive lineman at Anderson High School and also took home a discus championship with a throw of 172 feet and 7 inches. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school, and he's another one of these veteran and older draftees for San Francisco. Ricky Pearsall, 5-year college guy. Dominic Puny, a 6-year college guy. And Kingston, 5 years at Washington State, before going to USC in 2023. The scouting profile from the Athletics' Dane Brugler here, Kingston has athletic tools to be a project for an NFL offensive line coach, maybe at center. And I think that's where that speed might help him out. But his undisciplined tendencies and shorter arms are potential roadblocks. Now, Brugler had him as a priority free agent, and the Niners draft him here a little bit higher on their board at round 6, 215 overall. So, a couple of offensive linemen in this draft class. It still puzzles me why the Niners don't take right tackle a little bit more seriously, considering the issues they've had on the right side, and in particular at that position, even with Mike McGlinchey, now with Colton McKivitz. I think it's held him back from winning big and winning big time. As far as NFC titles go and Super Bowls go, they've addressed offensive line depth, drafting a couple of players in Puny and Kingston with some positional versatility along the inside, but you're not addressing right tackle here. So it looks more and more like Colton McKivitz going to give it a go once again at right tackle as the anchor, protecting Brock Purdy's front side for 2024. We are going to look at all of the selections up to this point for San Francisco with, as of right now, one more pick remaining for the Niners. That'll be a part of our draft grades to come here at the end of the draft. But make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're looking at you. One of us. One of us. Be one of us. Be a member of the faithful family here at Chat Sports and hit that sub button for year-round Niners coverage. But I think our draft coverage, we've been kicking ass here on the San Francisco 49ers Report. Game Time is our sponsor for this selection here of Kingston. And for me, I love sports for so many reasons. I love competition. I love players who are trying to perfect their craft. I love scouting. I love the analysis element. I love forming opinions off of what I see. I also love going to games and forming memories, and you can do that with the Game Time app. Sports brings people together like anything in life, but more so than anything in life. Because you'll look around at a game and you're going to high five or give a hug to somebody around you, even if you don't know them, regardless of who they are, what they look like, what their background is, if you're all rooting on the same team. And you think of sports in that way, music, food, it's very cool. And that's the cool thing about going to a sporting event. And if you want to go to a sporting event, you don't use any other app other than the Game Time app. Hit the all-in pricing option, therefore you won't get hit with outrageous fees like some of the other ticketing apps dock you with. And there's just security by using this app. See the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. The list view gives you the view from your seat and the price point. But in addition to going to a sporting event, you can go to a comedy show, a concert, other things that make people laugh and bring people together, or even a theater event. $20 off. Use the code CHATSPORTS. Link is down below in the comment section and in the show notes of this video. So the Niners selections up to this point, hitting on a couple of areas of need and drafting a couple of intriguing players here. Ricky Pearsall was the selection night one for round 1, 31st overall. A little bit of a reach in my opinion, but a good route runner, great footwork, can operate out of the slot, can win off the line of scrimmage, tough as nails, willing blocker, good vertical leaper. He can go up and get it, willing to take a shot, and is going to get back up. Niners absolutely love that. Can make some plays happen after the catch. You can utilize him with a couple of trick plays and gadget plays, end arounds, reverses, pitches, bubble screens, and just find ways for him to make plays with the football. He's going to live in the middle area of the field, and that's the strength of Brock Purdy. Renardo Green, just a corner who has this ferocious competitive fire to him and a dog mentality, who can play press man, push wide receivers to the outside, make plays on the football, not afraid to make plays against the run. In a game against LSU wide receiver Malik Nabers this year, and Nabers the 6th overall pick, to the New York Giants out of LSU. Renardo Green fared very, very well. And he's a little bit undersized, but I like the positional versatility too. He could play inside, outside, maybe even a little bit of safety. Dominic Puny, an offensive lineman who was one of 3 left tackles in college football last year to not give up a sack on 700-plus snaps. He thinks that he can play every single position along that offensive line. Some evaluators believe that he could play center, has a lot of experience playing guard and left tackle. Pretty good athlete, too, who has no fear. And that's kind of the consistency with a lot of these picks. Players who fit the Niners culture here. Malik Mustafa, round 4, 124, safety out of Wake Forest, who is a very versatile player who on third downs is a hybrid safety, can play in the box, another player who loves ball, who is physical, likes to make plays on the ball, and while he's a little bit smaller, there's a good athlete within that frame. What does this mean for Talanoa Hufanga? It's up in the air. I think when you look at this list here, and then we'll look at the next 3 players here coming up, you could have a Deebo Samuel replacement here. You could have a Diamador Lenore replacement here. You could have an Aaron Banks replacement there, a Talanoa Hufanga replacement with Mustafa. And then the last 3 picks as of right now for San Francisco, 1 more pick left, Isaac Garendo, 6'3", 4'3" speed. He could replace Elijah Mitchell. Jacob Cowing, 5'8", 5'9". If you look up how big he is on the ESPN database, the number's juiced a little bit. His combine, he's about 5'8", 5'9". 4'3" guy, though, and is a really fun player with his ability to win matchups out of the slot and a touchdown machine. 12, 13 touchdowns last year at Arizona, and then Jarrett Kingston going to be a backup offensive lineman, and we'll see if he can crack the roster. We'll see what the Niners do with their final pick here to round things out. Up to this point, who's been your favorite selection so far for San Francisco? Let me know right now, and as always, thanks for your support of us all day, every day, but especially during the NFL draft. I hope you've enjoyed our content.
Still no Brendan Rice.
Yeah, somebody responded to my tweet when I asked and posed the question, how is Brendan Rice still available? They said he's last in yak among all receivers in this draft class. Let me see here. Brendan Rice. Average separation quickness, doesn't consistently play up to his size, will lose battles against physical corners, below average finisher on 50-50, accelerates well out of breaks, tendency to get a head start, round routes. At USC, where he was a 2-year starter, an outside X and Z. 80% of his catches resulted in a first down or a touchdown. Separation skills, maybe a little bit average.
Oh, this is interesting. Look at this Bills pick. Travis Clayton, offensive guard from England.
Wow, they go international. Little Jordan Mailata type of flavor. With an international pick in round 7.
Oh, man.
Nick Guisti. Hopefully I pronounced that right, brother. What is my draft grade so far for the Niners? B minus. I'm seeing B in the chat right now on 2,035 votes. That's 50%. 23% C. 21% A. 6% D or F. So that's trending toward a B minus. Javonte Jean-Baptiste. What an awesome name. Going to the Commanders, round 7, 222.
Niners have 251, and that'll cover it for both of our teams.
Yeah.
I think the Heat and Celtics are about to tip.
Okay.
Gonna hear Rolly from a mile away.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh yeah, 5 o'clock tip right now. Line's down to 9.5. I mean, no Terry. I don't know if Terry was here. I doubt he's played yet, but he's out again tonight. No DeLon Wright. Obviously, no Jimmy. But they won last game in Boston. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? The wait's over!
There it is! Jim Harbaugh does it. Brendan Rice to the Chargers. 225 overall. So he finally goes to the Chargers.
We knew he wouldn't go undrafted. Somebody was going to take him.
Somebody had to. Somebody had to.
Oh, a little run, Rich, run.
Ah, nice. Oh, he's doing that at the Rose Bowl this year. Give the Eagles a B+ from Romeo. I got to get some more water. I will be right back.
All right. Beerhead's coming on. Beerhead's coming on. $50 all shotgun. Super chats of any value, I'm drinking. Let's see, recent picks here. Not quite all caught up yet. Here, but Raiders taking Trey Taylor, safety out of Air Force. Look at that picture. Awesome stuff. What do we think Rich Eisen runs? Now we're updated here. Bengals taking, say this right, DeJean Anthony, safety Ole Miss. And then we were talking about it, the wait's over, Brendan Rice. Round 7, 225 overall out of USC, going to the Chargers. So the slide stops for Jerry Rice's kid. We'll see if he can find success there with the Chargers. They're in need of receiver play, man. Losing Keenan Allen. Losing Mike Williams. Disrespectful? Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not going to be happy about it. I doubt his pops is too happy about it. But you know what? He made it, man. He made it. Yeah, Niners have 251. We're at 226 right now. So about 30 picks away. Iron Mike thinks Rich Eisen's going to run a 6.3 40. What's the draft picks for the Eagles next year, Iron Mike asks. I can tell you right now. Next year, the Eagles will have their own first-round pick, their own second-round pick, their own third-round pick, Miami's third-round pick, which they got today, their own fourth-round pick, their own fifth-round pick, the Texans' fifth-round pick, which they also got today, no sixth-round picks. They'll have the Broncos' seventh-round pick and the Saints' seventh-round pick. So there we go. Come on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no problem, Iron Mike. We should have drafted a tackle and not Aeneas Smith. They got a guard. They absolutely feel like they needed a tackle. I think he's still got some years with Lane. I think Lane's going to play for a while, man. I think Lane's going to play for a while. Rolly is going crazy over there. Jay, I've got a C-. Seems a little low to me. They had a good day 3, the Niners did. Seems a bit low. Romy, you think the guy from Air Force is going to be a stud? I don't know much about him.
9 likes away from 500. We're almost there. All right, a deal for closing time.
Closing time.
A deal for closing time. $10 cayenne pepper shots. $10 cayenne pepper shots until we run out. $10 cayenne pepper shots. That's going to get us to the finish line. No unhealthy Red Bull, cayenne pepper shots. $10 to close us out. $10 cayenne pepper shots.
Uh-oh.
Kingston didn't give up a sack last year either. So Puny and Kingston didn't give up a sack last year. So the Niners drafted 2 offensive linemen who didn't give up a sack.
Okay. Take that.
Oh. You know what's crazy is that during the draft, I've had to stand so much that for whatever reason, my left ankle has been swollen.
Oh, my God.
And my calves are hella sore.
I mean, that's 6+ hours. We're at 6.5 hours right now.
18 hours live.
Yeah.
18 hours live the last 3 days.
We're going to hit 7 hours here before this is said and done.
Crazy. Alan, do you think Frank Gore Jr. gets drafted by the Niners at 251? No, because they went Isaac Garendo out of Louisville. Iron Mike, bro, sit your ass down. Yeah, I wouldn't hate having the multifaceted setup where we could sit down or we could stand up. and then having the mic arm to get the headsets off because this is bothering my head. And then I get home after watch parties and wearing these all day, and my ears are ringing, my head hurts. $10 super chat coming in from Rico. And Rico is a first time super chatter. And then a $20 super chat from Dennis Designs. I did 10 hours of work today, so I salute you. Dennis, we always salute you for being an OG. Rico Carter, $10 super chat. I had said closing time. $10 super chats, cayenne pepper shots.
Uh-oh.
Whew.
Let's spin that wheel for Dennis.
Whew. Wear the beer hat. Chip's already wearing it.
It's already on. $50 I'm shotgunning.
Yeshi Sherpa. Dan, does he only read some comments? I mean, we can't literally read everyone.
That's insane.
But yes, I'm reading your comment right now. What's up? Another $20 super chat from Mac Tiz. That's another wheel spin. I'm happy we finally drafted some offensive linemen, but I think we waited too long to draft them. I hope all of our picks show out so we can get number 6 this year. So close to number 6, man. So close to number 6. You don't shoot yourselves in the foot so many times, Niners win. Yes, you Sherpa. I didn't see those comments. I'm seeing it now, though. If you got a question, let me know. Ask me anything. Spinning the wheel again for Mac Tiz. With the Browns on the clock, 2:43. Chip, still going to wear the beer hat.
All right, well, since we got it twice in a row, I said $50 shotgun. I'll cut it down to $25.
I'll take another cayenne pepper shot.
So I'll cut it down to $25 shotgun here. But only for 2 minutes. I'm putting a clock on. $25 shotgun, 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm starting to sweat with the cayenne, man. 50, I'm shotgunning one more time. I can do one more shotgun before we do our draft grades and wrap up this draft.
Minute 30 left on my clock. I forgot I was supposed to be drinking for these as well, but I'll wait to see if I do the shotgun.
We're at pick 228 right now. 29 left. 29 left. PK from the Bay wants to see the Niners draft list.
Oh.
We'll say less, brother.
Gotcha.
Ricky Pearsall, round 1. Wide receiver, Florida. Renardo Green, round 2. Pick 64, cornerback, Florida State. Dominic Puny, round 3. Pick 86. Offensive guard, offensive tackle, Kansas. Malik Mustafa, round 4, 124. Safety, Wake Forest. Isaac Garendo, round 4, 129, running back, Louisville. Jacob Cowing, round 4, 135, wide receiver, Arizona. And then Jarrett Kingston, round 6, 215, offensive guard, USC. The 2 offensive linemen that the Niners have taken didn't give up a sack in 2023. Last pick for the Niners, 251. Nick Samac, center out of Michigan State. I'm not going to lie, he looks like he's 35 years old.
My goodness. By the way, 2 minute clock ran up on the $25 shotgun. Yeah, look at this guy.
Should we get this out of the way? Let's do last call for our Eagles Super Chat MVP and raffle item. Last call. I just want to get that out of the way right now. Because once the draft is over, we got to do draft grades. And we're going to sign off to do that because we have to do it with a particular sponsor. So last call for our Eagles Super Chat MVP and raffle items. The largest Super Chat that's come in on Eagles, it's a tie. $50 between Romeo and Dennis. And you can either select a day 3 football or a neon bar light man cave Eagles sign. Whatever item you pick, the raffle item becomes the other. Brent Davis, we're also going to sing closing time at the end of the draft. So last call. We're going to stay live on Eagles now, but last call for the Super Chat giveaways. Dennis, we can do a duck race if nobody beats you. The number to beat, 50 from Dennis and Romeo. If it's still a tie, we'll do another duck race. John Wallace, what time are y'all shutting down the stream? Right after the draft, bro. So we're at 2:30 right now with the Vikings on the clock. The final pick is 2:57. Oh! Romeo! Romeo! Dennis, if you make me pay more than $125 for this, I'm going to kick your butt, man.
Romeo.
Dennis said, you can have it, buddy. What do you want, Romeo? Romeo wanted the Trump duck last night. I was dead at that. So which one do you want, Romeo? Do you want the football or do you want the neon sign? The bar light? Say less. Say less. Michael Juergens, center, Wake Forest. Going to the Vikings, round 7, pick 230. Six, 4, 3/4, second team all ACC. Aiden, the biggest Eagles fan. Nice, man. Ricardo, my favorite pick from the draft. I don't know, man. I love offensive linemen, especially given how much the Niners need it. So, Dominic Puny. Droofy, wish you would have done a last call last night for the jersey. I thought it was only one bid and done. We did do a last call for it. That's when Romeo came in. Or no, Gumpwolf. And we have another jersey today. The number to beat, $100 from Romeo for this Deebo Samuel autographed jersey. Deebo Samuel autographed jersey. Number to beat, 100. Droofy, if you beat Romeo right now, I'll give it to you. How about that? Droofy, if you beat Romeo right now, I'll give it to you. Yeshi Sherpa, are you actually a Sherpa? Do you guide people up mountains? If so, that's fascinating. What's next? Training camp live shows? No, we'll continue to go live every week. Yeah, we'll go live every week. I am a Sherpa. That's pretty awesome. Which mountain? Oh! Droofy! He said done! We'll get you the Debo jersey, Droofy. Mr. ADHD. What if someone else sends it in and beats him? Oh. Romeo just sent in a $250 Venmo. Oh. We got to give it to Droofy. I told him I would.
Oh, man.
Romeo. Romeo, are you just giving it to Droofy? Wow, Romeo said I'm a good sport.
I'm going to shotgun for you, Romeo.
I'm going to shotgun too for Romeo. I'm shotgunning for Romeo
that's
too.
That's crazy.
Let Droofy take it. What a guy. What a guy. Droofy, didn't you send me your email last night?
I feel like we're crawling now. Draft.
Yes, Andrew Herrera. I got you, bro. Droofy said he's shotgunning as well. Cheers. For Romeo.
For Romeo.
Can't tell you how much we appreciate the support, brother.
See how this goes.
Romeo, do you want a DeJean shirt? Do you want a Cooper DeJean shirt? John, get it? Let us know if you want a Cooper DeJean shirt there, Romeo. Fresh off the press. We can show you a picture if you want to see it. All right. For Romeo! All right, Romeo. We'll get you the Cooper DeJean shirt.
Ugh.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, brother. You toss this.
Yep. People are saying give Romeo the ball. We're going to raffle that off. We're going to raffle that off and then raffle off the Niners Man Cave sign. Ugh.
Woo! Ugh.
Millie 315. Chip is still learning.
Never was much of a shotgun. I'm not going to lie to you. I was always beer bong.
Dennis, that was a good call by you. He said, get Romeo DeJean shirt.
Oh, Jaheim Bell just went to the Patriots.
Oh, Jaheim Bell. Tight end, Florida State.
What a name here.
To New England. Round 7, 231. And then Levi Drake Rodriguez. Texas A&M Commerce. Whew. Johnny Dubs, Droofy got the Debo jersey for the $115 super chat right here. We made a deal with them and said, you know what? We got you. I'm going to do another cayenne pepper shot for Niner Dad. Whew. I'm breathing fire. Native Dancer said Chip's hat is fire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go Tigers, baby. Who said that? Native Dancer, you a Clemson fan? / alum, maybe?
Oh, man. Romeo, don't say that. He said this Cayenne chat's going to give you gastritis.
Jay's going to be shitting in the creek.
That's good stuff, man. I hope not. Isn't it good for you? Or is it supposed to clear the system?
Maybe it's good at clearing the system. Guess we'll find out.
It's just cayenne. You know what I do every morning? I wake up and I put a little lemon, salt, and cayenne pepper in some water. Huzzah! Get you ready to go.
Oh, did you see? The Eagles picked the Michigan guard. His name's escaping me right now.
What about him?
He was doing an interview with somebody, or maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to find the picture that I saw.
He was doing a media call.
Some media call.
He Philadelphia media.
Was wearing a DeSean Jackson jersey
That's
that he said
legendary.
he had from when he was like a kid.
That's legendary.
Yeah.
I imagine the Eagles tweeted that out.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere on Twitter. I thought it was in my notifications. I couldn't find it, so it's just somewhere on my timeline now. I forget who I saw it from. I should have saved it when I saw it. But I think I saw it and then something happened. Oh, Native Dancer spent some time in South Carolina for a while. Sumter for 3 years. Okay. Where is Sumter? I should probably know this, considering I went to school in South Carolina for 4 years.
Oh my gosh. There's a Cowboy fan in full uniform announcing this pick for the Cowboys.
Oh my God. Where's Sumter? Let's see. Oh, Sumter's near Columbia. I'm sorry. If you like Columbia, I hate Columbia. The University of South Carolina, Clemson's little brother, is located in Columbia. I'll just say this. If you like the city, that's fine. I think Columbia is a disgusting city.
He's got the talent, everything, man. Well, I think the Cowboys Super Bowl drought is going to continue.
Some of the Eagles have migrated to the Niners chat. Millie 315.
I see Millie on the Niners channel.
All right, so he just announced that pick, Nathan Thomas. We've known that for a while. We had a few more picks coming in. Jonah Laulu?
Laulu. Defensive tackle, Oklahoma.
Going to the Colts, and then we got
Little Polynesian action.
Devon Vele?
Devon Vele, wide receiver, Utah. 235.
So we're at 236, Jags on the clock, Niners up at 251. So if my math is correct, which it probably isn't, what is that, 15 picks? I don't know. I was a communications major, so should tell you all you need to know. Cowboys running backs, Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, Royce Freeman, Malik Davis. That's scary, huh?
I can't believe they didn't draft a running back.
There's talk that they're going to re-sign Zeke.
But he's not a number one.
I mean, no. No one's worried about Zeke in the year of 2024.
Did anybody see the Cowboys fan announce the pick in full uniform?
That was ridiculous. Oh, John Clark just reposted the Trevor Keegan.
Okay.
It's from Dave.
Oh, that's electric. Sewn on. Not going to lie, that kind of looks like a DH Gate jersey.
Yeah, it might be fake. It might be fake.
Yeah, Yeshi. Cowboys did not get a running back to replace Tony Pollard.
Let's see. A few more picks coming in. Jags take Miles Cole, edge from Texas Tech. And the Bengals take Matt Lee, center from Miami. And then the Texans take Solomon Byrd, edge from the real USC, University of Southern California.
The real.
All right, getting closer and closer to the Niners. Imagine we wait all this time and they trade out.
I know. Romeo. I keep a mechanical ventilator with the Cowboys star on it for all my patients that will stop breathing at the end of every playoff loss. It's used every year like clockwork. That's tremendous. Not Dennis. Cowboys didn't get a running back. They signed Royce Freeman. Their RB1 right now is Rico Dowdle. Logan, give me your honest opinion on how you feel the Niners drafted today. I'll give them like a B. I like what they did. Good selections. Houston Texans pick is in. Solomon Byrd, edge rusher out of USC at 238. Getting closer to that Niners pick. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting there. Cookie and Stubby, what is up, Chase? Not much, man. Just live for the draft. Bye-bye, Danny Gray from Logan. I agree. He's on the hot seat. Is Brock Purdy the best Mr. Irrelevant ever? He has to be. I don't see anybody better. Interesting here. My guy Marco Martinez said, I really hope the Niners finally let Spencer Burford play offensive tackle. He knows ball, not a guard, has the ability to be a really good offensive tackle. You now have interior offensive linemen. Let him play tackle. Interesting. Pick is in for New Orleans. Josiah Izirum, I think is the pick, or is the pronunciation, I should say. And then we're starting to get it moving. Panthers pick coming in. Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan, going to Carolina, round 7, 240.
I have one more drink sitting over here. If we get another 50 before the Niners pick, I will shotgun this beer.
Oh, Chip's trying to do it to him.
I've got it here already. Might as well down it, but got to be before the Niners pick. Got to be a 50. You'll also get 5 tickets into the raffle, but it's last call for that. Angela G. Just got out of church, missed last 90 minutes. Did Rice get picked? Yep, Chargers took Rice.
Yeah, 225 overall, Brendan Rice. Finally off the board. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too.
Should I get on the Heat game? Oh, man. Celtics up 27-12 in the second quarter.
That spread. Vegas knows. How about the Sixers being, 5.5-point favorites tomorrow?
I see 4.5 now
4.5?
on ESPN.
Maybe that sounds right.
Indiana's 9.5-point favorites tomorrow against Milwaukee. I guess they think
No Dame.
no Dame, no Giannis still. So
Romeo, I love Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs from a football standpoint. I hate it because I hate the Chiefs, and I love it so much. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. Our guy, Mike Concha, loves when we sing. Yeah, Brendan Rice, 225 to Jim Harbaugh. Leave it up to Jim Harbaugh to get the job done. Seventh round. It's exceptional. Next thing to kind of look out for, as far as like the NFL schedule goes, schedule release is coming out early May. So that'll come out here soon. Taj Washington, USC wide receiver, going to the Dolphins. So Miami adds another offensive skill player.
Seth, do the Niners have a pick still? Yep, 251 in about 9 picks. Hey, native dancer, Clemson over Auburn. All the way, baby. I love it. F Auburn. My Butte. Do y'all not read my chats because of my name? That's a great name.
I'm just seeing you for the first time.
I haven't seen My Butte.
Little laggy, yeah.
Titans pick is in.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because we have so many more players now.
Yeah.
I deleted some stuff, though, so we're good for right now. James Williams, linebacker from Miami, going to Tennessee. Romeo says F Auburn, go PVAMU. We've never had a guy drafted or play in the NFL. What is PVAMU?
I don't know.
Romeo, what is that? That's right. No one knows us. I'm going to look it up.
No one knows us. No one likes us. We don't care.
PVAMU. Prairie View A&M University.
Oh, wow. Small school.
The second oldest public institution of higher learning in Texas. Notable alumni, Kirk O'Banks.
Interesting. We're almost there. We're almost there. All right, I got to use the bathroom one more time. That shotgun's run right through me. We're $20 away from 500 on Niners. Can we get there by the time I get back? I'm going to run. So you got to do it quick.
Hurry it up. By the way, Romeo, you say you've never had a player drafted or played in the NFL. From my research here, Quinton Spears went to Prairie View A&M University and played in the NFL. Signed by the Cowboys on January 8th, 2014. Maybe he never played in a game, though. Well, I feel like I recognize the name. Maybe I'm just tripping. No one knows him either. Played 2 seasons. Never recorded a stat, so there you go. Yeah. He never recorded a stat in an NFL game. So he never did play. All right, we're getting closer to the Niners pick. Which means time's running out for me to shotgun this beer. $50, I'm shotgunning my last beer, but gotta be before the Niners pick. All my friends called for weeks hoping for a highlight. UDFA? Well, he also said he never played. But he was right, he never played. He was signed, but he never played. My Butte, how are the Eagles doing? I think they've had a very good draft. Obviously started off hot, but I think they've continued to have a solid day 2 and day 3 as well. Jawan Briggs, defensive tackle Cincinnati, going to the Browns. Justin Rogers, defensive tackle Auburn, going to the Cowboys. And finally, this was one of the guys who was expected to go way earlier than this, Michael Pratt, quarterback Tulane, going to the Packers. So obviously, just be a backup. But there was buzz him going 4th, 5th round. Was supposed to go before Spencer Rattler, before Jordan Travis, and here he is now going in the 7th, number 245 to the Packers. So we are at number 246 with Tampa on the clock. We'll have Buccaneers, Texans, Chiefs, Texans again, Ravens, then 49ers. And after the 49ers pick, we're going to sign off. So that'll be the last chance you get to get in the raffle, get your super chats in. All of that. Last chance to send in a 50 to make me shotgun. Here's Hector Zatino with the $20 super chat. Says, let's go Niners. Hector, thank you. That's 2 tickets you get in the raffle. Appreciate you, Hector. Jay, we could draft better with Ray Charles. I think it's been a solid draft for the Niners. That's funny, though. Some Eagles fans singing the "No one likes us, we don't care" song. Love it. Duck race. I don't really think we've pushed that all day. I'll check in with Chase. We might have pushed it once. I'll see if we have any Venmos for it. Might be too late at this point, but I'll see. I'll see Anthony Green. I'll check in with him when he's back. See what the Venmo's looking like. Michael Pratt was second team All AAC in 2022. Definitely fell. So another player that analysts and fans were higher on than NFL teams. It happens. Doey, Frank Gore Jr., UDFA. Yeah, I never really thought he had much of a chance to really get drafted, but who knows? Still some picks left, and I imagine he'll get picked up. Yeah, Michael Wright, good pickup for Green Bay. He'll be a solid backup for them. Obviously, they're set with Jordan Love. With that 20 from Hector, we surpassed $500 on Niners. What a day. Day 3 of the draft. Love that. Can we surpass 400 on Eagles? We're about $70 away. With the clock ticking. With the clock ticking. Jakius Gaming, did we draft yet? Seth, can they pick already? We're getting there. We're at 246. They're at 251.
Almost. Almost. Oh, Michael Pratt finally off the board. That is such a Packers pick.
Yeah, finally.
Such a Packers pick. To get a backup quarterback. Oh, Hector.
Hector. Oh, we got to spin the wheel for Hector.
Got us to 500 right on the dot. Cheers, Hector.
Hector, got to spin the wheel for you. That's a 20. I almost forgot.
Hector.
I gave him the 2 tickets, but we got to spin that wheel.
Niner Dad.
Oh!
Another wheel spin for the daddy. And then Patrick, a $2 super chat. All right, 2 wheel spins.
Oh, it's really struggling now.
Just like overall graphics?
It's just everything. It's just lagging.
It's so funny because there's like so much data with 246 picks.
Let's see how long it takes us to push across.
Wow,
All right.
so it's just even super chats are hard to push across.
It's just like the live stream is just lagging.
That's crazy.
Like if you could see it, like you see how the audio, you can see the audio going up and down, right? It's like, it's insane. Shout out Niner Dad, shout out Patrick.
I'm going crazy.
We're gonna spin the wheel, hopefully.
Trying to spin the wheel. It's so funny. We have so much data in our computers. Oh, Devin Culp. 246 to the Bucks.
Oh, here we
Ran
go.
a really fast 40. 447 at 231. Saw him in the airport leaving the scouting combine.
Uh-oh.
Massive guy. Okay, so who set that one in?
This is for Hector Zatino.
Hector Zatino. Hector Zatino. We got a freestyle for you. We'll spin it one more time for Niner Dad. Beer cheers. Pretty fitting. Beer cheers. Mr. Relevant almost here, like Brent Davis said. 248. Chiefs pick is in. I like what they've done, man. Hector Zatino. The draft moves on. The draft order gets larger. It's growing like a shishino. That's a tree. That's my freestyle for you. My brain is fried. I feel as though I died. Am I telling you the truth? No, I do not lie.
Oh my God.
A lot of you watching are saying, Chase, you're still alive? Asking me why. And when I take this headset off, when we turn off the camera, I'm going to exhale and sigh. Hector Zatino, that is my freestyle for you. Lord Frost, how do you feel about the draft? BB plus for the Eagles? Probably B plus. Niners? B minus? C plus? Niner Dad, nice bars. They're talking about, I think, Rashee Rice. They're going to try to wrap up the case. After that, they'll figure out if he gets suspended or not. Ladarius Henderson, the pick in for the Houston Texans at 249. After C.J. Henson, the offensive guard out of the football power, Holy Cross, to the Chiefs at 248. And another Michigan player getting drafted here during NFL draft weekend. Dennis Designs, no duck race. No, we didn't do a Venmo raffle today.
The Niners are one pick away. They're in the hole.
Yeah, Niners pick. Almost there. Baltimore, Niners, Titans, Chargers, Rams, Packers, Broncos, Jets, and then the draft is over. and then draft grades coming up because our work is not done. Drum roll, everyone, from Jackiest Gaming. Wyatt said, "Gore, please." It's so funny. Like, at this point, you're like, what should we do? Who should we take? We don't really have any more needs. AP Sicko, love the live. We love you, bro.
Ravens pick is in, which means the Niners are on the clock.
Pick is in for the Ravens, then the Niners. Take a quarterback and sheet can Brandon Allen. I had a coworker come up to me the other day, Harrison Graham, yesterday, or I think it was today. Everything kind of combines now at this point. Yeah, it was today. It was this morning, which feels like a long time ago because here we are. We've been live for more than 7 hours. Unbelievable. 7+ hours today, 6 hours yesterday, 6.5 hours night one. But Harrison Graham was like, I was thinking this. What if the Niners took Spencer Rattler? And I'm like, man, intrigue, talent, arm strength. You pair him with Kyle Shanahan. It could be fun. But they signed Josh Dobbs. And they gave him some guaranteed money. I think he's going to be the backup. Rattler certainly has more ability than a player like Josh Dobbs, but it certainly would have been an interesting and fun conversation. Yolanda! Shout out to my son and daughter, Vincent and Victoria. Also, is the jersey gone? We're going to pop up that super chat. Our graphics are tripping right now because we have so much data in our computers with 250 picks being made. So Yolanda, we gave away the jersey to Droofy. But we can make a deal if you want. If you send in 225, we'll send you an autographed Debo jersey, Yolanda. If you want it. If not, all good. Lord Frost, what's your hot take on who's winning the Super Bowl? Oh, man. My hot take is that the Chiefs could go 3 in a row. That's my hot take, and it makes me sick. Niners pick is in. And it is Tatum Bethune, a linebacker out of Florida State. And it makes sense that they go linebacker here. Just another depth piece. He adds to the young linebackers and D winners and Jalen Graham. 5'11", 227. Started at UCF.
We've been watching for so long.
We've been watching the draft for so long. We just got the pop-up window. Are you still watching? Oh, yes, we are, because the draft is not done. Vizio TV. Tatum Bethune. He is the final pick for San Francisco here at 251. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. Grew up in Miami. He's 23 years old, born in 2001, which is wild to me. It's like Chip.
Yeah.
At the combine, measured in at 5'11", 229. Didn't run. Only did skill drills and bench press. That was his choice. When he did run at his pro day, ran a 4.75. Smaller in stature at only 229 and 5'11. But sometimes he hits people like he's a little bit bigger. Can attack the line of scrimmage. Not really a second guesser. He's decisive. The weaknesses, lacks ideal linebacker frame because he's a little bit tiny. That's kind of like a little bit bigger than safety size at 5'11", 229. I was born in 92. 2001 makes me feel old as dirt, man. Jay was born in 79. Shane Parrott said worst draft in Niners history. Ryan Underwood, trust the process. Love the O-line pick. You got 2 offensive linemen who didn't give up a sack in 2023.
See here. Titans took Jalen Harrell. Chargers take... This is 2 back-to-back Michigan players, by the way. Jalen Harrell out of Michigan.
Yep.
And then Cornelius Johnson out of Michigan. Wow.
We got to be close to a draft record of Michigan players, right?
I think it's at least 11 right now. It might
That's
be
wild.
it
What
might
a
be
football
12.
team that Jim Harbaugh built, man. 4 picks left. 4 picks left.
I didn't even realize. I just put this together because Romeo said this. It's the Chargers. Harbaugh taking his guy.
Yes. And another wide receiver, Brendan Rice, 225. Cornelius Johnson, 253.
They need him. Because DK's boy, Quinton Johnson, isn't on nothing. I like the Rams draft. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk.
Yeah, Rams have done a good job.
Let's see. Blake Corum.
Yep.
Cam Kitchens. Who, he was the one who didn't test very well.
Yeah, he ran like a 4.6 40.
Brennan Jackson. My guy Tyler Davis.
Tyler Davis.
Great value in the 6th round. He was another high recruit who just got injured and never lived up to it, but was in school for a long time. Then they took a kicker, Jordan Whittington out of Texas.
Romeo, worst reach of the draft. Falcons getting Penix, I thought.
Yeah, that was bad.
And, I like the player. And if you want to take him 8 when you have no quarterback, that's fine. You got to try to get your need there, right? But you just gave Kirk Cousins $100 million. And so it's that combined with, it's not like you're getting a 20-year-old rookie. You are drafting Michael Penix, who's going to be 24 soon. So let's say that Kirk plays 2 years of that 4-year contract. $100 million guaranteed is for the first 2 years. You're going to start Penix at 26? I mean, you could. But if Kirk plays the duration of his contract, you're going to start Penix at 28? He's readier. He's more ready to play than some of these other raw quarterbacks because of the age, because of the experience. He was in college for a while. Indiana, 2 years at Washington. So all those reasons, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
So yeah, 13 players from Michigan.
Romeo, you think he's the second coming of Jalen Hurts?
We picked already, y'all behind. We already announced the Niners pick. Unless you're watching on a delay, which is possible, I
Yeah, we already
suppose.
announced the Niners pick.
All right, 4 picks left in the draft. Yeah, Rams took Corum. Oh, a little K-State action for the Rams.
KT Leviston to Los Angeles, 254. The offensive guard, 3 picks left.
No Leonard Taylor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Packers pick is in. So after that, 2 picks left.
Oh, here you go, Chase. That's what you were asking here. Most players drafted from one school in the same draft since they moved to a 7-round format. Yeah, 2022
Okay, so Georgia 2022. That makes sense. That was the Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean team.
Yeah.
So most players drafted from one school in the same draft. Georgia had 15. Michigan had 13. So close to a record. Now, 2 more picks left.
Is it possible?
Braden McGregor could go and one more player to tie it.
They can't break it now. Packers take Kalen King out of Penn State.
Kalen King. Filled on draft boards. A lot of people liked him going into this year. 21 PBUs. In 2022, 3rd in FBS, and then he struggled in 2023. And because of that, 3rd to last pick to Green Bay. Denver and the Jets. Gonna close us out. And they're showing the replay of Brock Purdy being picked Mr. Irrelevant, April 30th, 2022. Oh! Yolanda! Bang! Let's go. Sorry, I was lagging. All right, Yolanda. Now, Drewfy, we're still going to send you a Debo jersey. Yolanda, we're going to send you a separate Debo jersey. I just need your address. So can you please email me, chase@chatsports.com. Chip will put it up right at the bottom of the screen. By the way, 775,000 people attended the draft in Detroit. That's a new record. I feel as though it could be beat, but right now that's the record. Very impressive work. You can also reach out to me on X or Instagram @Chase_senior, but the email is down below. Chase@chatsports.com. Or on X, Instagram @Chase_senior. Yolanda! 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 $225 super chat. That right there is an NFL draft record for the biggest super chat that we have gotten here on the stream. And here we go. The pick is in for Denver, and then the Jets have the Mr. Irrelevant selection. Robert Smith, what other signed jerseys do you have?
Oh, look at this pick for Denver. Look at the hair. Look at the stash.
Nick Garguilo? I hope that's Italian.
Last pick. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant for the Jets?
Robert Smith, if you want a Kyle Juszczyk autographed jersey or
Didn't know Edgar Allan Poe was a draft prospect this year. Oh, Yolanda, my kids and I are excited. That's awesome, Yolanda.
That's awesome. Just make sure you please reach out to me so that I have your address. It's impossible to sometimes track people down on YouTube here. Robert Smith, we have another Debo. If you want to go 225, we can give you another Debo. Robert Smith. And the final pick is in. Who's it gonna be? Some people are saying Frank Gore Jr. Frank Gore Sr. did play briefly for the Jets at the end of his career. Jets pick is in. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant? 7th round, 257 overall.
We already have UDFA's signing.
Yeah, UDFA is already signing. That stash is beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Useful.
I aspire to be like that one day. Don't think it'll ever happen for me. Looks like he wrestles on Monday nights. I hope he's really good just because of that hair and that stash.
Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant here? 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit. Alabama defensive back Jaylen Key is going to be Mr. Irrelevant here at pick 257 to the New York Jets.
And listen to this. Former college basketball player Bayron Matos, who has never in his life played in a football game, is signing with the Dolphins.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
Is DJ Burns going to sign with anybody?
Could you imagine we see that
NC State big after making it to the Final Four? BK from the Bay, thanks, brother. See you later. We are going to announce the winner of our raffle item, and then we're going to sign on off. Trey Shields, last pick. Bet it's Jaylen Key.
Whoa!
Nice prediction. Jay Key, safety out of Alabama. They list him as a safety, could play corner. Mr. Irrelevant there. So Yolanda, did you send me an email? Let's see. I hope you did, Yolanda. Yolanda, I'm not seeing it.
Yolanda, send that email. All right, we'll give away the Eagles item here, which is going to be the ball, right? Because Romeo went with the
Yes.
sign.
Yep. So we're going to raffle away the Eagles ball and then the Niners Man Cave sign. Yolanda, you got to reach out to me.
She said she sent one.
I'm not seeing it. It's just chase@chatsports.com. That's it right there. Let me see if it's in my junk folder. I don't see it in the junk folder there. Oh, I got it. Just got it.
Let's go.
Awesome. Bakersfield, California in the building. Sweet. UDFA tracker will come out tomorrow. Some of these deals are starting to come in, but we'll have the full list tomorrow. And Chip and I will be working once again 7 days straight.
All right. We can spin that wheel. It's a lot of Romeo on here.
Niners are signing UDFA quarterback Tanner Mordecai from Wisconsin.
Mordecai and Rigby?
Yeah. All right, let's spin the wheel, see who gets the ball here.
It's a lot of Romeo on here.
A lot of Romeo. It'd be a big upset if Romeo doesn't get it.
Oh!
And it's gonna be Jason Chadwick.
No way. Wait, if I'm not mistaken,
Is he still here?
Jason Chadwick was a first-time super.
Yeah, he was sending in all the $2 super chats. I hope he's here to claim.
Oh, he might not. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
Jason, are you here? Are you here, Jason?
Oh, what a shame that would be.
Are you here, Jason? He got in with a couple of $2 supers.
This was his only entry, and he won. But he might not be here. Jason, where you at?
Jason Chadwick, are you here? Oh no! Do we have the Niners one pulled up? Or do you have to switch off?
Switch off.
Okay.
John Wallace, this is the Eagles one. You're on the Niners one.
Yeah, you're in the Niners one, Johnny Dubs.
Yeah, you have multiple in the Niners one.
All right, I'm not seeing Jason. Let's spin it again.
All right. Doey, I'm Jason Chadwick.
Dennis again! So Dennis yesterday, he got the day 2 and day 3 ball, I believe, right? Am I tripping?
I think so. I think
and
you're
the
right.
mug. He got both yesterday. So Dennis gets both. Dennis, do you want the day 2 and the day 3 football? Did we do better than last year's draft, Dennis? Yeah, we did. Dennis, do you want the ball? Day 2, day 3.
Oh, he said who really
Who
wants
really wants it?
Some other people that were on the wheel.
Yeshi Sherpa said me. Yeshi, where do you live?
Yeah, it's up to Dennis now. Dennis won, so it's up to him.
New York, Yeshi. Can you send me an email, Yeshi?
Yeshi.
Can you send me an email, Yeshi?
Yeshi was first to claim it.
Chase@chatsports.com. Send me an email with your address and we'll get it sent to you.
Let's go.
If not, it'll just go to Dennis. Yes, she came first. Could you repeat it again? It's at the bottom of your screen here. So my email is right there. Just chase@chatsports.com. And we'll do our Niners raffle now. I sent you an email. All right, Yeshi. Let me confirm with you. I got it. We'll send you that ball, brother. Mr. Awesome Guy. God damn, y'all still live? Went to a movie and now I'm back. Oh, yeah. 7-hour stream. Actually, our longest stream of the weekend.
We're going to be approaching 8 hours. It's 7 hours, 45-ish minutes.
Unbelievable, man.
And the computer is really struggling now.
Yeah.
We got to get out of here. I can't even get to the wheel.
Juice jersey price? Jay, if you send us in... Let me see. I forget what it was. Oh, man. No.
We might be frozen. There we
go. Juice jersey. If you send us in 200, we'll get you the juice jersey. 200 will get you the juice jersey. 200 will get you the juice jersey. All right, let's spin this wheel to see who gets the Niners man cave for the finality of the 2024 NFL Draft. Mark Tiz, or Mac Tiz?
Mac Tiz.
Is Mac Tiz watching? Is Mac Tiz watching? Oh! Robert Smith, $200 super chat. We'll get you the Kyle Juszczyk jersey, but Robert, you got to email me too. Your address, chase@chatsports.com. Chase@chatsports.com. Just send me that email with your address, and we can get that to you. Is Mac Tiz still here for the man cave? Is Mac Tiz still here for the man cave? He didn't send that super chat in that long ago. Yeshi, we're going to sign the football for you and send it to you. Me and Chip. We usually say, Yeshi, thanks for supporting the show. Go Birds, Chase and Chip.
Not seeing Mac Tiz.
All right, let's spin it again. No Mac Tiz. Robert Smith, make sure you send me that email. Emilio. Is Emilio here? Oh, shit. Got it, Robert. Idaho in the building. Nice. Is Emilio here? Emilio. Jesse Sr. said, over here. Emilio. LT, what's up to your son, Anthony Jr., 10 years old? We've been watching you and Chip the whole draft. Anthony.
Anthony. Anthony. Anthony.
All right, we're spinning it again. No Emilio. Who's it going to be now? Who's it going to be now? Romeo! Is Romeo still here?
I actually haven't seen Romeo say anything in a while.
I haven't seen Romeo in a while. Is Romeo still
Oh,
here?
actually, I think he's still here.
Is Romeo still here?
Yeah.
There he is! Romeo. All right. Do you want it, Romeo? We'll send it to you. We'll send it to you.
Romeo
LT's
again.
son, Anthony. With the big smile. That's awesome. Romeo. Romeo. Heck yeah, it's going to hang. Bet. That's it.
Yeah.
2024 NFL Draft in the books.
I don't know if we can sign off. Uh-oh.
Are we frozen? What a time, man. Today, live, 7 hours, 50 minutes. Yesterday, live for more than 6. Thursday, live for 6.5. So that's 19 to 20 hours of live coverage over the last 3 days. How about it? Wouldn't be possible without all of you. Hope you all enjoyed the show. Chip produced all of this. So type Chip in the chat. Hope you all were informed, you were entertained, you had a lot of fun. And we're going to sign off here. Got to give it a second because the computer's lagging. Closing time. One last call for alcohol. So finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home. All right, 2024 NFL Draft in the books. It was the best one yet for sure. Great numbers. Great stuff all around. Again, can't thank you all enough for your support. Dennis Design said, stop. We're going to stop, and we're going to stop the stream. Live coverage will still continue all throughout the offseason. Daily coverage is still going to continue every single day right here on this show for informative, insightful, entertaining content. Niner Dad, $5 super chat. You said great song. We can't pop it up because the computer's about to crash. And we're leaving. San Francisco Birds. Gang, we out. See ya.